He said 15 in the video I uploaded yesterday. What the fuck does that guy know? Past Jorbs? He doesn't have a clue.
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Good, and how are you?
I am pretty good, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I have no complaints today.
Wonderful.
There's a final day of a week of charity streaming. We have
Heck
raised over $10,000 for
Nice.
Free2Luv for arts programs for children. And
Heck yeah.
I have had so many cool conversations with so many of my friends and new people. And it's been great.
I love that. That was something you were really trying to do this year, I remember.
Yeah. Yeah. And I decided to backload it all into the last week.
Hey, you know, if you win, you win. It doesn't matter how you got there.
Uh-huh. How are you?
I am really good, actually. I was thinking about, well, obviously, with it being New Year's Eve.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's
Happy New
that
Year, by
time
the
of
way.
year to like reflect and then
Uh-huh.
think about what's next. And I was thinking about how great the last 6 months have been, like uh it's really weird because I had I wouldn't say it was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, but it was pretty damn traumatic being laid off.
Yeah.
For the first time ever, and
Mm-hmm.
and yet despite that, this year has been one of my better years, which is, I think, says a lot about this year. And I
Wow.
think just like you, and we've talked about this a little bit, is really just focusing on being social again.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving the house which
you...
normally
All right.
overrated. But
We should introduce you to my people. Because
hello.
hi. Oh, we were saying hi to them. I get it. This is Ashley. How do I know you, Ashley?
We have a mutual. I wouldn't call him a person. We have a mutual person.
Oh yeah.
In
Yeah,
Filthy,
yeah,
Filthy
yeah.
Robot, yeah.
True.
And man, Filthy just speaks so highly of you. And I remember looking up your Twitter, and then Twitter did its thing where you became my sole Twitter feed. And then, yeah, I don't know. I guess we just kind of, did that weird natural thing that humans do on the internet.
Yeah. You were Filthy's content creator manager or whatever for an org that he was on before he and I joined F2K, right?
No, after F2K.
After. He joined another? He turned around and joined another one?
Yeah.
That man. Yeah. That man is wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's long gone. That's long gone. So, yeah, man, that's crazy to think about. That was like 2 years ago. Maybe 2.5. I don't know. Time is weird.
I know. Time is so
really
incredibly weird.
Yeah, so I didn't really meet Jorbs until recently this year, PAX.
Yep.
That was
hung
fun.
out at PAX for a bit. It was fun. Well, have you done any more conventions since? And do you have plans for PAX again this year? Next year?
I think TwitchCon was after PAX, so I did that. And then I had flown twice a month for like 3 months in a row, so I decided to not do any more conventions for a bit of time.
It's super
my
reasonable.
Next yeah. My next one's going to be GDC Game Dev Conference, which will be really cool.
Is that one in San Francisco?
one of those cities.
Okay.
Maybe. I know it's in California.
Okay.
So I'm going there for work, which will be really cool. I always love when other people pay for my travel. You know what I'm saying?
Do you feel like you get to have a bit of time to see the cities you travel to, or is it really just booked in work from the moment you land?
It depends on the job. This will be the first time I've done a convention with this job, and we do have a booth. I think that's the major time sink. If you're at a convention with a company that has its own booth, man, you're probably going to be too exhausted afterwards to really go see the city. I have tried in the past when I worked like the booth with Streamlabs to see friends in the area, and I was just dead on my feet, dead, like emotionally and mentally, and I ended up just sleeping.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help that I'm on the East Coast, so the time zone change probably gets me. But
True.
yeah, I really want to go to some board game conventions this year. Like I want to switch it up.
Do they have, like, okay, board game convention. So do you just go there and play board games all weekend?
Yeah.
That sounds really sweet.
Yeah, exactly what I want to do. PAX has one which just happened, but again, I was not ready to travel again. Called PAX Unplugged. It's on usually in the Northeast, I think. And then there's like a bunch of different ones.
To that, yeah.
Yeah, I have friends I went to. I should have gone with them. But yeah, I love board games. I shortly before COVID had started going and playing at a shop near me, and then COVID happened, and I was like, well, never mind. But now I have, like, in the past, because I'm backloading my yearly commitments as well. The past couple months I've been going weekly, and it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful to like get to know other gamers, and I mean, I'm lucky, that I work judo in the industry, so like at least everyone I've worked with in the past couple years like was a gamer, but I never had that before. When I worked outside of the industry, it was always like I was scared to tell people when they'd ask me what my hobbies were.
Yeah.
When you're in corporate America, someone asks that, you respond, I play video games. They're like, huh? Oh, you mean like Fortnite? Yeah, my kids play that.
You feel like that's gotten better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like over the last 5 years or so, I don't know. We're all getting older, which means that all the people in corporate America are getting older too, and the new generation are kids who grew up with Xboxes, so
Heck yeah.
everyone's doing it these days.
Yeah, that's the dream. It's always cool to, feel like you can actually, what's the word? Connect, I guess. When you feel like you can actually connect with people around you, people that you work with, and stuff on a different level that's not just work. I love that. I used to have to, being from the South, I used to have to like, I wouldn't even try to fake it, to be honest. I used to have to like listen to football talk, and I never knew who they were talking about, and it always like amazed the people around me. They'd like give me some name of a sports person, ask me what game they played. It's like it's a different world now for me.
Yeah. What's the best board game that you've played this year?
Well, okay. Haven't really played it, but I'm gonna say it anyways because I'm such a freaking fanboy. I kickstarted Larian's Divinity Original Sin board game
Ooh.
before COVID, and I just got it last week.
Oh,
So
that's super
I've
exciting.
been, yeah, I'm just reading through the rule book right now. I'm playing a little bit of the tutorial, but that's the one I'm most excited about. And you know, it's really weird. I have not played a single board game more than once because all the people at the shop I go to are avid like collectors and Kickstarter fanatics. Plus the shop has all these board games, so it's hard to like say a best game when you've only played them all once, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, how about
Uh,
like a good memory of a gaming
yeah.
experience?
I'm trying to think of like a really good one. Oh, we played. This is gonna sound wild, like wildly boring, but it was wildly fun. We played this game. I think it was called Big Boss, where everybody is investing in companies, buying and selling stocks. It was the most engaged I'd ever seen a table at the shop. Like, it was so much fun. It was very simple. Like you could like work your way around the board to like merge companies and stuff. And like if someone had explained that to me, I would have been like, yeah, then no, I don't want to play that. But you know, people who make board games are geniuses, apparently. Hey, get out of here. My dog has decided to join us. Sorry.
It's okay.
She kicks in my door.
Zephyr has been around yelling at me this morning. I used to play a game called Stock Market, and
Really? Wait, a board game or a video game?
a board game called Stock
Okay.
Market, and it was, I think it was my mother's game. She was a PhD economist.
Hmm.
But it was kind of like much more interesting Monopoly, where
Oh.
instead of having properties, you would buy stocks, and then as you moved around the board, it would push the stock market sliders up or down to change the prices of stocks in different categories.
Wait, it sounds like the exact same game.
Oh,
I'm actually wondering because I
may
know
be a
it was.
remake or something. Yeah.
Yeah, they said that Big Boss was a remake. Who are the people that do? You know the little what are those little collectible things with the big heads?
Bobbleheads? Bobbleheads, probably.
Well, no, the pop something. Every gamer collects them. I'm not a collector, so I don't do it. But anyways,
I am also not a collector. Funko Pops, apparently.
Funko Pops, yeah. I
Yeah.
want to say that they bought this game and then reskinned it. Reskinned this board game because people in the shop were like, oh, I hate that company. But then the game was like so much fun that everyone was like, oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Grumble, grumble.
I remember it being fun, so...
Yeah. Yeah, and I also felt like it, man, there were some pitfalls that I was like, oh no, that was like very true to like life as someone who's dabbled in trying to understand the stock market. Yeah, it's really just legalized gambling and a lot of the pitfalls in the game. You know, it was like, oh no, like, yeah, diversification is very important. Look at that. Now this person's totally broke. Wow. So it's like a little educational. Not too much though.
I remember it was really colorful. That's what I remember about it. Like the money was a satisfying color, and the stocks had different like color coding and stuff. And I don't know. I get into that. I get into color coding data in satisfying ways. It soothes me. It's bizarrely important to me.
It feels really nice. I am I tend to like not even look up reviews of board games, and I just buy ones that art or theme interests me. And I mean art really gets me. I'm super in love with this. Oh, I can tell you a game actually. I'm super in love with this game called Wingspan. Have you played that?
I have kind of played Wingspan.
I had no idea birds were so interesting. And suddenly I was like, oh, maybe bird watchers aren't.
Yeah, they're onto
Weirdos.
something.
You know, like maybe they're onto something. So I actually after playing it, I bought that one with some expansions.
You have the
Yeah.
community art pack. I think there's a community art thing for
I
it.
don't think I've seen that one. I'll have to take a look at that. But the art, all of like, it's so beautiful. And aesthetic. And then you add in, like I said, crazy bird facts, and I was like, sold.
Yes, Wingspan is a perennial favorite, I feel like, among my friends. I have actually never played a proper game of it.
Oh,
I have
really?
only ever been like hosting a party and having people play it and coming in and out in between doing things at the party.
You don't play the game at your own party?
I
You're a
am
good host.
or just not capable of relaxing. one of the two things. Yeah. Who could say which one for sure?
Yeah. It's funny, if I have people over to my own house, I'm the like I grew up in our house is your house if you're here type of house, you know? And I'm just incapable of being a host, you know. I'm just like, well, I don't know, like you need something to drink, go get it out of the fridge. I don't like the cabinets are yours.
Yeah.
But if I go to someone else's party, then I become the like I'm like a nanny, or no, that's not I don't even know what to call it. I'm like the person, like one of my friends was like at his party, he was like, Ashley, stop cleaning up. That makes people think the party's over and they want to leave. You know? Like, I was like, no, I'm just picking stuff up. It's your birthday. I don't want you to pick it up tomorrow. He's like, no, you know? Get out of here. The mother hen, that's what I become when I'm the guest.
The mother hen.
Yeah.
That's really cute.
Whatever. Yeah, make sure everybody's like having a good time.
That does not surprise me from our friendship, for what it's worth.
Well, you know, I could probably adopt the personality when I host myself.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm like that though. I'm just like, yeah, this is my house now. I'm comfortable here. I don't, you know, like everybody be good. But yeah, I love how social you are. It is definitely an inspiration.
I am such an introvert, actually.
I know, but you do it anyways, and it's good for you, right? Does it energize you at all?
It isn't awful.
I've found, though it drains my social battery, it's like a car battery where if you don't use it, it just dies. You know, like being social will drain my social battery temporarily, but I have to be social in order to not be really depressed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think there's something to that. It's a muscle you have to keep flexing or you lose it.
Yeah. I think finding my like sweet spot of social is something I've really been working on. I was really spoiled, you know, before I got married and left this 3-hour diameter of my life, or where all my friends and family lived for all of my life. You know, I never had to make friends. I never had to figure out what social situations energized me or were good for me, because I just, you know, there was like an existence that had been all my whole life and it was easy. And now I'm having to like figure that all out. And I used to think that online only was good for me. It's not. I don't know why it's different though.
What do you mean by online only?
Like, well, for instance, I went and saw like two of my trips this year were seeing two of my best friends that live in other states, and it's just different hanging out with close friends in person than it is playing games with them online, or even just hanging out in Discord. But I don't know why physical proximity matters to me. You
I
know?
think there's so much more fidelity in a human interaction if you're in person than there is when you are not. Like, you can see someone smile,
I
for
love that.
example.
Yeah.
You have so much more ability to parse their tone and intention if you're having like a nuanced conversation.
That's true.
What else? Oh, they can give you a hug. That's really nice.
You know, that's
really
fair.
nice. Yeah.
That's fair. I had not realized how touch starved I was over the course of COVID. I was really high risk. I was on a medication that made me high risk during all of COVID, like the bulk of, the first however many years. And, now I'm off it and I can go be social. And I was like, oh, wow, people are hugging me and it feels good. Like, what?
Yeah. I had a very similar experience. Like the first time I hosted a party after however long. A couple of my really close friends from all the way back in. I think one of them is all the way back to middle school. The others from high school came, and after everybody else left, they just kind of hung out for a bit, and we sat on the floor by the couch and gave each other hugs and cried for like an hour, and it was lovely. And I was like, oh my gosh, getting hugs and connecting with human beings is incredible, and I really like this. And then the next day I installed online dating apps. So that's the story of how I started dating again. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. I missed those because I just went from long-term monogamy to long-term monogamy to long-term monogamy. I just jump real quick after one ends, and I have no idea. Like, that whole culture, part of our culture, is just like lost to me.
It's increasingly just becoming how people date, I think.
It is.
Like, there
It's
just
literally
isn't anything else to it somehow.
I find the idea intriguing because, part of, like, I would just date within my friend group, which is like by the way, terrible idea. Like, if you want to keep friends. But like, all my friends would like meet people at like bars and stuff, and I was like, I hate that life. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't like loud places. I don't like dancing. I'm awkward. I can't do this. And yeah, I think millennials and whoever is in existence and using and dating nowadays, like, they haven't made. Or not. I've seen a lot of people say that, like, we don't know how to be social for real because of it.
Oh, it's interesting.
Well, it's mostly boomers that say it, though, so,
Well,
it's kind of like that thing. Like, just like me, I like look at Gen Z. They're doing, like, these weird things on TikTok, saying the stuff that I'm like, what? Like, what are you? What are you even saying? Like,
are we...
every generation looks down on the next.
Are you talking about Zibidi Toilet? Because...
What? Like, what is that?
I feel like that was self-explanatory.
Yeah, exactly. I have big boomer energy. It's fine. But yeah, because we, I'm kind of in like the middle of generations because my family didn't have a computer until I was 17. I didn't have a mobile phone until I was 19. So I didn't like grow up in this social age, or this like digitally social age. But then I quickly adopted it because, I mean, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm curious to see, like, I should look and see if I can find any scientific papers on it, because I've seen a lot of people say, like, that it's been harmful for social development. No, I think it just changes it. Yeah, I'd be curious to see, like, down the line, when research is done, like what happened?
I don't feel like we'll ever really know. By the time that we're researching studies like that without current bias, we're gonna have forgotten what the world used to be like.
That's
I
true.
think.
That's yeah. The world moves so fast. I'm just trying to keep up.
Do you read like? Sometimes I'll see like a blog post from one of the online dating databases or something like that, which is like, this thing happened and this thing happened and 60% of people now met their partner online and well, I mean, no, that's not a real number. I just made that one up.
Right.
Do you ever read stuff like that?
When it comes across, I haven't actually seen in a long time any from dating apps. I remember, and I also like if it's a blog from a company, I always like am so skeptical.
Right. Yes.
You know, that's why I'm like, I'd like to see some impartial data here. But I do really enjoy that. I find humans fascinating, and I love understanding what makes people tick, and like what drives them and like how they're different. So I would actually love to read something like that.
40% of people meet through dating apps, according to a Stanford study.
Oh, Stanford! Wow.
That's like
I wonder
current,
if it's
yeah.
at Stanford though. You know, like is it like what was their
I bet it's in America. That's my
yeah.
guess. I don't know. May should have cited that though. I
bet
will.
they did. Yeah.
I will reprimand May appropriately later.
Huh. 40%. That's wild. You know, I met my husband through a friend. Through a mutual friend, my best friend. He said like, "Oh, I have a buddy coming over tonight." I had this like tradition where I would just like do my family stuff on Thanksgiving, and then I headed to this friend's house. We would hang out and play board games and just, you know, shoot the shit and stuff all night. But he was like, "Hey, I have a buddy that's coming over. He just got back to the States, and he'll be over at like midnight." And I was like, "Okay." And then within a month, I was married.
Yeah.
So
You moved very fast.
yeah. We didn't have that like dating app or like whatever experience, but we were under a time pressure because he was moving to Germany, and I just don't do long distance well, which probably goes back to that like physical proximity thing that I talked about with friends. Like if I know that I can't do it with a partner, I probably should have understood that it's not good for me with friends either.
How does your partner feel about board games? You have family game nights and stuff?
Yeah, no, we don't. I actually should. I should get him to play some like co-op games with me. We both really more play like big, like 4 to 6 player games. And he hasn't been able to come out. He's not available like on the night that I go out, unfortunately. But yeah, he's like super strategic. Like he plays like Eve and stuff like when it comes to video games. So he gets a kick. And in fact, the night that we met, we played Blockus together, which is a very simple board game. If you haven't played it, it's a lot of fun. As long as no one looks up the broken strategy.
Yeah.
And then it's no longer fun.
Believable.
But that one night, none of us knew the broken strategy. You hear that, people? Play Blockus. Don't look up how to play Blockus. Just play it. Don't let anyone else look it up. It ruins it.
Um,
He's yelling from the other room. It's only the first 3 pieces.
Don't say that out loud.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up. But yeah. So there's a little foundation of board games with us. More video games though. We spent the majority of our first 2 years of marriage playing Counter-Strike Go, which is wild because I don't even play FPSs anymore. I think I outplayed what would be the word? Oof, I exhausted myself on FPSs. We'll say that.
Sure. Yeah. You burned out on FPS. I played a lot of CS once upon a time.
Source or Go?
What was that?
Source or Go? Counter-Strike Source or Go or?
I think I played 1.6.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm old.
Yeah.
It was fun though. Back when I could successfully click on heads. I can no longer click on heads. I still enjoy them though. My friend Nick is a professional first-person shooter player, and he's gonna come on later today to chat about his year with me. And so when PUBG was a huge thing, I would team up with him, and he did the shooting that mattered, and I just got to have the enjoyable FPS experience of like spraying my weapon at enemies and hoping that something hit them.
I love that. That's basically me in every game. I have so many incredibly talented friends that, very strategic, and I just want to like hold Wasty, Wasty Mouse One or whatever. Like, I just looked it up. I have 1,200 hours in Counter-Strike 2, or what was Counter-Strike Go, which is
Oh yeah, they like
bad.
deleted Counter-Strike Go, huh?
Yeah, they were like, just kidding. This is now Counter-Strike 2. Haha. I haven't played it.
How are the reviews doing on that? Because I saw they were terrible for a while.
Yeah. Anecdotally, everyone complains about it. I'm actually curious. Let me look and see what it's like on the store page. It's interesting how gamers will like band together to just review bomb a thing. Very positive. Recent reviews mostly positive.
Okay.
Interesting.
Not bad at all.
Yeah,
You only hear about stuff when it's doing particularly badly, I guess is how it works.
I'm really, really confused about Starfield because I only heard great things about it when it came out. But I was too invested in Baldur's Gate 3 at the time.
You only heard great things about it when it came out. Huh.
Yes, and
I heard
then
very
now I only hear bad things about it.
Huh, I still only hear middling things. The entire time, I have just heard stuff that's like in the middle.
Maybe it's because I have so many friends that are obsessed with Fallout. That's how my husband told me, you'll like it. It's just like Fallout in space. I was like, oh, okay. So, like, maybe you just gotta be, it's like really good for those people and then not for everyone else. I've heard it's boring and that, there's nothing to do on the planets and stuff, but I haven't played it.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that you are another streamer?
Say it again?
Would you say that you are another streamer? You certainly have streamed.
Oh, Bucket. That's what my mom say, Bucket. I am a hobbyist streamer at this point. If that makes sense. I was full-time years ago, and now I just do it for funsies.
It is no longer your job, but it is something that you get to enjoy sometimes. Probably the right way to do it.
Yeah, my poor community. I'm like, I promise I'll stream this week. Haha, just kidding. This week? Maybe. But yeah, I have the luxury of doing that because it's not a job.
Yeah.
But and it's different now because now I can play whatever game I want. So, Baldur's Gate 3, played the hell out of that. Right now, this is probably the worst sin you'll ever hear me admit to.
Okay.
I am just now starting my very first Mass Effect playthrough. And I'm so upset.
I'm curious how it's holding up.
Oh, it's so good, and I'm so upset
Okay.
at every single person that didn't sit me down and like set me straight over the past decade. You know, it's been in my inventory for so long, and I was like, hey, you know, I'll get to that. Uh, it is. I'm still in the first one because I'm a completionist, but I'm in love, like in love with it.
Yeah, Mass Effect is. I never actually finished 3, but it was a game that I. Probably the reason that I didn't finish 3 was that I played 2 like 5 times in a row. Because it's also from an era of gaming where, like, by the time you were finished it, nowadays there would be another new hot game to go play. But back then it was like, there were like 2 or 3 years in there where Mass Effect 2 was just the best game like that. And there wasn't much to compare it to. And so people would just play it over and over again. And then, when Mass Effect 3 came out, there's like a huge amount of expectation to live up to what is basically nostalgia at that point. It's really hard for a new game to be as exciting to you as a game that you've already fallen in love with over 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also heard they updated it after the outrage. Apparently.
Outrage.
What, you know, whatever. The complaints about the third one. Apparently, they like added some story or ending. I don't know because I've avoided spoilers, but
I didn't get far enough to be outraged. I only got far enough to be like, this isn't Mass Effect 2.
Like,
and then I stopped playing it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so sad. Yeah, man, that has to be interesting, like for people who've been in game development the past couple of decades to have experienced the expansion of their industry. Because you're right, something like that, it's like you heard about those things like there was like a game a year, and now it's like it was really difficult for people to decide the game of the year this year. I mean, obviously it was Baldur's Gate 3, but there were other games that in any other year would have won, right?
Sure.
But like you know, Breath of the
It was really hard for people to decide the game of the year, which was obviously Baldur's Gate 3. Just as long as we're clear about. Yeah.
I mean. I'm obsessed with Larian. I've never been a fan of a studio before. Not that type of person usually. Never been a fan of voice actors before. Like I never even know the name of voice actors, you know. And
they've done an incredible job of marketing the game post-launch. Like
they really did.
Turned the voice actors into marketers as well. Like actors doing press after a film release almost.
Yeah, they've all become little like influencers, and I actually saw a voice actor complaining about, not about them, but complaining about studios that now seem to expect their voice actors to just freely become influencers with no pay, you know? Like,
yeah, it is an entire extra job. So I always used to feel like I was losing my mind when I saw what Wizards of the Coast would do with Magic players, where they were doing like features on Magic players and everything like that. And it's like those people are like basically on staff for you. You should be paying them if they're going to be this involved in marketing your game. But it was just like they loved Magic and were happy to do it.
They were just like, yes, yes, feature me.
Wow. Yeah, but I have long been suspicious of people being asked to do like extra unpaid work to market things.
Oh yeah. I bet you're quite familiar with all of that.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's just a little bit. Oh man, this is like totally off top of gaming, but I just have to say reading your book this year was like so vindicating for me. Having been in like the creator industry, it was just like it was very validating and very vindicating.
Yeah.
But and that's sad. I wish that were not the case. I wish I could say like my experience in the creator industry was sadly unique, but unfortunately, it is not.
Yeah, you don't want a book about like trauma that you and your friends have experienced to be book length, for starters. Like a short blog post, maybe, but book length, not great. And then you also don't really want other people to be like, wow, that really spoke to me. Like
And it's like, oh,
it's unfortunate.
oh no. But I think it's important, like, because people get away with things because other people just think it's normal and like haven't heard anyone else like say like, oh no, it shouldn't be this way.
Hmm. Yeah, I think
Which is
about that
good.
a lot. A lot of people who do bad shit in the world today have just kind of grown up seeing other people do it and
Hmm.
don't even consider that it's bad behavior, which
Uh,
blows my mind. But
yeah,
I think it's true. So,
that's that's true. Like a kind of nurture over nature type of thing.
mhm.
Huh. I wonder. I think some people get burned too. Like maybe they had a, like a moral compass that they kind of started to lean into, and then you get burnt, and you're like, well,
Oh yeah, like people will be trying to do good in the industry, and then someone will just treat them with the most egregious dehumanizing behavior imaginable, and then they'll be like, well, I guess that's not what we do here, and turn
yeah,
around and, you know,
yep,
start doing the bad stuff instead.
yeah, and that's really sad. Hmm. I can't wait. I do see the shift. Not as much in the creator industry, but in the gaming industry, we've seen Riot and Blizzard and everyone get their comeuppance, these past 5 years. I'm curious to see if there's actual lasting change from it. I really, really hope there is. But
I don't know.
we'll
I don't
see.
know. There's some sort of change, but I feel like it's never. It's always coming through a marketing team. It's always like
Yep.
being presented as being more than it actually is, maybe.
Yeah, well, I think for me, the fact that victims got reparations, the
Yeah,
government forced.
the Blizzard lawsuit was really good, and there should have
Yeah.
already been like, I don't know, like at least 20 suits like that, and it was the first one, and
Mhm.
so that's like the bad thing about that. But it's nice to see one
Yeah.
happen.
And now that I think Riot and them both had lawsuits that they had to pay a lot of money out, and I think now
I
that
forgot
people have
about the
seen that
Riot one. Yeah,
happen,
okay, good call.
maybe other people will feel more comfortable coming together to do that because there's a fear. I've gone through the same thing. There's that fear of like, if I say anything or do anything about this thing that I know is not right, or about this way I've been treated, then it's possible I ruin my own prospects for the
Hmm.
rest of my life, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And m- the more people do call people out and the less choice people have to like uh blacklist them. What's the
Blacklist.
blocklist them?
Blacklist
Well,
sounds right.
yeah, I know, I've been trying to not use whitelist and blacklist, but I don't know
Ah.
what you would do in this for this use of the term because I've only usually it's ban list is what I use in a technical situation. That's kind of weird for.
Yeah.
I'll have to think about that one.
Make them persona non grata.
Yeah, like if you have no choice, everybody might call you out for your stupidity. Then you gotta hire them. What can you do? that's my dream.
In that context, it's really interesting to me that the lawsuits we're talking about are against very large scale orgs. Like maybe there's some number of people you need who are angry at once for people to come together to have a lawsuit like that happen.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think
I don't
part
know.
of it is I'm not sure about these lawsuits, but I remember um, way back in the day when I worked at Bath and Body Works, they were always getting in trouble and having some lawsuit, and it was always from the state of California and their employees in the state of California because they're the state like pays for it. They get a bunch of people together if there's like enough issues, to your point, like if the scale is large enough or whatever to do one massive lawsuit versus like if there's like just me, and I was done wrong, I have to take on the burden of paying a lawyer
Mm-hmm.
and then hope that I get something out of it, and maybe I don't, and then maybe I'm blacklisted. And I don't think the normal person can afford that.
Yep.
Lawyers are expensive, and that's how people get away with shit. Oh,
You're not wrong.
yeah.
It was... Yeah, one of the things about writing my book was I talked to a lot of women who were in situations where they faced sexual harassment and other terrible things at work. And I would often ask about like how the Me Too movement sweeping through gaming had been for them, because it was what, in 2020, or it was happening not too long before I was writing the book, so it was
Yeah, that
fresh on
2020
the-
sounds right.
yeah, fresh in the imagination. And a very, very, very common response I got was like, yeah, I guess it's great to see, but it hasn't helped me in any way because I'm isolated at work. Like, I don't have a group of people to support me and band together to call somebody out. It's just like me working in an office that's predominantly men, or I'm a streamer by myself in a gaming space that's predominantly men. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, it's
I don't want to stand up by myself and yeah, risk getting ostracized and everything. So
Yeah. Yeah, the risk, having to stand up by yourself and almost re-traumatize, in some cases re-traumatize yourself is,
mhm.
yeah, it's sad. I'm glad that there were some people that actually got banned from that time. I get angry every time I see other names that are still around,
Yeah.
but I hope it's the same. I hope that just continues to empower people to speak their truth and come together and uplift other people, because no one else is going to change the world, right?
What things have you felt have gotten better in the world in 2023?
Ooh. In the world.
Yeah.
I've
You
been
want-
amazed to
Okay.
see people come together, even though there's like two sides to it, but come together to support the citizens of Palestine. Like the power of the internet. I feel like I was thinking about how during 9/11, right? I remember everyone around me like being like reacting with so much like very similar to what people on the other side are reacting now, of like well, we should just go like flatten that country, right? But in that time there was not a big social system that was digital where you could like find other people that believe the same thing as you, right? And realize like, no, there are other people that don't believe you should just go flatten a country, like wipe out all these innocent, citizens and children and stuff. And I think that's been really cool to see this year. Even if it's like it sucks that it's happening. So
Yes.
I'm just talking about the silver lining here, not the whole situation. If you know what I mean.
I wrote and deleted a tweet because I felt like it needed to be longer than a tweet, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to make a video about it, about how when I moved to the US, Afghanistan was a country that we played against in cricket in New Zealand. Like, I was used to seeing their athletes and their cricket team and people on interviews on TV being charismatic and everything like that. And then I moved to the US in 1999 in December. And so I'd been here for a little under 2 years when the Twin Towers got attacked, and then we went to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. And I remember hearing the way people were talking about Afghanistan and like at school and stuff. And I vividly remember there was one night I was watching TV and there was like a live feed of the bombing of Kandahar. And I was just like so upset. Like what the fuck are you doing to these people who my heroes play cricket with?
Right.
And there's like celebration of it, and it gave me a tremendous appreciation for international sporting events is one thing it did, because as a 13 or 14-year-old, I had already been given a reason in life to care about these people who lived on the other side of the world. But now, with conflict in the Middle East again, it has been really meaningful to me to look on Twitter and other places in the internet and see that there are people standing up and saying, like, hey, these are people, including you're getting voices from the conflict itself, and getting to actually see who these people are and hear their stories and support them, I mean, in ways that we can.
Love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is, yes. One nice thing about social media is that it makes it easier to have empathy for people around the world. One not so nice thing about social media is it makes it easy not to feel empathy for lots of people all around the world as well.
It's true. It is a double-sided. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Twitter is a hellscape, but also, it has it exposed me to so many things that I would never have thought about. I do love that. And I didn't have anyone I knew, not like no sporting team, nothing, when 9/11 happened. So there was I feel like for me and all the people around me, there was nothing to humanize people. Although I just felt like I was in a mental institution, just surrounded by crazy people, at my age of that. Well, I don't want to. Never mind. No one knows exactly how old I am. But,
okay.
I was in school, but I just remember thinking, what is wrong with all the adults around me? I just did not understand. It was almost traumatizing and scarring to see people that I thought were kind and loving individuals turn into hateful. I don't know. It just blew my mind. As much as I am intrigued by and love. Love the human mind. Sometimes it's scary. It can be very scary. I love that about 2023. I 100% agree with Selechi. Sorry, I know I mispronounced that. They said the games industry unionization movement, and really honestly, any industry unionization movement this year has been such an inspiration to me. I'm like, heck yes, down with man. Let's go. 2023 is the year workers rise up. I can't wait to see. I hope in 2024 we actually see widespread movement of games unions. I've talked to a lot of people in games about it, and everybody wants to do it, and it's just how do you organize people is what it comes down to.
That's really exciting. It was very enjoyable for me to watch a huge number of game developers come together and just absolutely obliterate Unity.
Right?
Because
they're whoa.
They're such smart people. They know what they're doing, and they're in a position where they can actually stand up to the suits who are making terrible choices to try to juice profit and say like, hey, no, that's not okay. Also, they're indie game developers, so they're not really like, they don't belong to Unity. Like
Mm-hmm.
seeing Megacrit move their game that they're working on from Unity to
Oh,
Godot
that's so cool.
in response to
Yeah.
that was like, hell yeah, they fucked up.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah. Get wrecked, suits.
and it's just kind of, it is refreshing to get a W in the world always.
Yes. And we had another one in gaming. The what was his name? Zero Punctuation. You know what I'm talking about? There's a YouTuber, and I can't remember the name of the company, but
So that was like a YouTuber who did like game reviews, I think, and then
yeah, he's
they
like,
became more commercial and like got
well,
on
yeah, he sold to
something.
like a company, and then that
Okay.
company got bought by another company, and basically, so instead of just being a YouTuber, he worked with like, you know, a group of video production staff, and their producer was just unceremoniously fired overnight, and all of the staff on his team, all of the production people quit and went to work for him. They started their own company that's employee owned. All of them, literally all of them. And so Zero Punctuation doesn't own the IP, but he was like, no, I don't care, I'll just make new IP. And then they did. And I'm like, okay, well, we're sticking it to the man in 2023. Let's continue. Let's keep this going. Put the power back to the people.
That's pretty rad. I didn't actually know that story.
Yeah, I love a good. I was never someone who watched like Jersey Shore, you know, like any kind of trash TV. But then I find myself, you know, like on Twitter, really reveling in justice drama. You know, I'm like, gotta look up everything. I join their Discord. You know, what's going on? This is the best soap opera I've ever seen. Oh, The Escapist. Thank you. That was. Yeah, the entirety of the Escapist video department. He was the only one I watched. So, but now I'm like, now I'm gonna watch the other ones. Yeah. Imagine trying to continue Zero Punctuation without Yahtzee, like the person who created it and has voiced it for over a decade. Would be wild. I was really curious to see if they try to like AI his voice or something.
Ooh, do you think they have rights? Ooh, that would be wild.
Wouldn't
People
it?
would not like that.
No, they wouldn't. But, you know, it's like, it seems like those type of people don't care right now. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Like there's a bunch of people who would be like, hey, this is the most reprehensible thing in the entire universe. And then there would be a bunch of other people who would be like, this is so funny. I love watching this. And yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
The world.
The world. Yeah, AI's been weird to me this year. I can't say. I think parts of AI are a win this year, and parts of it are a loss. I asked a dev, right? I said something. I was really being flippant at the time, but I said like that I couldn't figure out if AI was the direction of AI was evil or not. And he was like, whoa. You know, AI is not evil or good. You know, it's the application of it. And I was like, oh, you know what? I don't usually like my sentence structure being policed, but you are so right. You know, that is so on point.
Yeah, I've been thinking of it as a tool rather than like I don't know. People think about it like a god or something, and I don't mean that. I don't mean that in terms of like it's going to have power of the universe. I mean that in terms of like it's unchangeable and it just exists outside of the space that we can affect it. But it doesn't. It's a tool that we can use in the ways that we want, and it will, you know, do something based on how we use it. And so that's how I've been thinking about it more.
Right. And there's so many intriguing possibilities. Like, I it could be used. You know, people's fear is that one of the fears is like AI will take away our jobs, right? So it's like a common fear of a lot of things that's used politically, right? Everything's gonna take away our jobs. And the fear of that is then like, you know, how do I eat and feed and clothe myself? But what if AI could take away our jobs and make food to feed, you know, the populace? They didn't have to work. Like it could happen. It could be used for that. Will it be?
Problema es capitalismo or something. Yeah, one thing about thinking about it as a tool is that once AI isn't evil, but there's still immense suffering around it, you have to be like, wait a second. Wait, but something is evil. And then the following conclusion is pretty inescapable. So
humanity. You know, to bring it back to gaming, I played because I can't stop talking about this game. I played Dirge in Baldur's Gate 3. I played, you know, the Dark Urge.
Yep.
But I played it immediately as a, you know, resisting the Dark Urge. And I romanced Lizelle and Shadowheart, and I convinced both of them to leave their evil god's ways. And I was thinking a lot about, I'm a sucker for story of like rehabilitation or, you know, change. And I was thinking a lot about while I was playing it, and man, the writers are just phenomenal. I literally was crying. I literally sobbing at the end of my first playthrough, like sobbing like a baby. But I was thinking
I'm gonna
a
have
lot
to play
about...
Dark Urge, huh? I didn't realize that Dark Urge was something you could play to resist it. I thought it was just like what you played if you wanted to be evil.
Look at that. Yeah, they thought of everything.
Sounds like I have another 200 hours of the game to play.
I know. Yeah, and seeing the change in Lizelle and Shadowheart as well, like it really got me into thinking about how humanity is capable of the extremes of both good and evil, right? These are stories that mirror life to some degree, and it also got me to thinking too about like how important it is to give people the space and the grace to make good or you know, change, right? Like move on from their evil past and make reparations and try to do the good thing.
It's something that we are not good at on the internet.
Yeah. Twitter is like unforgiving. I don't know if it's all side to Twitter or if it's just, you know, creator and gaming Twitter, but I've seen so many people try to be something different and better than they were 5 years ago, and they're just slapped down. And I've seen some of them just, you know, throw their hands up and say, you know, F it, like,
sure, and
you know, damned either way. So
and like they presumably have an audience of people who don't care, so why does it even matter?
Yeah, it makes me really sad.
To them, at least. Yeah.
I was trying to think of like be more cognizant of the biases I've developed for people that have, you know, proven to be one thing or another in the past, and how, like, am I capable, and how do I ensure that I am practicing like that thought process? Because, you know, biases become very ingrained. You don't really think about them, but, you know, if I didn't like someone because of something they did 5-10 years ago, like, they could be literally a completely different person today. And how do I allow them to prove that to me?
It's a really hard puzzle.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not wrong.
Incredibly difficult. I have wondered it too. It's harder when you are on the internet, I think, because you don't... I mean, it's like not getting to see your friends. You don't get the same integrity and fidelity in your interactions with people. So yeah, it's like really hard to tell. But we want to live on the internet in a way where we can build meaningful connections. So
Mm-hmm.
there has to be
Yeah.
some way to forgive people and repair broken trust.
Right. Yeah, give them that chance to do that if they want to. I've definitely seen some people cancel on the internet that I felt like canceling was like too far, you know?
Mhm. Well, mob justice is generally understood to not be a great form of justice.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
so it's a little bit concerning that it seems to be like
Yeah.
our main one. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's oh, hot take. It's I feel like I always think about when I see someone has done or said something just egregious, I think about like myself 10 years ago and the things that I personally didn't realize were offensive or wrong at that time. You know what I mean? Like that I now know are wrong or hurtful, but were part of my language or you know what I mean? Like I just didn't
Mhm.
know.
Yeah, I've got some
And
too.
I feel so thankful that I wasn't really on the internet like at that time, you know, like and I feel bad for like kids these days because I think about all the dumb shit I did, you know, in school, and some
Mhm.
of them get that recorded now, and that's like on the internet forever.
Yep. Right to be forgotten.
Yeah,
It
we need that in America.
should be possible for people to just be like, well, that is a thing I did 15 years ago. If it were an actual crime, the statute of limitations would have stopped applying like a decade ago. And now you're like looking it up online and coming after me for it.
Yeah, 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 and I feel like there's so many ways for people to like. In some ways, it can be good, but I feel like it's probably not good that there's so many ways that people like archive the internet so they can like pull up all that past stuff. But
I have no good
Yeah.
solution to this. Maybe that's a thing that I'll think about next year.
What exactly?
Like how to have better trust between people on the internet. I think
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking. Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I do wish you could just like pull them into a room physically and be like, actually talk about this, not just yell at each other through, you know, Twitter. Or like even, you know, Tone is hate this about written socials, like you don't know tone.
Right.
And so some people will think someone's being mean to them when they're not. You know, it's like I'm really sensitive to that because I am like for sure neurodivergent, and I struggled my entire life with people not liking my tone. My tone conveying something that I really didn't mean it to, and it took a lot over 2 decades really of focus on EQ and like learning to fake that to stop offending everybody.
Yeah. Yep. I think that that's been a really nice thing about talking to people on stream this week is getting to actually hear people's voices and hearing what people mean. And also, like, when you talk to someone for an hour instead of exchanging 2 tweets or something, it becomes very apparent what their intention is in talking to you. Whereas when you're on the internet looking at a tweet or something like that, it may very well have been written for a completely different audience that you weren't even a part of. Like, it's like an in-joke for some gaming community or something, and now you're reading it and you're not part of that community and you're just misinterpreting the intention of the thing you're reading entirely. And maybe it
Mhm.
is actually offensive and was a bad thing to
Mhm.
say, but like that wasn't the intention necessarily, and
Yes.
you're missing that information. The thing I think about a lot.
If only I could read minds.
Oh,
Only.
my
No, I actually would hate
therapist,
that too.
my therapist told me that I was trying to read people's minds too much. Yeah,
Ooh. What did she tell you to do about that?
stop. Yeah, it was pretty
Any
straightforward.
no, just no, stop. I think
You've
it's
just got to trust people to tell you what they mean. That's what she told me.
yeah. I like that. I do that. Like I just, I'm just pretty straightforward and I found that people never believe that that's actually what I want. And I'm like, no, like I told you I want ice cream. I literally want just one ice cream. It's like
Hmm.
they're like, yeah, but do you want cookies? And do you know, it's like, no. Like just take me at my word. And then if I get something that I didn't want, then that's my fault. Yeah, I've been stopping in text. I do this a lot in a Discord that I am in. That's like, it's like an industry type, not industry. It's just like a bunch of creators and where people like talk about the creator industry. But if I have a friend that's has the same communication style with me, so if we get going in that Discord, I will stop and I will literally like put like a disclaimer like, hey, I'm not upset and I 100% respect this person's opinions and we're literally just having a conversation here, because I want to make sure like people understand my intent is not like that I'm not like pooping on this other person's opinion on something in the industry. I'm just like trying to talk it out because I wouldn't want other people to like be like, oh man, Ashley, man, can't say it even. Oof, she'll tear you apart. But like I wish everybody would do that. I wish everybody would just clearly state their intents. Oh my god, like this, like these aliens in Mass Effect. What are they called? There's like this weird blobby monotone alien that literally says the intent of every sentence at the beginning of their sentence.
I don't know.
The Hanar, yes. I'm gonna strive 2024. Oh yeah, Elcor. You're right. It's Elcor. I'm gonna strive to convince everyone that we should all be the Elcor.
All right, I'm on board. Alcor 2024. It rhymes. Good slogan.
Yeah, life would be so much easier. Reading between the lines is dangerous and not fun. I gotta say, watching you click all these colors that like pop up as you're playing this game, all the effects are really interesting to play. I've never played it.
Oh, you've never played Slay the Spire?
No.
It is a pretty good game. I have played it for 9,000 hours.
Okay, I feel
I feel like it is quite good.
Okay, earlier when I was like, oh, I played this game for 1,200 hours. That's oops. You just come back with 9,000. That's amazing.
I'm not actually at 9,000 yet. I'm at
okay. I'm like, what? Whoa.
8,857. So.
That's amazing. Oh no, I don't really have that much. That's that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really good. It is. I would be surprised if you didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, it definitely has. I've played the only card game like this. No, that's a lie. Okay, so I've played Darkest Dungeon, and I played that because obviously, well, I say obviously, I'm super into like Lovecraftian lore type of stuff, and people told me I would love it, and I do. It's just really hard, and I'm bad at it. Really enjoy that, but I tried to play I tried to play Riot's card game.
Legends of Runeterra is.
Yeah, I couldn't get into that. So I don't know. I don't know what the like. What is it I? You know what I mean? What is it I like? What is it I don't like?
A lot of people who like Spire like both of those games. I couldn't tell you exactly why some people like one and don't like the other. It's that is something that I have really struggled with since becoming a content creator, is starting to realize I just have no idea why I like the games I like. I just don't know. At some point, I stopped paying attention to like spoiler season for games, or not spoiler season, you know, marketing for games. Like the next big game is coming out, is this thing, this thing, this thing.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I would get excited for a game, and then I wouldn't like it at all, and then I would end up playing like 100 hours of a game I didn't hear about, that I didn't see any marketing for at all, and absolutely love it. And I just got frustrated. Like, this marketing is just not successfully bringing me to the game that I want to play. So I just stopped paying attention. And now I just find games by recommendations, basically word of mouth. Which seems
I was
to
gonna
be
say
going
that's
well.
been. I recently, I don't remember, I have no idea why, but a bunch of people on my timeline put up like an image that had like the covers of their top 20 games or something. And all of them had, almost all of them had a handful of the exact same games. And I was like,
Yeah.
I guess I gotta play all those games.
And were they good?
So far, yeah, they have been.
Sweet.
Outer Wilds, how did I miss that game?
Did you play Outer Wilds?
I don't know. I had never heard of it, you know, and now I'm like,
played it now?
best game ever made. Yeah.
Good. I am glad you're on board. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would recommend to anybody. I played that this year.
Did you play the DLC too?
I did, although I just, you know, now that you bring that up, I think I didn't finish it. I got distracted on the DLC. I finished the game, and then I did the DLC, because that's how I was told to do it.
Yeah, that's how I did it too. The DLC is worth finishing. Definitely.
Yeah, I should go back. I do that sometimes. I go very scroll mode and don't finish a game. Oh. I was playing Breath Edge, and then I was like, well, it's time to play Mass Effect. You know, like, okay, I guess I'll play that game one day. I don't know. My mind just was like, no, we're good with this. And of course, like, I have all these games in my backlog, but instead I like pull my Steam Deck out and play something like Brotato for way too many hours.
I was just thinking about
Brotato.
I think someone
so
mentioned
good.
Brotato in chat. Yeah, Brotato is a great example of how, like, you know, everyone's like, ooh, Elden Ring is coming out, and then like someone in chat's like, hey, have you tried Brotato yet? And I'm like, what's Brotato? And they're like, you're a potato with 6 guns. And I'm like, that sounds terrible. And then I play it for 500 hours, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. I get the thing about Brotato, though, for me at least, is that it's not the same game over and over. It's always fun and interesting, because I'm always trying out the different characters and trying to beat it with different characters.
There are games which are very different when you're playing through them the first time to when you're playing them and already like know everything. And Brotato is one of those, but also the first time you play it is like hundreds of hours long because of how many different characters they are. It's really cool.
Yeah, there's so many. And then just playing around with like trying to beat runs in different ways and stuff has been fun. But yeah, it's why I never get to my backlog, because I'm like, well, I'm just gonna play TFT for hours today instead. Although I have realized that the Steam Deck is like I got a condition in my wrist called I want to pronounce it decurvains. Apparently, like, 2 of the tendons in my wrist are just like messed up right now. And I looked it up, and it's also called gamer's thumb. It's like its other term. And
I have seen how to test if you have gamer's thumb. You're meant to like do this or something with your, and like, oh, and yeah, you do like that, and if it hurts, you have gamer's thumb.
Yep.
Okay.
I have that.
I'm
on
alright.
my left wrist.
It's yeah. It is common among gamers.
Yeah, yeah, right.
as the name suggests.
But the Steam Deck is causing that. I'd almost gotten rid of it, and then I started playing on my Steam Deck again, and then it's like flared up, and so I'm like, well, maybe
yeah, that is not fun.
Yeah, maybe I can't be a handheld gamer. My hands are tiny, and I feel like the size of it, I don't know. Until they make a child-sized handheld, I don't think I can play them.
This is a hidden misogyny thing. Like, I was talking about this on stream like 2 months ago. The game controllers are built for the average male hand size.
It's true.
Like,
well,
yeah.
As someone that's 4'11", nothing in the world is built for me.
Yep. Which is also shit.
I actually recently I was like, and I joke about this. It is 100% true, but I like to joke about the fact that I'm literally 1 inch taller than legally being able to be considered a midget or a little person, and which makes me sad. I'm like, if I could have just stopped 1 inch shorter, like it wouldn't have made any difference in my life, and then I could have been cool. But I was like, surely someone in the world has like developed furniture for this niche, and I was wrong. It doesn't exist. Because the expectation is like, just use children's furniture and just wear children's shoes and clothes, but those things are not made for ergonomics or aesthetics. They're different, and it makes me very sad.
Yeah.
I actually kickstarted a chair, an office chair, because it was the shortest and shortest seat tan depth or whatever that I've ever seen, and I got it in, and it's literally 1 inch too tall. I'm like, but it's the closest I've ever been. One day my feet will not dangle.
What are you excited about next year?
Ooh, 2023. I'm excited to reap the rewards of my work at Being Social the later half of this year and continue that, because I definitely, like, my mental is so much better.
Did I say next year was 2023?
You did. And you know what? I went with it. I didn't even notice until you said it. Yep.
Okay, whoops.
Yeah, you know what? It's just...
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It's just like I never remember like how old I am. I have to do the math of what year it is minus my birth year. I am excited. Yeah, and really to just like continue in the life that I have right now. Isn't that wild? Like I just feel like I'm in this sweet spot, like with my job, like with my hobbies, like I'm just mentally, like I'm just in this spot, and I'm like, okay, now we do the hard work to maintain, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you go on a diet, it's like dieting's hard, but what's harder is like staying. And so yeah, I'm excited to see what comes from that, and just continue to enjoy my backlog of video games, to be honest, because let's be real, like I'm an introvert, and I'm probably more excited about that. How about you?
I still don't know. I've been asking everyone, and I still haven't worked it out.
2024. Yeah, I am not. Yeah.
I'm excited about having more different types of energy. I think that's what I'm excited about.
What do you mean by different types of energy?
Outside energy, travel energy, thinking energy, doing energy, dating energy.
How do you fill
friendship
those
energy
batteries back up?
I don't know what the answer is, but they have been filling up more lately. So I must be doing something right.
Yeah.
and I wish I could tell you what it was. This year, I think I was kind of craving that, and I think that's one of the reasons why I tried playing 300 different games on Steam this year. I got up to like 105 or something, so it was the direction I was aiming, but I didn't make it particularly close.
I mean,
but,
even 105, wow.
Yeah, it's still a lot. And I think one of the reasons that I set that as a goal was that I wanted to find more different energy, basically.
Yeah.
And then I've also done therapy all year, and I feel like I'm in a spot now where I did get some from somewhere, and now I just have to use it.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I love that. I was in a place where I felt like I really needed to go to therapy. I tried to find a therapist, and they never emailed me back.
Oof.
But now I'm in such a good place that I don't feel like I need therapy, but I am considering going anyways, because I do believe, what's the word for like maintenance of healthcare? There's a word for that by healthcare. When you like
Maintenance
like a tune-up.
of healthcare. Tune-up.
You know,
that is
like a car tune-up, but
yeah, that is for cars. That's what I was going to say. Okay.
Preventative healthcare. Yes.
Preventative
Thank you,
healthcare,
delicious
okay.
grapes. Yeah, I think that I would like to go to a therapist for some preventative to help me maintain where I am versus what happens is I think for my mental at least is I spiral. I know I don't spiral. I slowly roll down that hill, you know, in a way that I don't really realize I'm doing it until I've, you know, reached the bottom. And I'm like, wait, what? How did we get here? We were doing so good, you know? And instead of like doing this up and down, I think I would like to see a professional and help me maintain and maybe even challenge me on, you know, my current status, like, because maybe I think I'm good, but then I'm sure there are avenues that are not, right? Like there's probably one of my batteries is not. Yeah. I think I want to do that. I do not like making New Year's resolutions. I feel like they're just made to be broken, but a life resolution I think would be to do that maybe this year. Yeah, soon. Do that soon.
Cool.
Yeah.
I am the exact opposite way with mental health. I am very good at writing the absolute fringe before I like crash, and then every now and then I get it wrong, and then I'm just like, well, I'm gonna be in a terrible place for the next 2 weeks, and then I get back out of it again. But yes, my therapist has been you know, instructing me on the value of doing things like taking a weekend sometimes and stuff like that, and I'm gonna be doing a bit of that this coming year.
Good.
We'll see how it goes.
Content creators are bad about working way too much.
Oh yeah.
Not taking that time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's amazing. I've been doing that with this job. It's the first job I've had ever where have work-life balance, and I'm just like, whoa, this is nice, and like I feel like I'm better at my job because of it. You know, like wait, what? I'm not burnt out, and I'm not in a constant state of burnt out for decades. What?
It does sound better.
Yeah, yeah, it's great. Yeah, all it took, you know, was to be like laid off.
Yeah.
Like realize no matter how much I gave to a company, my job was still at risk, and I was like, no, I'll never do. I'm never going over. You know, like I always gave like 200% to my job, and now I'm like, I will give 200% to my job in the 40 hours that I'm there.
Very reasonable.
Yeah,
reasonable.
yeah. Yeah, I worked like 60+ hour weeks for literally my entire adult life when I was working. I will say there was, you know, a period of time where I didn't work when I was in Germany, which is why I started content creation. And then I was like, I can't work. What should I do? I should make up a job for myself. You know, like. Yeah, it took a long time for me to realize it wasn't the job. It wasn't my bosses. It was me. I was the one burning myself out. You know, yeah.
Yep.
That was me.
It's a good thing to realize.
Yep. I told my boss, my current boss, going in, like, that was important to me. That I was willing to do crunch when it was absolutely needed, but I needed him to hold me accountable and not let me work 60-hour weeks for no reason, right? Like, don't let me do it, because I'll get really excited about a project and I'll just dive into it, and then, you know, and then I get burnt out and I'm like, I don't want to do this project anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think this is the year, Jorbs. This is everyone's year. 2024 is going to be the best year ever, as long as there's no world war. Sorry.
What do you think will be our? Wait, what did you just say? That was quite a hedge. That was a large hedge. Holy shit! All right.
That was a intrusive thought that just came out of my mouth. I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem. No problem. I get this too.
It's yeah. What were you gonna say? What do I think? What
do you think will be our year's Woodstock? If it's gonna be the best year ever? What's the like big social event that everyone's gonna talk about forever? TwitchCon. No. Doubt it. Doubt it.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's a really interesting question, because I keep seeing all these like cool events that everybody thought was cool, like Burning Man, that are like now like having weird things, or like, oh, everyone got trapped in the desert in the rain. It flooded, the desert flooded, and they got trapped there for weeks. No food or water. You know what I'm like?
I am not sure that going to the desert voluntarily is going to be like something that remains sensible in the coming decades.
Yeah, but I'm wondering like what replaces it, you know? If Burning Man, I mean, that's the, you know, socially, that's the one I think of as like the most well-known in Taylor Swift album release years.
No, it might just be Tay-Tay. It might be a Tay-Tay thing. I could see it being a Tay-Tay thing.
It has to be. What an icon. Dude, she is like, I never really listened to her music unless it was on, but I have been so invested in seeing her just like forge her own path in the industry. It just it amazes me. I could see her doing something.
I have not gotten into the personality cult of Taylor Swift, but I do enjoy the songs that she sings. They are very good.
I love that she's just like, she refused to be on Spotify forever. She like dropped her label and re-recorded all of her albums so that she owned them. You know, it's just like, she's just like, you know what? I do what I want.
Yeah.
I'm Tay-Tay. It's like, okay.
She is
I'm
Tay-Tay.
here for it.
Yep. No one else is Tay-Tay. That's for sure.
What do you think will be
the big event of next year? Megacrit's new game announcement. That's the devs for Slay the Spire.
Oh.
What will their next game be?
Oh. Do you know?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I do not know.
I feel like every dev I talk to is working on some unannounced secret project, and I'm like, whoa, what are all these games?
There are so many games. That's what I was gonna say. We got distracted, but I was gonna say my my thing that I think improved in the world in 2023 is the year we're finishing, is
Yeah.
I think indie games keep getting better and better
Yes.
and better, and it's
Holy
ridiculous
cow,
how good they are
yes.
getting now.
Mm-hmm.
There are just far, far, far more very good games than I
Mm-hmm.
am close to having enough time to play.
Have you played Slay the Princess?
Slay the Princess, is that a
Yeah.
Spire like?
Not at all. It's what are those called? Like a story. You just choose an option type of things.
I have not played that.
Very surprisingly amazing. The devs
Horror
themselves say
adventure.
don't watch anyone else play it. That
Okay, I won't.
it's best to just like go in. But yeah, I was like official novel. Thank you. I haven't played Stanley Parable, but while I was playing this game, a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's like Stanley Parable." Yes, and so I bought Stanley Parable, and I have it in my backlog now. It is, yeah, it's really, really good, and it just like randomly showed up on my feed. I was such a snob. I would not play indie games. In my mind, indie games were like some. I don't know why. I know that this is way off, but in my mind, indie games were some like stupid little 8-bit I top down
I mean, I know why you
2D, you
thought
know what I
that.
mean?
Because that's what they used to be. Yeah.
I guess, yeah. I just was way
And
behind,
now
and then
they're
now I'm
like Baldur's Gate 3 is very nearly an indie game. That's how they are now. Yeah.
yeah, and
Baldur's Gate 3 is not an indie game, but
right. Um,
there
is
are
Outer
projects
Wilds
kind of like
indie?
it. Yeah, Outer Wilds is indie.
Yeah, that's wild to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I went to when we were we were at PAX, I went to Seattle Indie Expo, which is just a bunch of indie devs like showcasing their games, and all of them, I was like, "Whoa, you did like just you, like, or just you and this person? What?
Yeah.
What do you like?" Yeah.
A thing that I love more than anything else in the world is when someone who is incredibly passionate about something is able to share it with me.
Yeah.
And I think that indie games are one of the mediums via which I get that the most out of anything in the world. There's so many indie games that are like someone just really loves something, and the way they were able to express it so somebody else could enjoy it too is make a game about it or using it or something like that.
Yeah, I like that. You beat the game.
I did beat
I
the
didn't realize
game.
this was a end of game, like it ends.
Yeah, it's like 1 hour long runs basically, and then you go again.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
And every
right.
time you win, you unlock the next difficulty until you have them all.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Made. Oh, this was made by 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Plus like voice talent and music and stuff like that. But yeah,
Right.
the main devs are 2 people.
Yeah. You're talking to people and they're like, "I'm the artist and the developer," and I'm like, "What?" Like,
yeah.
they're like, "What are you doing?" Or talking to a guy that's like, well, yeah, these small founders, the you're right, it's the passion. The passion and the talent is phenomenal. I played this game at the expo, that is, and there's another game that I bought that I haven't played yet. This is like this where it like emulates being blind. And in this one, it was like a 3D environment where you had to listen in either of your ears for these sounds and then actually turn and head towards the sound, um to pick up things, and like it would get louder the closer you got, and there's no visual at all. It was just a sound, and I was like, this is ingenious, like this is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But it was people that were like really passionate about like accessibility and stuff, and I'm like, I'm so happy that people like this have this platform now and can afford to make games. Well, I say afford, like, the blood, sweat, and tears until they can afford it. But, it's something like that could have not have been made 2 decades ago by 2 people or whatever.
Yeah.
We're lucky. I just feel so lucky to have been born in the time that I was born in.
We picked a good year.
Oh, we
Ish.
did, didn't we? I was like, all right, here we go.
2023 is going to be a sweet year.
Joe, is it 2023?
Yeah. Thank you for chatting with me. I want to take
Yeah,
a
this
little
was
break
awesome.
before my next guest. I think Pastry Time, like, works with Legend of Runeterra, or worked past tense with it. It's a caster or something. I feel like I've seen him do some stuff with it, or maybe he just plays it a lot. But I will ask him about Legends of Runeterra and why he likes it and Spire.
Oh.
Get to the bottom of this for you.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
joining me.
thanks for
Oh,
having
do you have
me.
anything that you'd like to plug that you're working on or excited about, or a place to send people if they want to watch you on Twitch when you stream every now and then? Or...
No. I'm good. I just hobby.
Okay.
So, but thank you. Yeah, this was great and great to chat as always.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Twitch chat. Y'all are so lovely. We are raising money for Free2Luv, which is an organization headquartered here in Seattle, local to me, although it helps people all around the states and in many countries outside the states around the world, which pays for arts programs for kids to engage in. They're very anti-bullying, they're very pro-acceptance and love, pro-creativity. They do things like put together personalized packages for kids to tell them they're amazing. They're a good org. And I'm really happy that we've raised over $10,000 for them already. If we somehow raised another $5,000 today, y'all could have another chat run. We're doing one chat run every $5,000 raised. If not, that's cool too. This is my version of hyping up donations to a charity. I just kind of vibe. Ashley seems like a cool person. Ashley is so lovely. Ashley is so lovely. Ashley and I met at TwitchCon for the first time. We went to the Twitch dinner the night before the convention, and I honestly wasn't even going to go to TwitchCon at all, but Ashley was in town, so I was like, yeah, I'll come to the dinner and hang out. And so we hung out with her and one of her friends and a few other people, and went and got food after the dinner ended because we weren't actually really eating at the dinner. And then I was like inspired to actually go into TwitchCon the next day because I had so much fun chatting with Ashley, and TwitchCon was just like not my speed at all. I was on the convention floor for about 15 minutes, and then I like met up with a viewer and went and had lunch in Capitol Hill with one of my viewers, which was just honestly lovely. It was great. I'd never met him before that day, and like the vibe seemed like they'd be fine, and I just wanted to get away from the convention. And then I came back to the convention and hung out with my friend Taylor, who is Frodan's wife. Frodan was on the channel with the TFT people a couple of days ago in the morning, and we hung out at the convention for a bit, and I was like, Taylor, you would really like Ashley. I'm going to introduce you to. So I introduced Taylor to Ashley, and then the three of us went and had dinner and talked for like 6 hours. So I spent like 15 minutes on the TwitchCon convention floor and about 9 hours total talking with Ashley. She's just lovely to talk to. She just keeps going and going and going and saying the most positive things imaginable. Huge fan of Ashley. Ashley is another content creator who has also done a lot of work on the back end of the streaming industry. All of Twitch is down. Well, that's not good. Is the stream on? I'm having some troubles. Don't reload. All right. No F5s. Do not reload. That's too bad. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. Some of y'all are already in the new year, right? It's already the new year in what? Australia, New Zealand? Probably. What's the time in Japan? Korea? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's 4:45 a.m. in Korea already. When does it hit Eastern Europe? What is the time in Romania? 9:46 p.m. The new year is coming up on Eastern Europe already. Cool. But I know it's the year of the dragon. I did not. I did not. My next guest is going to be pastry time. We're going to chat about... I don't actually know what we're going to chat about. But well, we're going to chat about what was great about this year together. But we got 15 minutes until then. I'm going to stretch my legs and use the bathroom and stuff like that, as I do after pretty much every run. In 12 hours, it's the 7-year anniversary of discovering JORBS and communally burning the roof of a mouth with oven pizza. I was doing what, a week of XCOM charity streaming or something? Was I doing a week charity stream then? Or was it just a one-night thing? Was it a charity stream at all? I feel like it was a 24-hour stream. I don't remember. 24-hour XCOM charity. I don't know if I could do 24-hour streams anymore. Maybe not charity. I'm pretty sure every time I've done a 24-hour stream is for charity. I would not do that. I would not do that to myself for no reason. I am not that hateful of myself. Hey, Pastry Time, how are you? 24-hour streams are so bad even for content purposes. I just don't think that's true. I think they are unhealthy, 100%. But like I discovered Obra Dinn through a 24-hour stream. I played Doki Doki Literature Club for the first time in a charity stream. And I started it 21 hours into the stream and then ended up going an extra 2 hours to finish it. I have some really good memories from 24-hour streams just because like the energy gets wild. Anything goes. No gun tech charity stream was a thing. Was it? Was that a charity stream? Gosh, I had no idea. There's a point that's like 17 to 22 hours sometimes where it feels like the energy is very low and the end isn't in sight. Oh yeah, I mean, that is 100% true. People do not have the energy to stream for 24 hours and have it be entertaining. You're not wrong about that, but it isn't necessarily about that. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'll be right back. Ashrap! Thanks for gifted sub to pastry time. Pastry time, if you're ready to go, you can start early. I'm good. I'm here. My girlfriend is in Texas right now, so she can't feed me. Except she can. She has been sending me, like, DoorDash deliveries. And sometimes I like, this is like a lot of food. But sometimes there's banana bread in it. And I've been leaving them outside for 4 hours. That was food that I had delivered to myself. That one was 100% on me. Alright, Zephyr and Xenia. Zephyr cuddled under the blankets with me last night. Xenia's been okay. They're both on a diet together, and they're being pretty good about not bugging me for food too much. Why, hello there.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's okay. How are you?
I think I'm really good. I'm just feeling pretty great today. Happy New Year's Eve, by the way.
Happy New Year's Eve to you too. We're almost there. Get me out, honestly.
Get me out!
Get me out of 2023. No, it's been okay.
You're on call to talk about the great things that happened in 2023, and that's what you're leading with.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Wonderful.
I think it's all about optimism in the face of adversity. That's the theme for my 2023. And a lot of good things have happened. Just a lot of change, which is change.
Mm-hmm.
Also, my cats are attacking me because my wife isn't home.
To introduce pastry time. How does one introduce pastry time? This is pastry time.
Oh boy. Hello.
Pastry time. I know you were like first knew of you through your League of Legends casting, but it's certainly not the only thing that you've done.
No. I think League is the most common thing, and it's crazy to me how many people I've met, mostly on the internet, that are like, oh, I know who you are, and like a field that is completely unrelated to League.
Mm-hmm.
So most people will know me from casting League. I haven't cast League in a minute, unfortunately, but I've been doing a lot of production, so a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. Still on the LCS, still in the same league I covered for 6 or 7 years. You've seen a lot of my work, or at least the influence of my work, in a lot of places, and hopefully in more, both within the LCS and outside of it.
You're doing a lot
But
of...
yes, most people know my voice from casting.
Mm-hmm. Done a lot of stuff with, like small segments between games kind of content is what you're making, right?
Yep, lots of YouTube content as well. So lots of shoulder content. Some of it's gone on the broadcast, some of it's just been for social or YouTube, but generally the thesis was like, if we're making something, we should probably put it in the place that most people see it, and turns out most people watch the broadcast. So most of the stuff I made, even if it wasn't intended for the broadcast, ended up on the broadcast in some capacity.
Sure, makes sense. Can I
Whatever you want.
get immediately emotional with you? Because visiting LA was one of the exciting parts of the year for me. I lived in LA for 3 years or so and was in a really bad relationship in my early 20s. And after it ended, I lived in LA when I was playing online poker, and the websites got taken down. And then a week later, my ex's mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and it was not a good couple of weeks. And I like stuck around LA for a year and a half, and things just kind of like were all terrible. And then eventually I came back to Seattle, and I hadn't really been back to LA since then. And this year I took a trip to LA in the end of winter, I think, before spring arrived to Seattle to see some sun and some friends. I just had so many people I'd met online who were in LA, and I was like, I need to meet these people. That was one of my goals this year, to meet lots of people who I had met online. And you picked me up from the airport. I was like,
Oh yeah, I'm a specialist.
yeah, I'm gonna be emotional. This is scary. I'm walking through this airport that I have so many strange memories in. And then I got like wonderful, friendly car service from the airport to a really nice restaurant that had bread. Which I love. Bread is my favorite thing. And
It's
got to hang out with you. And it was such a lovely way to wander
Yeah, it
back
was
into
great.
LA.
That's awesome. I think when I think of the things that have really impacted me positively this year, and again, any year that's been full of change and has been tricky, I think meeting like-minded people and meeting people where I think like I know this is a big thing for the charity you're promoting, but I think it's like a generally true statement for people is that like someone having your back is really important, and I think sometimes, especially in work where you feel really isolated, whether it's your job itself is naturally isolating or you just do a lot of work and aren't necessarily good at asking for help, and just kind of solo a bunch of stuff because it's easier in the short term to do so. It's easy to forget how important people are in just impacting you and making your work and your personal life better. And it's funny you mentioned that meeting, because one of the things that I've taken away that I'm still thinking about right now, sitting in this chair, is I think I said like I'm having trouble figuring out what I want to do, because again, I was going through a lot of change this year, and I'm still going through some of that, if not a lot of it. And I said to you, like, one of the things I really want to do is create more. I think like feeling like I'm making something, whether it's for just me or for other people, whether it's lucrative or not, is really important to me. And I think sometimes when you work on something, you make things for that product, not necessarily for yourself. And you said like, oh, you should just do it or something like that. And I've taken that thought with me through the entire year, and I'm going to take it into next year. And it's something that like I can't stop thinking about, because like it's such a simple concept, but it's a really important one. And I think it's one that you can't really appreciate until someone else tells you. And you were the person that told me. You were the first person to tell me, hey, you should just do it.
Yeah, look at me.
Yeah. So now I'm trying to figure out what that is, but I've been doing a lot of things in my spare time. I have a lot of plans for next year. So with any luck, you'll see things pop up in a bunch of different spaces potentially. But I think I'm definitely in the like make as many things as possible and just get back into the idea of creating. And doesn't matter how good it is, just make things, get them out there, and then see what happens. And then eventually I'll figure something out.
That's really exciting. I'm very excited for you. I am having no, I'm not gonna talk about that.
I'm not going there.
I know a lot of very kind people. I can generalize. I can generalize the statement instead of making it specific. I know a lot of very kind people who are very thoughtful. They do things for others a lot. And something that has been a recurring thing for me this year in getting to know people better has been trying to convince these incredible people I know to take some time for themselves. Like, so many people care so much about so many things in the world, and they are such incredible people who could be doing their thing instead of caring about some other person's thing to make sure it went well. And it's been really exciting to me to see people who have started to get that going. In my book, I write a lot about my manager, Hannah, who went from working for an esports team where she was like just generally not valued or appreciated at all to like managing streamers on her own and sending invoices to people under her own company name and seeing a few people work that stuff out has been incredibly rewarding for me this year.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's funny. I was obviously on talent for a long time. That's still a skill set I have, still something I'm looking to try and do some of. I did a little bit this year, which was great fun, but it's one of those things that doesn't really leave you. Like, I'll always have the skill because I did it for a decade. But I think the thing that I found challenging was that I am someone that loves to work with people. Like, I really like the teams of people I've worked with across my career have been incredible, and they've been working with people, working together is something that's really important to me. And I think something about making things for yourself that can be tricky is like, well, if I'm doing it myself, I don't necessarily have people to work with, or like I don't have a when you feel like the bottleneck or the sole point of failure, it can be very stressful. But it turns out, like, even if you're a solo content creator, say, or a solo streamer, you have a network of people, and I'm sure you've discovered a lot of that this year as you've met a bunch of the people that you've known on the internet this year.
100%.
Yeah, turns out, like, people are still there even if you're doing your own thing in very big cartoon-like air quotes.
Yeah. Well, I'm very, very excited for you. I was gonna say, I had a really good conversation with a few people from the TFT community earlier this week.
Oh, nice.
About the Las Vegas TFT thing and the ways that the TFT community kind of comes together for competition in a game that doesn't have a huge, like, pro competitive scene or anything. And really it's built to be kind of a social party game, more of a casual game than a competitive game. But like, they're doing all of these incredible things with building competitions for it anyway. So that has been on my mind a little bit. How do I get, like, even more of this?
Also, I know we won't talk much about the game, but I am glad I tuned in for Watcher, because
I
don't know how the rest of chat feels. I don't know about my favorite. I think Silent's probably my favorite character, but I appreciate... let me put it this way. I've played Magic for a long time. I'm a long-time combo player in Magic. Watcher scratches, like, that part of my brain in a way that the other characters don't.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've been enjoying Watcher a lot. I didn't spend much time taking Watcher seriously when she came out. And that means that she's kind of the character that I have the most left to learn on still, which is just cool to still be very much in the dark about some decisions as someone who's played the game for so long.
Oh, for sure. I think it's fascinating to watch any game get played for a long time with little to no changes and see things still evolve. Obviously, like, Melee is the best example of this, probably, as far as games that are around go. But I think even watching just you play Slay the Spire, I'm like, yeah, things have changed a lot since I started watching JORBS.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was a big patch and blah, 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 but, like, the game doesn't get changed that much, and still figuring stuff out, deciding on different strategies you want to go for. It's really cool to see games evolve. It's like, metagames are one of the things that draw me into gaming generally. It's why I've latched onto esports and competitive gaming for so long. It's because it's just such a deep environment where you get to see change over generally a long period of time, and you can build upon the skills you gain as you learn more about the thing.
Yes, so I was talking about this with Moda, who's a Trackmania player, earlier this week. I've had so many conversations this week now. You are here at the end of 6.5 days of me just talking to people nonstop. So I may reference previous conversations a lot, I'm realizing. He was talking about how when he's learning a Trackmania track, he will not try to do all of the hardest techniques at first. Like, he'll take more conservative lines through the corners and everything, and then he'll start doing things like drift cancels and speed drifts and little cuts and stuff like that to fully master the track. And when I was talking to him about it, I was like, I can't really relate to that. I feel like when I play a strategy game, I pretty much immediately, right from the start, I'm trying to play it at the max level. But then thinking about it more just right now, when you're talking about how the game has kept evolving, I was like, But on the other hand, I kind of am doing it. I think I just, like, maybe not realizing that I was, but so much of getting better at Slay the Spire has been like realizing that cards that I didn't used to click on very often can be used a little bit more than I thought they could, and like really pushing myself to find every tiny situation where like I don't quite have to click on skip here. I can actually click on a card that isn't great but is just barely worth having in this spot, even though I wouldn't usually take it.
Yeah, anecdotal, but watching a lot of your Act Ones recently, I've definitely noticed like you're taking more. Like, I mean, this is also like a product of Act One. Okay, this is. I'm gonna go back to my original point before we get massively derailed. But like, I've noticed you taking a lot more subpar cards to because you understand like, oh, this is just enough to get me through this specific portion of the act that if I don't, I'm going to die. So, and that's a really cool thing to watch someone who's very skilled at the game learn about themselves and understand. And I've definitely noticed a lot more like, I call them more minor optimizations for things like I need to kill Gremlin Nob. So I need this shitty attack because if I don't, I might die. And I don't want to die because the run's over if I die.
Yep.
Whereas me, I just send it. I'm like, you know what? If we die, it's fine. There's always the next run.
Some of that is because for a while I was more curious about what happened at the end of the run than the start of the run too. And so I was playing runs in order to be well set up for endgame to try to see what sorts of endgame synergies were performing the best for me, which meant I was being more cavalier about the chance of dying in Act 1 because I like didn't want to have to get to the end of the run with like, I don't know, a streamline in my deck or something. Streamline's kind of fine, but like, you know, that sort of idea. Didn't want to overload my deck with bad damage commons and then play the rest of the run and get to the end of the run with 5 damage commons in my deck still and not actually be playing a late game build and feeling like I was learning much from it. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, that totally does.
Yeah.
It's funny because I think you and I are somewhat similar in how we approach games, even though we have somewhat different backgrounds. Like we both have backgrounds in competitive things. Obviously, I'm a observer and interpreter of competitive things, but I've played in like small matter tournaments. Like in my younger days, I wanted to compete at things, but I realized that I enjoyed the challenge of being good at something more than the joy of winning. And I have someone that's talked to a ton of competitive people across lots of different spaces, mostly gaming and obviously mostly League of Legends, but the number one certainty among competitors is desire to win. In some cases, above all else. Thankfully, in most cases, like it doesn't involve cheating, but like there's like a very obvious drive that drives competitors, and they want to win. It's a thread you can always come back to. And the interesting thing is interpreting like what things got them to that point, because if everyone says I just want to win at the end of their post-game interview, it's not very interesting. So you have to like work backwards and uncover what things are interesting, and there's plenty of interesting things. But I'm someone that like I just don't care that much about winning, and I've been watching your recent Against the Storm VODs because oh my god, I am cripplingly addicted to that game. But there was a thing where you said I would rather die and learn than like win, and it's just like there's not that much importance placed on winning, and I feel that like the challenge and like joy of discovering something and figuring out how something works and understanding a system and like bettering your understanding of a thing is very joyful to me. And even though have been in competitive spaces for a lot of my life, even though I've competed at things at lowish levels, I realize that it's the journey of mastery that really intrigues me more than like gaining ladder points.
Yeah, I mean that's why
I have a funny feeling you're similar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I play a single player game instead of a game with competition. Yes.
Even
I'm
though
sure
you've
you've heard
many
me...
competitive games.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've heard the story of how I stopped playing paper Magic tournaments, or if I start telling it, you probably have.
Probably.
I had someone like trying to play extra land drops against me in the Swiss, and then in the top 8 I got paired against them again, and they looked at my full 75 cards when the judge was deck checking me in a like closed list Magic tournament where I brought a rogue deck, and I was so pissed off, and I just didn't want to be responsible for making sure my opponent wasn't cheating in my happy time. Like my happy time is being challenged by the game and trying to play as well as I can. and I want to focus on that and not be responsible for my opponent being a child.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was how I ended up in. Well, video games help because video games
Yes,
will
they do.
do the rules for you, you know. But eventually, I just realized I wasn't getting anything out of having an opponent. Really, just more fun to be on my own.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I have a lot of. It's even like it's funny because like I still play League every now and then, but even when I was playing a lot of League, after I got over the idea of like, well, climbing actually is like not important to me, and people would always be like, man, I hate solo queue, I can't stand it. I'm like, I actually really like solo queue. I'm like, why? What could possibly push you to like this, infamously cursed thing? And I was just like, well, it's like if you just don't worry about what's happening, like yes, it's a team game. It's frustrating when your teammates let you down, but like you've entered into the queue of the game where like you have to be self-reliant, and if you just focus on your gameplay and improving, you have a much more enjoyable experience. I actually ended up much more enjoying solo queue than not more than full 5 stacks or silliness, because that's always really fun, but I enjoy solo queue way more than the average player, I think, and it's because I'm able to very easily separate the result from what I'm actually trying to do, which is have fun and learn.
Sure. I also very much enjoy that about solo queue in League, which I played for a while. Started this year. I like played. I don't know. I guess my
Yes.
LoL GG is public, but
I remember your journey.
I got into Vi Jungle and made it up to gold.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, it was just that people started yelling at me sometimes, and then I was like, oh, even if I'm just trying to do my own thing, this game still has other people in it, and
It does, yes.
now I have to deal with them yelling at me.
You do. That's what the mute function is for. I will say, I find this is like a very niche thing, but I find it really fun to try and like get in the head of my own teammates and figure out what they're gonna do. Because typically, at any level of play, especially lower levels, which is certainly where I am in League, things happen that maybe you wouldn't see if you're used to watching 10 hours of pro games a week.
Right.
Oh, and it's really fun to figure out, like, what do I think my teammate's going to do based on how they're playing and how they're moving? And then actually capitalizing on those things and working with someone you've never met when you aren't in voice comms or anything with them. I found delightful, but I've also, like, pretty extensively studied play patterns of players across a very long period of time in this game. So maybe that's like maybe that's a personal advantage I get for commentating for as long as I have.
I think that's such a real thing. At the top level of League of Legends, you still see divergence in how people play a little bit, but for the most part, it's like people have mastered the mechanics of the characters they are playing. They understand the importance of different objectives around the map. There may be slight differences in how aggressive they are and how much they're willing to take coin flippy types of fights and things like that, but like the players aren't that different. Whereas in silver or gold elo of League of Legends, like I was a player, I think my macro is fairly solid in League of Legends, but I cannot click my buttons. When I play Ahri, the charm will actually go directly the opposite way from who I'm aiming at. And because of that, like the way that I should try to play the game changes. Like it doesn't really make sense for me to go for like 1v1 duels if I know that I will miss every ability. But if I like stand in a bush and people walk into me, I can kill them just fine. And so like I have to be a bit clever about it that way. And then other people, like some people are actually coming from something that's more Twitch oriented and they're like pretty good at fighting in lane, but they're not as clued into the macro elements of the game or something like that. And so they're gonna like not realize a gank is coming or not rotate for an objective, and you can pay attention to that. But there's like, so much fluidity in a low level game compared to a high level game. So I could see that being really interesting to you. I've been noticing that playing a low level Slay the Spire, actually.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, like my decks that are really bad don't die because the difficulty isn't high enough, and so they reach the end of the game instead, and then I have to work out like how on earth do these terrible cards beat the heart.
Mhm. And then that wins.
Sometimes it wins. I've lost to the heart twice.
Nice. Not sure I have an opinion on cat girls. Sorry, chat.
At some point, I lost control of my chat, and now they ask everybody their opinion on cat girls.
That's okay.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I'm already a weeb though. That I can guarantee. Just from joining the stream. Actually, from watching you on YouTube. Very consistently.
You have become a weeb a time or two, I imagine.
Yes. Oh yes. Many a time.
Not even sure what that means. Weeb. But yes, I've been told that I am one too.
Yep.
I do know what weeb means. That was a lie.
The pretty bad lie.
Well,
Anyway, I know it's not the game we're playing, but thank you for Law Against the Storm content. Like, I'm way too into that game. I'm making spreadsheets. That's how into this game I am. It's actually ridiculous. I care enough about what's happening to like write things down and learn from them.
What's your spreadsheet about? Or spreadsheets?
Honestly, the way I use spreadsheets typically is like, I'm usually just cataloging information.
Mhm.
One, because like my general spreadsheet knowledge is very poor, and if I ever have an actual technical question, I just ask my wife because she's excellent at spreadsheets. But it's things like I don't understand like the most efficient way to get to this like complex food. So let me just write down all the iterations and then organize them so I can figure out, oh, this is the best way to make biscuits. Because like I think one of the things that's fun about the game is the sense of discovery is really lovely, and the difficulty curve is really smooth, which is great for a very complicated game. I think I often get turned off by complexity in games because I find having to go through a bunch to learn the thing can be kind of daunting. It's like the paradox for me of like I love the idea of playing really heavy board games, but investing energy into learning them feels very challenging. And Against the Storm to me feels like a really good heavy board game, but it has all the advantages of digital and a very streamlined way to introduce you to the game. So I've just been like, I was doing a lot of just like, I'm just gonna chill and figure it out. And I'm getting to the point now, I'm like, okay, I kind of need to like streamline these things a little bit. And I'm sure I could look things up or talk to other people, but I'm enjoying the sense of discovery so much that I'm kind of doing it all myself. And I think at the end of it, I'll feel much better because I'll at least retain the information I've written down. Because if I just read what someone else has written, I might not necessarily remember it. If I take the time to actually learn it and write it down myself, even if the spreadsheet is for nothing than writing down my thoughts, I'm going to retain the information much better.
Yeah, I often find myself doing that, and people will be like, hey, I actually did this all for you. Here you go. Here's a list of all of the like events in the game or whatever. And
yeah,
I have to be like, well, I'm not actually going to learn it if I just read your list, you know? The act of writing this down is actually the point.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I mean, going back to League, I feel like that happens to a lot of people, or even TFT, right? Where they're like, oh, I just want to play the best thing. And I'm like, if you don't understand why this is good and haven't like figured out how to get there yourself, doesn't matter how good Sentinel Ari is, you're not going to know how to hit, or you're going to miss a comp that you could have taken earlier that would have gotten you the same or better spot. Like, I think lots of people, especially in the age where information is so readily available, think that shortcutting is like very clever, and it's not. Or at least it's a lot less clever than you think in most cases.
You still have to learn somehow. Like,
Yes.
some of your time is going to be about learning, and yeah, you can't shortcut all of that out for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, other than Against the Storm, talk about Phoebe Bridgers for like 2 hours probably. It's definitely been, I don't know about you, I've listened to so much Phoebe Bridgers this year. Actually, I do know you've listened to so much Phoebe
Yes,
Bridgers this year. 'Cause
yep.
It's like half of your stream music
Yes.
is Phoebe and Phoebe adjacent. She's so good.
Got to see her live
I know, I'm so
outdoors in
jealous.
Seattle. It was my first concert post-pandemic. And it was excellent. And she yelled really loud at the surrender to the sound part of Emotional motion sickness. Is that what it's called? Motion sickness. I think it's just called motion sickness. She yelled so loud. Anyway, it was a good
Love
show.
that for her. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get to a gig. I think next year. I wanted to this year, and then we're not gonna talk about it. But the way ticketing systems work, at least in this country, is a little sussy. Let's say.
Mm.
So it can be frustrating to acquire tickets for things you want because other people have decided to acquire them for you, even if they don't want them, and then try and price gouge the absolute shit out of you. Because I don't know, that's sick, I guess. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try and go see some music live. I think it'll be a nice little goal for 2024.
Because you've
Been a
done
long
a like listen to an album every day thing.
Oh god,
this year,
yes.
right?
Oh, I'm so glad it's over. Yes, I have done that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask if you'd recommend it.
So absolutely not. But I think that it was one of those things of like, this sounds like such a good idea. And it was a good idea, but not for, I very quickly, like maybe less than 100 albums in, realized that like, oh, this is like doing half of what I wanted it to do. And the half it did was really helpful, but the other half was just agony. I will say like I wanted to listen to more music, and this was one of the ways to achieve that. And I think that intention was very powerful. Like I learned very quickly that like, oh, actually setting aside time to do something, thinking about what I wanted it to be, like enjoying the art for like as it is, was all like very helpful. I was like, oh, this is great. I should do this more often. The problem is when you impose such a big limit on yourself, you don't necessarily get all the benefits of that thing. And there were so many times where I found myself being like, oh, the album was so good, I want to listen to it again. Or, wow, that was really interesting. I kind of need another listen because I feel like I didn't fully grasp things that were happening, or like it just was a little too complex to pass on one listen through. Or I want time with a few more tracks, and I just didn't have that time. So I do recommend listening to more music, but next year is going to be 100. That's the goal.
Okay.
So we're going to go from 365 to 100. So about 2 a week, I think, is I'm going to chop it up. And that will give me more time to actually digest things. And if I end up listening to more, that's good. That's a bonus thing. I don't recommend one a day unless you're so somehow starved for music that you need a very extreme thing to push you into listening to more music. But yeah, I can't recommend it.
I had a group of friends when I was 20 or so, and we did a thing where every week one of us was in charge of picking something that everybody had to do. And it was stuff like, you have to say hi to a stranger once a day, or you have to eat less meat this week, or something like that. And then the idea was, if you liked it, keep doing it. And if you don't like it, well, you tried it for a week, and that's cool. And now it's time for somebody else to suggest something. And somebody had a week where we listened to an album of music every day. And I definitely enjoyed it. I don't usually listen to albums of music at all, so that was kind of like novel to me. And I definitely didn't do it anymore after the week was over. Yeah, it was... I don't know. I guess for me, I want to listen to the song I like the most. And the album feels like an imposition. I've never really understood the like, oh, the album is a full thing by itself, where the songs lead into the other songs, and it's meant to carry a certain feeling. And with the exception of maybe Bitches Brew, which made me extremely upset the entire way through, more and more and more. So well done, Bitches Brew.
It's funny, I'm the opposite. I mean, I'll every now and then, there's like, I've definitely hit repeat on a song 10 times in a row and just been like, this is all I need right now, this is the best. In fact, that happened recently. Like a week ago. I just like, wow, this album was pretty good. It was short, but like the whole album kind of felt like it was leading into one song, and the song was incredible, and I just spam listened to that song probably like 15 times in 2 days. It was so good. But I am definitely an album listener. That was MS Paint's.
MS Paint's been recommended before.
What was that album called? Hang on, let me let me dive into the spreadsheet once again. I have a very big music spreadsheet, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I believe you.
At one point, I will share this so everyone can see what it is, rather than having to scroll through a Twitter thread. Oh, Post American was the name of the album.
Okay.
But the song I couldn't stop listening to was Titan of Hope. It's such a banger. It is my anthem for 2024, which I think says a lot about Titan of Hope. I think it's nice because it's like, God, this band's impossible to explain, but like synth punk, basically. But there's a ton of optimism in the music that I find really, really lovely, and that song is like basically an anthem for optimism, and it's just so good. But I'm definitely an album listener. I love the experience of going through something kind of like a novel or a movie and just experiencing it holistically. But certainly, like some albums, you just pull tracks out and you're like, I don't need the rest of these 10 things. I just need these 2. So I think in a lot of ways, this project was about getting back to album listening for me. And now that I have listened to more albums than I may need in one single year, I can dial it back to something that feels like more what I actually wanted originally. But I wouldn't have known that without doing this. So I don't regret the project at all. It's really cool. I just can't recommend it.
How did you find the albums that you listened to?
So this was an interesting one. A lot of it was crowdsourcing. So I would ask people on Twitter, and I got a ton of great suggestions throughout the entire year. I got so many when I announced the little project that I had a pretty good buffer. The other thing that happened was like, there were some albums that I was like, oh, I've always heard this is good. I should probably listen to this. Like, let me find an example of that. This is a great one. Like Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf, I'd somehow never listened to, even though I knew the big songs from that album. That album's incredible, by the way. Definitely recommend that one. But that was an album that like my friends grew up listening to that I had somehow just never listened to all of. So listening through that whole album was really great. So some stuff like that, things that I knew that I'd like wanted to make time for that I just didn't, I made time for. But apart from that and crowdsourcing, honestly, like I just started like the internet would recommend me albums, like my little news feed on my phone would just be like, hey, here are some album reviews. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I used like review sites. I used YouTube reviewers. Like I tried to source a really big pool of things to draw music from, and then I just kind of, I don't know, rolled some dice basically and figured out what I listened to from there. I also got more than one album from your stream. I heard one song on your stream. I was like, that sounds amazing. Let me go listen to the rest of this. And the big takeaway from that one was Lizzie McAlpine's album. Holy moly, is that a good album?
Maybe I should listen to the rest of the album too.
Oh, it's so good.
I sure haven't.
Yeah.
So,
and we did some theme weeks. That was fun. I like picked a theme and people suggested things.
Cool. The way that I listen to music on stream is very much that I set a seed for Pandora and then it plays and I don't even look at the name of the song. So I don't even know what the song is that you're talking about. Which makes me feel bad sometimes, but I don't know. I'm doing my best out here.
That's all you need to do. It might have been the title track actually. The album was Give Me a Minute. Double check the song. I think it might have been the title. Oh goodness. Yes, I think it was the title track. Good album. Real good album.
I told Ashley that I would ask you what you thought was contiguous, what you thought was appealing in Legends of Runeterra and Slay the Spire. Like, what's the thing that the two games share? That because you like Legends of Runeterra, right?
I do. I love Legends of Runeterra.
I'm not out of my mind. Yeah.
No, I absolutely love that game to death.
Do you think you could express what's shared between it and Slay the Spire? Or maybe there isn't anything shared. You just like it for completely different reasons, I guess. Yes, that is
it's
also
weird because, like, I mean, obviously like so for those who don't know, like, I'm a long-time Magic player. I've been playing Magic for like 24 years or so, which is the only thing I've done. That's the thing I've done most of my life. The only thing I've done even close to that is commentate and play League, which is about 12 years. The Magic dwarfs League of Legends, which is my career in a lot of ways, which is pretty funny. And I think people sometimes get surprised when I tell them that, but I don't know. If you spend 5 minutes with me and mention Magic, I'll talk about card games. So like Legends of Runeterra had the obvious overlap of like this was made for card game players, and I am definitely a card game player. I think Slay the Spire is interesting because like there is obvious comparisons where it's like it's also a card game, and sure it operates differently than maybe a PvP card game does, but there's lots of different things. There's enough similarities that like if you like card games, you'll probably enjoy this PvE card game, even if you are solely a competitive Magic player, which I certainly wasn't. But I feel like Legends of Runeterra is just like an extremely well crafted card game. I think Slay the Spire is also just an extremely well crafted card game. I can't think of that much overlap between the two of them, just because the systems Legends of Runeterra have are based on an existing game, and then the unique twists in that game are so good that it holds up as its own game. But I think Slay the Spire does the same thing for its genre. Like this is a genre-defining game, and I think if you like puzzles and like seeing how things interact with each other, you'll enjoy strategy games generally, and then you can kind of just pick like what form of puzzle you want to try and approach. So I can't think of things that directly relate those games together, other than they're both incredibly good games, like for their genre, among the best games that have been made. And I think maybe for me it's different because like I play LOR weirdly exclusively to like explore a system, and I happen to be good enough at card games that I'm a relatively high level player. Not a pro level player, but like I'm a high level player of Legends of Runeterra, which is really weird for me. I'm not a high level player of anything typically. And I really just enjoy like the process of climbing and figuring things out and like playing in the system. There is like a roguelite adjacent mode that I've played a decent amount of. Yeah, Path of Champions. I think there's lots of things that are cool about that system, but that mode did not grab me like Slay the Spire did, like other roguelites have. But I think it's taken obvious inspiration from Slay the Spire, like many other games have within the genre, or even like adjacent spaces to the genre.
Yeah. Do you think
Yeah,
Commander
apart
at
from they're
Home
both
is
great
happening
games.
for the two of us?
Oh, I hope so.
All right. Cool.
I'm working on it. Let's put it that way.
All right. Cool.
I'm sure they'd love to have you. I'm definitely working on it. That is, if there was a project I could drop everything into, I would definitely. That show is so sick. So unfortunately, in lieu of being able to drop everything, I am simply donating some time. So I will certainly drop your name in that.
Yeah,
As
that would
much
be
as I
really
can.
sweet.
Oh yeah, that would be so sweet.
I think I'm about to take 60 damage from a spiker.
That's very unexciting.
Yeah, I know. Not a huge fan of it. Yeah, I like kind of know Brian and Olivia, but I don't like know them, so it's a bit. We're in the middle place. Halfway between, like, oh yeah, get me on your show, and like, it is so nice to see you again. I have great respect for you.
Yeah.
That kind of zone.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know, but I'd imagine you're a pretty attractive guest for the show, and I think it's going to come down to like, what are they doing? How much are they filming, etc.
Mhm.
I mean, I was surprised they wanted me on the show. I think it was a lot of like, hey, we're getting Travis, you should come. But it was super fun. That show's great. The people that work on that show are like excellent. It's so hard to express this to people that don't like work on productions, but like the scale of production on this show is like phenomenal for how small it is.
Mhm.
And the people working on it are like, the people working on it could definitely be working on something else, but instead they choose to work on this show, which
That's
is
really
great
cool.
because I think the show is great. But like, yeah, I mean, maybe that's just an LA thing. You meet a lot of people who are producing well above their pay grade
Mhm.
in a lot of cases, but I guess that's what happens when you put an entertainment industry in one city and concentrate as much as you can. But yeah, the people that work on that show are great. and I'm very happy for how successful it's been for them, and I wish them all the best and more continued success. But I've definitely had chats to them where I'm like, hey, I have ideas. Listen to me. And they're like, sure. And then we talk. So one of the ideas will definitely be get JORBS on the show, which is why I tagged you in that tweet. I was like, unironically, JORBS would be a fantastic guest. You should try and get him on.
Sweet. I'll PvP you. I'm 1-0 in competitive, Commander.
True, I did know about that. I think my shtick on the show is dying spectacularly, so I'll likely continue that.
You'll be an excellent foil to my... I don't even know.
Yeah, I may have antagonized Kibler.
Oh.
Incidentally. And yeah, that gets you killed in games of Commander. Let me tell you. I didn't even mean to, it just kind of happened.
I definitely had a question for you, and I definitely don't remember what it was. We have about 20
It will
minutes
definitely come back.
left. Well, I have 20 minutes left until my next guest, so we have about
Yes.
10 minutes left. Do you have anything that you are looking forward to in particular in the next year, or anything that really stood out this year, or any message? This is the question. If you could have people take one thing away from what you do in the world, what would you like it to be? That's the question I've been asking.
Ooh. Well, that's so interesting because, like, I feel like there's like two answers. The obvious one is like, I think being kind is not particularly costly, and I think that's a lesson I try and teach and take with me everywhere I go. So if I could just remind everyone to like not be a dick, that would be great. And it's like, I think people assume for whatever reason that like being a nice person is really challenging when it's not, and it's very enriching and rewarding for lots of other reasons as well. And the things I do, I want to bring that energy with me. I've consistently been told I'm great to work with, and that is something that I hold in very high regard, because not because I want people to like work with me, obviously I do, but being someone that like was joyful to work with on projects you work on, especially where the nature of my work is I'll work on things that are somewhat transient, like, you know, you do a 2-day shoot or a 1-day shoot or a season of LCS, and then it's done and you move on to the next thing. So having people take away like, oh, this guy was dope to work with, he made me better, he made me enjoy my work more, is really important to me. But like selfishly, I think I've always wanted to, I don't know, I feel like I have a lot to say, and I've always wanted to try and find a way to communicate that to people. So I'm still trying to figure out how to make like create enough things that are memorable that people will remember them, because for whatever reason that's important to me, even if that's a bit silly.
It's hard in the online age. Write a book.
Yeah, definitely.
Write a
Oh
book.
man, this is like 30 plus years of personal torment wanting to write a book. It's like, it's because, so for those of you who don't know, when I was little, I told my family that I was going to be a novelist. That was my calling in life. That was the job I wanted.
I did not
And they
know
said,
that.
that's kind of cool. They were like, what about making money? I'm like, not a invalid point, mom and dad. So I was like, okay, I'll find another way to write for a living and then write on the side. And so journalism was the natural inclination, because it was, you know, maybe a more established job where you write things and get money for them. And then that path led me to commentating, weirdly, even though I was at school trying to get an English degree and find a way to write. And I think I probably would have written about music, unsurprisingly. It's what I was doing in uni when I was there, for the brief period I was there. But writing was like hugely important to me. And then for some reason, I discovered gaming, and I was writing actually when I first discovered esports. I was writing about Warcraft 3, but I just kind of got into commentating because I really liked esports, and it turned out that like writing on a page and improv weren't that different, and I managed to build up enough reps and enough skill to be able to commentate games live, which is not something I would have thought of myself as a young kid. Not a performer, absolutely. Still really not a performer, if I'm being honest, which is one of the reasons my career doesn't make that much sense to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always wanted to write, and I think it's something I still think about now. And the thing that, like, at some point I informally gave it up. I was like, oh, I don't want to write. Like, oh, I can write later was what I said. And now it's quite a bit later. And I'm like, maybe I should revisit that notion. But it's one of those things where I think, like, I'm so intimidated by the scope of the work and the quality of it and all this other stuff that honestly doesn't matter. Because it turns out when you're trying to create anything, you should just start by creating. And I think that is something that when I was younger felt much easier and more unbridled. And now as I'm older, for whatever reason, I get in my own way. So I'm trying to not get in my own way. So I guess if we want to really circle it all back here and tie it up neatly, chat, don't get in your own way. Like, you're the thing you can control. Just do the thing you want to do. And I know I'm saying this as someone that's terrible at taking this advice, but you know, that's life. Life is giving people good advice and not following it. So get good at following good advice. How about that?
I found
I
found
can tell
the
you if I write
opposite
anything,
thing.
you'll be the first person to see it.
Awesome.
Because
Me or the
you
entirety of chat?
No, just you. Oh man, chat. I don't know. We can build a little council.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would love to read anything that you wrote. 100%. I had the opposite experience where I like am used to talking improvisationally for hours of the day, and so that transitioned into writing for me.
Oh,
So I
right.
went the direct opposite way from you. Something that I thought, as you mentioned, going from writing to casting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
I'm really excited to see all of the stuff that you get up to.
There'll be lots. Probably too much, but it should be fun.
I love being around people who have energy to do fun things. It's so cool.
Oh yeah,
It-
I definitely have a lot of energy.
Yeah.
I would consistently get told at work, like, "How are you so awake? It's X time in the morning." I'm like, "What do you mean? We're about to make a TV show. How are you not excited?" I'm definitely an energizer. It's one of the reasons I like working with people, because I'm good at giving people my energy, and I
Yeah.
have almost boundless amounts of it. I should probably like filter some into my own work, huh?
Yeah, if you can. Look after yourself. Some things belong to you too.
Oh, very true. Thanks
Keep
for hanging
it
out,
coming
chat. I
on.
guess I'll go figure out cat girls now. That's my next mission.
Ooh, all right.
Be careful. Tread carefully.
Look up the nuclear hack. That's kind of wild. That's a fun one to read about.
Okay. Can't wait for that.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
The run isn't over yet. I've been getting so lucky with runs finishing exactly at the same time as guests change. I've been like taking it for granted almost. Pastry time is lovely. I didn't ask him if he wanted to plug anything, but you can find him online by searching for Pastry Time. He's definitely a name from... how do you follow a pastry? He was a name from like so many hours of watching League broadcasts, and then one day he was hanging out in my chat, and I was like, wait, I know you. It was so exciting. Sometimes you have just the most serendipitous meetings with people in the world of streaming. He's one of your favorite shot-called League of Legends games ever, Heimerdinger Jungle. Gosh. I don't know about Heimerdinger Jungle. Should I know about Heimerdinger Jungle? I may have actually watched that game. But I still would be lying if I claimed that I knew about it. I have it go the other way too. Sometimes I will be in someone's chat and Like, it's often like not even anyone who is in like the strategy gaming space, and I'll like subscribe or ask a question or something and be like, oh my god, you're Jorbs. I watched so much of you playing Slay the Spire when I was playing it myself to get up to Ascension 20 and stuff like that. So it's a nice little small world here in streaming. The player with the most mastery points on any champion plays exclusively Heimer jungle, somewhere in silver or gold. That feels like a great example of what we were talking about, and like it's fun to try to work out what your teammates will do. You're a Captain Flowers kind of guy? I don't believe you have to be monotheistic when it comes to casters. I believe you can believe in and enjoy all of them. Kunai would be slightly better if I had any attacks. This is kind of a weird run. I don't understand how to play Watcher. I seem not to be losing as Watcher, though. Doggy. I'm gonna stretch my legs and fill up my drink, and then I will be back, and you are going to teach me all about speedrunning Kaizo, and I'm looking forward to it. I will ask pointed questions and enjoy listening. I'll be right back. Oh. Tomorrow, it will be the new year, and I will be beginning it by going to a friend's place and watching the extended edition Lord of the Rings movies. Back to back to back. Probably not, though. I'll probably get bored at some point. Also, I have a 9 a.m. thing on Tuesday, so I don't really want to be out late. But anyway, I'm going to do that. And I just realized I will be able to drink a beer out of this mug while I watch. It's the tree of the people. How are we doing on New Year's Eve? I'm doing really well. How are you? I use an ancient chat client, so I don't know about announce, pinning messages, chat out, or anything like that. Yes, and I also don't have like notifications thrust in my face or numbers yelled at me. I love it. Some things that are old are just better. Gondor, you nerd. Wasn't that an example of me not being a nerd? Signature move. Signature move. I didn't play it that time. I just wanted to say it again. It's fun to say. Signature move. Signature move. Wait, is that Ray saying signature move? What is the Ray clap? I'm so excited. But I don't want to click on it. I'm not that excited. I'm like, you know. I'm excited, but like in a polite way. Does anyone in chat have fond memories from 2023 or exciting aspirations for 2024 that you would be willing to share? I would love to hear what y'all are excited about. If you would like to share. Take claw more. This is your aspiration. Love it. Nice, Levin, Sarah. Congratulations. You adopted a cat a few weeks ago? That is incredible. That is lovely. That is wonderful. I hope it is settling in nicely. What time eater is it? Yeah. Signature move. That's a more true signature move, I think. 2023 was bad. Hoping 2024 is not as bad. I think it's going to be great. I think it'll be good. Good year for work for you, taking a much bigger role in decision making, which is cool. It's gotta feel good. A bit more agency, maybe. Reconnected with your aunt and uncle. Nice. That is a wonderful thing to do. Got a new cat. Awesome. Graduating college this year. Very, very cool. 6 years and you're ready to be done. Understandable. Got an e-bike and you replaced more than half of your car trips with it. It's really nice. That's really nice. Spent a lot of time with your close friends. Took a trip to Vegas with your wife earlier this month. Aww. Did you just say your wife was one of your close friends? Because I know that that's like obvious, but also it's so lovely. Love that for you. What kayaks that showed up in the middle of winter? You're excited to float on them when the sun comes back. I love kayaking. I'm excited for you. Had a big promotion from warehouse function to a nice office job. Nice. I'm enjoying K-dramas. You decided to learn Korean. Awesome. Saw the fall of House of Usher. What was your favorite show of 2023? Nice. I really enjoyed it. I watched it in like one night or something. I like went really hard on that. Hacked a nuclear facility and demanded that they started cat girl research. I believe you. Ziggy, thanks for the $500 donation to support Free2Luv. Thank you so much. It's incredibly kind and wonderful and helpful and yeah, all of the good words. Thank you for that. Have many Simmering Furies lately. Simmering Fury is kind of a sweet card now. Learned how to care about yourself this year. Looking forward to extending that to 2024. Nice. Yeah, that's important. Niece turning 2, personality showing even more as she keeps learning to talk and express herself. I don't have enough children in my life. Kids are like... I think a bit about how people of different ages have different types of energy and experiences. And I'm missing, like, what does the world look like to a 10-year-old right now? I just don't really know. I feel very out of touch. It's our guest! Doggy!
What?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. How are you doing?
I am doing well. I am excited for the end of the year and a nice nap. I think we're right, JORBS. Which is what I call sleeping at night now. It's just a nap now. I don't know. For some reason, I've been waking up at 1 a.m. very consistently.
No.
I've never been able to wake up at a time consistently in my entire life, and I decided to change that this week, and the time my body chose was 1 a.m. And yeah, I don't know.
Well, what time are you going to bed?
Well, at first I was like, I should go to bed at, 9 p.m. like a relatively normal person, maybe 10 p.m., and my body will stop waking up at 1 a.m. because that's ludicrous. But I kept waking up at exactly 1 a.m., and eventually I started just going to sleep earlier. So I think last night I went to sleep at like 7, and I was like, I'm so tired, I'll probably get 10 hours of sleep or something. Nope, woke up at 1 a.m. Anyway, that's how my life is.
Sure.
So, Doggy is a longtime channel viewer, and I have met your wife because
Yep.
the first time I ever did like a panel at a convention, I stood next to Choco Bars, and Janet is her name. Janet had a line that stretched out of the ropes for where the line was meant to be set. And while she graciously dealt with that and I shared a table with her, I had like a grand total of 10 people show up over the course of the entire hour. And your wife was one of them, and it was lovely to meet her. And yeah, I think I like followed both of you on Twitter when I followed you both on Twitter first, and through Twitter I found like that you are a little hobbyist YouTuber yourself, and found some really fun videos of like cooking at home and stuff that you have.
Yeah, I've done all sorts of weird creative ventures where I'm just kind of like shooting stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like I've done like editing, some music. Now I'm into Super Mario World Kaizo, which we'll be talking about today.
Yeah. So it is cool to like meet for the first time, because this is the first time we have actually spoken to each other.
Parasocial relationships are cool.
Yeah, and sometimes they're just relationships. I don't know. One of the things for me with parasocial relationships this year is I've realized that they aren't good. But I'm not really settling for like we just can't have good things anymore. Like maybe we can have good things. I don't
That's
know.
fair. You can always be trying new things out, for sure.
Yeah. How would you introduce yourself to the channel, what do you think my people should know about you?
I am a Super Mario World Kaizo creator. I create Mario World Kaizo ROM hacks, which are essentially taking the original game of Super Mario World and reconfiguring it into whatever you want, whether that's something really challenging and hard like Kaizo, or people make standard type hacks that are more similar to traditional Super Mario World, where you get power-ups and all sorts of stuff like that. But yeah, for the past couple of years, that's kind of been my thing. I kind of dove into it. At the beginning of 2022, I made a New Year's resolution that I was going to move away from Mario Maker, which is how I kind of got my start in Mario level design and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? I've been watching so many different ROM hacks on YouTube and stuff like that from more popular creators and stuff like Barbarous King, if anyone knows that name. He's kind of the biggest name in the community. But I was like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and dive into it. And I completed my resolution, a rare resolution completion, and got the hack out by August, I think, that year. And since then, I kind of can't stop.
So I think I've like seen clips. I don't know what Kaizo means.
I
But
want to say it stands for like rearranged in Japanese or something like that. That might be
Okay.
guided, and I might get it messed up. But essentially, Kaizo is, if you think of like how Celeste is, like you only get one hit essentially, and there's generally a correct path through a level. You have to do a certain number of obstacles in the way that the creator wants you to do it.
Sure.
Versus like standard, which is like, oh, you can go under this guy, you can kill this guy, you can fly over the level, that kind of stuff.
And it's for... I am very out of my depth in this because I was also not a Nintendo kid growing up. I was not allowed consoles because my parents had computers, because my dad was a computer scientist and they were very frugal. And so I never got to play any of the Nintendo games growing up.
Oh wow.
But like what like version of Mario are you actually modding?
So this is the Super Nintendo game, Super Mario World,
Which is
came
like,
out. That's like the
yeah.
launch game, yeah, like 92. But what, like the reason why it has like such a big community and why so many people love playing it is that the movement physics in the game is like it's like so satisfying to pull off. Like there's so many different ways you can control Mario and do different little moves and things like that, and like it's really challenging to learn, but like once you kind of get into the groove and like kind of figure out how to control Mario in that space, like it's so satisfying.
Mhm.
And it's like insane that so many years ago they got it so incredibly right.
Yeah, super impressive. How do you like edit the levels? Is it like ROM emulated and then there's a tool built by someone after the fact to edit stuff from that?
Yeah, so essentially there's a guy, I think his name was Fusoya. He created a program called Lunar Magic. I'm actually make sure I credit the right person. Yeah, Fusoya. He created a program called Lunar Magic, and essentially you can open up any Super Mario World ROM in it, and it will build out the level and the graphics and everything like essentially like you're playing a PC version of Mario Maker. The difference is like you can do whatever you want. Like Mario Maker, they give you, you know, whatever tools that Nintendo allows you, but in Lunar Magic, you can edit, you know, whatever you want. Sometimes that involves like going into like certain text files or going into like graphics files and doing it, like rearranging code and things like that. I personally don't know anything about the code that's used in it. It's used, I think it's assembly, ASM. People call it.
I've heard of assembly.
But yeah, so like a lot of the times what people do is like much smarter people will create their own ASM or you know, graphics or sprites or blocks or whatever, and they'll share it on a website called SMW Central. And from there, yeah, people are super chill and nice about sharing things with the community. You can just go in there and download it as long as you appropriately credit people whenever you use their stuff. And And a lot of times people will even make it easier. Like even though I don't know assembly, you can they'll have like little instructions like, oh, if you want to increase the speed of the sprite, change the value to this and blah blah blah. Like it's all like surprisingly easy. I was like really intimidated going into it when I first started learning, but it was actually pretty intuitive to learn.
Huh.
Yeah, porting music, T-Bone Shorty in chat said, that's an insane thing. People will... So you'll essentially have to go into a text file and write down what notes you want to be played at certain points and certain measures and certain beats just in a text file. And like people will just do that for... There's so many songs people have ported that you can use in all of your hacks and stuff.
Okay. Can it run Doom?
I'm surprised someone hasn't done something like that, but there have been some absolutely buck wild shit people have made.
What's your pick for like the most wild thing, the best executed thing, and the most like artistic thing? Those are the three I want to hear about first.
Ooh, all right. Most wild thing. So Barbarous King, he put out the most anticipated hack probably ever called Grand Poo World 3, and he's got sort of a mad scientist that helps him with a lot of stuff. Her name's Dita the Fourth, and I could name like 5 different things from the hack, but essentially, the craziest thing, she made a DDR clone essentially. You get through a really tough level, and then Bowser shows up, and then the DDR arrows appear, and then you have to hit, the up, down, left, rights to the beat. That is like, I've never seen anything like that before in a ROM hack.
So it's like Fortnite. You can play rhythm games in it.
Yeah, exactly. Creative thing. Sheesh. I don't know. There's so many. There's another one. Someone did a whole hack where like the Tetronymos from Tetris are trying to kill you. It's from a hack called Luminescent, made by Borgiman, and the final boss is you're essentially fighting the Tetris pieces, and they start falling on you, and you have to use them to platform up the level and try and like dodge out of the way, and then eventually get to the top, and you like shove these like weird blocks into the like where the Tetris pieces are coming out to block them from stopping them to kill you. It was like super cool looking.
Sweet.
I have links to any of this stuff, by the way, if you want it.
Yeah. Feel free to drop links in chat. So you like make levels for it? Were you drawn to playing it as well? I have watched some stuff on like the history of the Super Mario speedrun, and so I've learned all about the ludicrous micro optimizations you can do in the movement for the character. So I knew what you were talking about with that. Like jumping backwards is faster than running forwards or whatever. In some places,
sure.
I don't know. Weird stuff with acceleration.
Yeah, I don't play. That's the weird thing is I don't play very much SMW as much as I watch or make. And part of that is just because I don't have a ton of time. I got a full-time job and wife and some very cute dogs that I like to hang out with, and also there's like other games I like to play and stuff like that, and also like to make. So it's like if I've got like a couple hours to relax at night, spending like an hour on like a single level banging my head trying to beat it often isn't at the top of my priority list.
Sure.
I'm just like pretty bad at it.
Yeah, it seems really hard.
Yeah, there's some insane players out there that can just like read levels, like sight read, like they're playing like a Rock Band level or something like that. Like I don't know how people get so good at it. It's crazy.
Is there a competitive scene?
Generally, a lot of ROM hacks will have their own speedrunning scene. And so, for example, right now everyone's speedrunning Grand Poo World 3 because that's the hot newness. I think someone actually just posted a world record for my ROM hack that I put out a few months back.
Cool.
That's like a surreal thing to be like, oh wow, someone's like actually speedrunning something I made.
Yeah. Have you gotten like many, I don't know, like downloads, I guess, or what
Yeah,
have
let
you?
me see. Last time I checked, it was like over 500 or something.
Nice.
Because I've made 2 ROM hacks now. Yeah, I've got 637, and the first one is 592. So yeah,
It's a lot of
That's a-
people.
yeah, yeah. It's a weird it's a weird feeling watching someone play a game you've made,
Mhm.
especially when like I don't know. I'm not that well known in the community, so I don't have like a ton of people like. I feel bad asking people like, "Hey, can you play test my hack?" Like we barely know each other, but like, can you do this thing that requires 4 hours of your time?
It's a 4-hour playthrough?
Well, it depends on well, one, how good you are, and two, how many levels are in a hack. Like my first one was 14 levels, and my second one was 10 levels, but it was much easier. T-Bone Shorty's asking in the chat, I made Separate Ways and Super Insecure World. But yeah, like seeing someone playing a level and then like they're not getting what they need to do to get past this section, and I'm just like, no, clearly you just have to do what I had in my head that I play tested for 10 hours making this level.
Do you feel like your like goal as you're designing it is for it to be natural to like sight read basically for someone?
Yeah, everyone's kind of got different level design philosophies of how to make a good level and stuff like that. Generally, I've tried to have something that you can beat on your first go around, mainly because it feels incredible if you can like beat a large portion of a level like on your first try. Like that just feels super satisfying.
Mhm.
Obviously, that is like it's pretty rare to like successfully achieve that, and also have it be like challenging and like cool and interesting. Sometimes I get a little lost in the sauce with like a setup where I'm hammering away on it for like an hour trying to force a square peg into a round hole, and like eventually I get it there, but then it kind of looks like a mess and it's like confusing or like weird. Playtesting really comes into effect and is really nice.
Mhm.
So when it's how do you know what makes a good level if you don't play it very much? Well, I mean, I've played enough. Like I played a shit ton of Mario Maker as well, but also like I've seen so much Kaizo, and I've made so much at this point. Like back in the Mario Maker days, like when I was making absolute garbage stuff, when you put your level in chat for a streamer to play, and you can immediately see feedback right there, and you're like, oh wow, okay, yeah. Like you're just slowly building up, tools in your head of like things to not do, things to do. Basic stuff like don't have blind jumps, don't have things that you can't read immediately, stuff like that.
Have you always been creative? Like as a kid were you I don't know. How was I creative as a kid? I didn't have YouTube yet. What did I even do?
See, that's the interesting thing is like I was not creative at all either. I hated art classes, I hated music classes, all that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
I was always very much into math and science and things like that, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm a very logical person, blah blah blah. And like I would always think to myself, like when you'd see someone make a painting or just able to like create a song out of nothing or whatever, it's like how do people's brains do that? Like I don't understand how someone can just do that, like, and they enjoy it, like it's just like an easy muscle for them to stretch. Yeah. And then whenever Mario Maker came out back in the day, I was like, oh, I get it. Like this is my creative outlet. Like figuring out the right way to make something like it's super super satisfying. And now it's like this itch I have to scratch now. Like every once in a while, I'll be like, I'll finish up like a level or something like that, and like a week will go by, and I'll play other games and stuff like that, and then like I can feel that itch coming back. It's like I need to make something. Got ideas in my head.
It's your dark passenger. Oh no. Oh no.
Dark passenger.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Did you watch the new Dexter?
No, I don't even think I didn't finish the original series. So I think I stopped around 5.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that means you only saw the good stuff in the original series. You should still like it. What do you think about AI as a creativity tool? I'll go there. Because you just talked about how you spent a long time in your life feeling like you were not creative and not being drawn to making artistic, fun things, and then boom, like basically a new medium was presented to you, and you're like, oh, I can create things. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very tricky, weird topic to talk about right now because it feels like the worst people are talking about it instead of the right people. My brother, he's a producer for A&E, and he's like, he said like his job is miserable right now because all the executives are just shoving AI down his throat and just like, yeah, I'm just like, oh my god. I think I've seen a lot of different like opinions and videos and things like that because like there's one aspect where if something allows you to do something faster but not necessarily like at the expense of another person's job, because like there's like been jobs in the past that have been overwritten by like new technology and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like eventually like that kind of works, but also it seems really hard for AI to necessarily not do that, but also like it doesn't seem like it's powerful enough to completely replace jobs. I don't know.
I wonder
That's
how many
also
people there are in the world who are waiting to create something until they are presented the right tool. And I wonder how you get them the right tool. You know what it was for me, I think, was photography. I was always pretty logical as a kid, but I was terrible at visual art. Like I could not get myself to enjoy improving at like drawing shapes and figures and stuff like that. And so I was just always terrible at drawing them. And sure, if I'd practiced, I could have gotten better, but it wasn't fun. But I'm such a creative, artistic person. Like I love the art that I have in my house. I love color. I love the way that things fit together, and I love storytelling. And storytelling was my outlet, I guess, as a kid. And then when I got into like college and started playing poker, I had a bit of money and I bought myself a DSLR because that's what guys like me were doing. I think there was like a DSLR cultural movement for a while
100%.
among young men uh in the aughts. And
Oh yeah, that was my brother.
Loved it. Yeah. I loved that I could point it at something and click the button and the thing was reproduced beautifully. And then I could focus on like framing it and getting the depth of the shot right and balancing the colors in the frame. And like I have some photos that I still enjoy looking at. Like I think they're pretty good. Different exposure lengths, stuff like that. It's a very like mechanical type of creativity, but also very visual.
But so do you want to keep doing like things like with filming stuff like that, but you want it to be like AI to help speed some different processes over, or
AI is not for me. I'm good. I enjoy. Here's the thing. I decided a while ago as a content creator that I didn't really care about my content being high quality. I feel like I want my content to be high, like human authenticity, which
Sure.
is very hard to edit for, in my opinion. It's hard to be more authentic than you are without editing. Like, what do you edit in order to improve your authenticity? Exactly. You like cut out bathroom breaks? Sort of. Although a Gadmator viewers say that they really like that he doesn't cut out the parts where he like goes to answer the door. They're like, we
Oh,
actually
that's
really
so
like
funny.
that. Yeah, like part of his day. So, so I don't know. Maybe you're not even meant to edit out those. There's a when I was thinking about this and like deciding how I wanted to do it all. There's a YouTube channel where a guy just sits in the corner cross-legged for 4-hour long videos smiling, makes no sound, he moves as little as possible. And there are like 120 videos that he's recorded out of him sitting cross-legged in the corner smiling for 4 hours. And there's like they have quite a lot of views. There's like a cult following of sorts. There's all this
What in the
stuff
world?
online. Like in episode 73, he's like visibly crying while he's doing this. It's so fucked up. It's like a psychological thriller almost. But he's just sitting there smiling in the
It's
corner.
like some weird like Yoko Ono like experiment art type of thing.
Mm-hmm. So like you don't have to, play to the algorithm and short form content and be engaging as possible to get people excited about watching you and enjoying you. And I just like went for a different path. And AI does not fit in
No.
that path.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Not
That's
at all.
interesting because like the type of content that I enjoyed typically, like the only time I ever really am on Twitch actually is like when I'm like making levels and stuff. I just have something on the other monitor, but like very rarely am I like sitting down and turning on Twitch and like, all right, I'm gonna put all my attention on this thing. I very much like if I'm gonna like watch someone play a Kaizo Mario Rama hack, I'm not gonna go to Twitch because I don't really care to watch them die, 100 times in an hour to beat the level. I prefer the like edited down version where like a smart editor will put in all of the attempts where like each time they get further and further, or like put in bits where they have something interesting to say and stuff like that.
Yes, I watch Trackmania like that sometimes, although I also enjoy watching live streams every now and then too. Is Kaizo speedrunning on speedrun.com? Can you like scan through the directory and see what the new world records are?
I believe so. Yeah, should be on there, and then I think there's like a special like ROM hack subdivision for Super Mario World.
That is another thing that I do. Like with Celeste speedruns, every now and then I'll just open up speedrun.com and look to see what category got a world record recently and then load it up and watch it. It's a very strange sort of content because you're choosing who you're watching based on their excellence at Celeste. Not their like personality or their skill as a content creator or anything like that. And often like well, you'll like watch someone like who has clearly mastered their craft and you're like enraptured as they go through like farewell in the new world record time, and they're doing these strategies on screens that you never would have thought of in a million years by yourself. And then they're not talking at all during the run because they're super focused and they're not really like there to entertain. They're there to speedrun Celeste. That's their goal. And then they'll get to the end and get the record. And like one time someone just started like swearing about how fucking bullshit the game was and how they were so happy they never had to play this again. And like it was like, oh no. I thought we were here to have fun. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just watching. Do you ever watch those Summoning Salt videos where it's like speedrun world record breakdowns?
Yeah, sometimes.
I was watching the one on Mike Tyson's Punch Out, and like that game is just all RNG bullshit. And to have the mental fortitude to just like, all right, I hope I get like the 1 in like 50 chance that this guy gives me the right combo, otherwise I lose 8 seconds. So you got to be crazy to do 1,000 runs of that. Like I totally get people who are like, "Ah, fuck this game, I'm done." Like after they get a world record, I'm gonna go enjoy my life now.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't blame them, but I am usually quite surprised. What was your like favorite takeaway from 2023? What's been good this year for you?
If we want to keep it on the topic of Kazumara,
Yeah,
just
sure.
putting out my second ROM hack, Super Insecure World. That was a really fun project to work on. Mainly because like the first one was like Separate Ways was all about like the narrative that I put into with like different message boxes and stuff like that. It was like kind of like a peek behind the curtain where it's like I'm giving director's commentary on like, oh, in this level I learned how to insert custom sprites. Isn't it cool that people allow you to do this and stuff like that? And then the second one, Super Insecure World, as the name implies, is very much about like my response to watching people play my first hack and like what people thought of it, and having lots of tongue-in-cheek jokes. Like on one of the levels, it's like, oh, a streamer says one of your levels is like pulling teeth. Maybe I was just targeting the gamer dentist demographic. You don't know that. Stuff like that. And so kind of building like a whole, like taking all the lessons I learned from that first hack and like applying them into this new one, and then seeing like a much more general positive people liked the first one plenty enough, but people were way more hot on the second one, and that was a really cool experience to like see actual improvement.
Yeah.
And then it kind of led to right now I'm working with other creators for the first time, other people who came from Mario Maker. We all got rallied up and we're doing a collaboration hack where essentially everyone's just kind of building their own levels, and then occasionally we'll all work on a level together and stuff like that. And that's coming out next year.
Cool. I have heard lovely things about the Kaizo community, like that it is very positive and affirming and friendly and all of this. Is that all true? Say yes.
Yeah. No, honestly, like I was trying to think like of like any sort of like drama or anything. I really can't think of like any big drama other than, well, I won't even go into it, but it was just something like a creator didn't fully credit all of the people he had in his hack, but which they eventually did, fix and all that stuff. But like that was like the spiciest thing I could think of.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like really fascinating that everyone just seems super chill to just help each other. Like I've never really been in a community like that. It's like the first real community I feel like I've been a part of where everyone's just like super chill to like answer any questions you have or help you with any sort of like ISM or anything like that. Like, hey, can you make this, so and so sort of sprite for me? Like, oh yeah, I'll work on it for you, and blah blah blah. Actually, for Separate Ways, I contacted there's a guy named Composer who's an actual video game composer, but he does a lot of porting for SMW hacks and stuff. And I contacted him and was like, hey, I had this like random idea to like actually have a port of Journey's Separate Ways to be like the final level song. I was like, do you think you could do this? He's like, oh yeah, 100%. And he helped and got that done. It was a super awesome port.
Yeah, that's really cool. It sounds like a community full of people who want to be there.
Yeah,
which is really nice. One of the themes of this week has been people talking about how important it has been for them to avoid burnout and make sure that they actually enjoy what they're doing and stuff like that. It sounds like you have found a place where people enjoy what they're doing.
Yeah. There's like you get a little bit into like sometimes when you play too much Kaizo, I've seen in some streamers where like you're just getting your ass handed to you. You hit one too many like invisible coin blocks that someone's trolling you with, and like you can like actually see someone be like, all right, I gotta take a break from this stuff. Like this is mentally draining and stuff like that. But for the most part, yeah, everyone's pretty chill. There's you can get into a little bit of weirdness because people have different, level design philosophies, and if, you're streaming someone else's hack that they, poured hundreds of hours into and saying some not so nice things about, the level or whatever, like a lot of the times most people are pretty good at like couching that in like constructive criticism or something like that, or, I like this hack as a whole, but this level, blah, blah, blah. Like at the end of the day, you put something out there, it's ultimately, the community is allowed to, have whatever opinion they want on it, whoever plays it and stuff like that. So sometimes people are a little harsh, but for the most part, you kind of have to take the good with the bad.
Mhm. I forgot about troll levels. I have seen highlights from troll levels. That's that's the sort of thing that goes viral, I feel like. I don't
Yeah,
know where.
That's one of my favorite parts about SMW Kaizo, like, because you can really do whatever you want in it, you can really fuck over some people in funny ways, which that was one of the things I learned in separate ways, is like, if you're not a well-known person and you troll them, they're going to have a lot less, they're not going to laugh it off as easily. And so, and for my second one, I was like, all right, all of the trolls I'm going to have are just going to be like fake out trolls, like, something like it seems like you're gonna die, but you don't actually die. So you still get a reaction, but you don't get like the resulting like depression that comes afterwards from having to redo the whole section. But trolls are the best part of watching other people play your hack, man. Seeing people freak out is like the funniest shit.
Has it made you do stuff with creating in any other way in video gaming? Like, have you thought about making your own game, or I don't know, modding something else, I guess?
Yeah, I've done I think the only other gaming thing I've modded was I did some Beat Saber songs. They're kind of ass. That was like a fun little thing. But I'm looking forward. I might go back to college for a year or so to get some like baseline programming knowledge.
Okay.
And then kind of dive into Unity and see if I can make a 2D platformer or something like that, depending on how that goes. Yeah, because I got just over the years, I was like, man, this is like the thing that I actually enjoy doing. Like my actual job is like microbiology, which like it's fine, but it's not like, every once in a while someone comes by and works in the lab and they're like super invested and like, oh wow, what's this culture? Oh wow, we should really figure out. I'm like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. And then I leave work and I don't ever think about it again. But like with making games and stuff, it's like, oh man, this is like, I want to do this.
Yeah.
I could do this a lot. So we'll see.
That'll be exciting. What sort of game do you imagine yourself making?
Probably just like, it sounds basic, but probably start out with a 2D platformer, just because like I'm just trying to imagine like all the different things I could do in a 2D platformer, and like I already have so much knowledge, like game design knowledge around that it would probably be the easiest thing to make first. As for like what to do after that, the things that like have inspired me the most that I've played have been stuff all centered around discovery and exploration. So something like Outer Wilds and Tunic.
Oh.
I know
Yes, please make me another Outer Wilds.
Yeah, that'd be like the dream. But yeah, stuff like that I've been playing recently. Just like, there's something super special about like a game world that trusts that you can figure out how it works and where to go and why things are happening, and you have like player agency into like interesting stories that aren't cutscenes and stuff. Like, I always think about how like when I went to Brittle Hollow for one of the first few trips, and I like everyone, I fell into the black hole. Like on like a second trip there, I noticed like, oh shit, I'm about to fall into the black hole, but I was able to like jetpack and like slingshot my way around the black hole due to the gravity and like make it back out into the ruins or whatever. And I'm just like, that is like such a mind-blowingly cool moment that like, I don't know, very few people will probably get to experience, but like only happened to me essentially because of the game's mechanics and like how it, everything kind of works together. And I don't know.
Sure. Immersive storytelling and experience having through mechanical worlds or something.
Yeah, like I enjoy the occasional story game, but like it's always way more impactful when the story is only like your story, like it's unique to you. The game gave you interesting obstacles and you solved them in interesting ways.
Mhm.
That's part of the reason why, like, roguelike, like Slay the Spire and other deck building games are super fascinating, because it's lots of decision making, right? Like, it's fun to make decisions that have interesting consequences and have impacts down the line.
Yeah, my favorite thing in Slay the Spire has always been transforming into a card that I don't usually use, and then all of a sudden I'm in a world that I'm not familiar with and trying to work out what I'm meant to do here. How did you get into Slay the Spire?
Oh god, I don't know who recommended it. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of gaming podcasts, and I'm sure some of them suggested it. And then I stumbled upon, I don't even know how I stumbled upon your thing. Maybe it was a Reddit post or something like that. But I found you pretty early on. You still had like less than 500 viewers at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And like that, like you've kind of ruined a lot of games for me at this point now, because you've like unlocked Pandora's box into like how to understand and think about games, so that now so many games that like other people love, it sounds like egotistical or whatever. It's like, oh, like this is actually like really basic and easy to figure out. Like,
well, I apologize. My bad.
No, that was like, no, it's like the most incredibly useful skill is like how to think critically about games and how to like, I don't know, it's so crazy just how I can't think of any other outlets that teach you how to be smarter about games. There's like walkthroughs and guides to beat bosses and stuff like that, but there's very few that's like, well, here's why Claw's bad in this situation. It's like, oh shit, I gotta think about that.
Here's why this is the best Auri of all time. Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow,
try
yeah.
to...
You just won the run.
It's Ascension 12. I try to... I'm not trying to spoil games for people.
Well, like I was thinking about, did you play a Cult of the Lamb last year at all?
Yeah, I played for a few hours.
Yeah, like a lot of people love that game. Like, oh man, the mechanics of building up the town and stuff like that. But like I was pretty easily able to see the like matrix on that. I was like, oh, like actually half the stuff like doesn't even matter, and you just need to like do X, Y, and Z, and like the runs themselves are like very basic, like. But like it's got a great art style and stuff like that. But I was like, oh, this is not as interesting as other people think. But I don't know.
This is the curse of being tremendously experienced at a certain sort of thing that is intended for, casual enjoyment.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, the intent, developer intent is always important.
Yeah. You're always going to be better at picking it up quickly than, the person that they're building the game for to begin with. I've thought about that increasingly as I've played more and more games like Slay the Spire, because people assume that I'm going to like a game like Slay the Spire because I like Slay the Spire, right? But often it's like having played thousands of hours of Slay the Spire does not do a different game that's like Slay the Spire any favors at all. It like massively warps my experience of learning the game, and it makes it so the game doesn't really feel very new. So a lot of the curiosity that I would have for a game usually, and a lot of the fascination, the discovery process just kind of isn't there. It's like the same sort of thing that you're saying.
Right, yeah. Like, did you ever play like Cobalt Core or something?
I really liked the demo of Cobalt Core. Cobalt Core is charming, and
yeah,
so
I really enjoyed it.
A game being charming is enough to make me interested in playing it, even if I like don't care about it for any other reason at all. And yeah, Cobalt Core seemed pretty sweet. I enjoyed the demo. I haven't picked up the full version, but like at some point I probably will.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun, but like you were saying, is like, oh, I get to a boss and like, oh, he's got a big health bar. It's like, well, clearly I'm gonna need, some sort of scaling damage, and as I get later on, like, I'm gonna need scaling, defense and blah 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 and things like that. Oh yeah, a lot of these ideas transfer over.
Yeah, for sure. I am always interested when ideas don't transfer over, which happens every now and then. There are games like this where, like, you never are intended to get to a point where you're playing more than 5 cards a turn, for example. And so your deck is much more about building value. There are games which feel really grindy, like you're constantly dying and getting more statuses and wounds in your deck and stuff like that.
Mm.
I don't know if I've ever found one that's very different that I like really liked, unless you go so far afield that you're talking about Brotato or Monster Train. Or Against the Storm. I don't know if Against the Storm is a Spire-like. It kind of is.
Yeah, Wild Frost is pretty interesting in that. I don't think it necessarily had the depth that I was looking for, but the idea I thought was really fascinating, that like you're managing minions sort of like Monster Train, but like you draw a hand and then you can't draw a new hand until, however many turns later, and then you have to deal with like positioning and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool.
I enjoyed my like 2 or 3 hours of Wild Frost, and then I stopped playing.
Well, that was like the weird controversy where they got like review bombed for being too hard, and then I like played it and I like beat it on my 3rd run. I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, people are just the worst part about themselves sometimes. I don't know. It was really rough to see. Slay the Spire has had a bit of that at times as well.
It's crazy when you think about how easy Ascension 0 is.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. People are people, I guess. You don't even believe that really happened. You don't believe Wild Frost actually got review bombed?
Yeah, I was in those reviews reading them. Those were some real interesting people.
Yeah. Are you a Baldur's Gate 3 player? Did you have that part of your gaming year?
Oh yeah, that was some good shit right there.
You done?
I finished my playthrough a couple months ago.
And that's it?
Yeah, there's other games to play, man. I'm making games over here. I'm playing games.
Sweet.
No, I would love to do a second playthrough, but that's like another 70-hour commitment.
Oh wow, you got through it in 70 hours. I have been convinced to do Dark Urge accidentally, I think, today. But I don't know when I'm going to. Seems really hard to find time. I can relate to the having other things to do. In my case, I have more Slay the Spire to play.
Always.
Yeah, literally always.
You tired of it?
At the moment, I am extremely excited by Slay the Spire.
What keeps you going at?
I really like entering things in a spreadsheet and analyzing them. And I know a ton about Slay the Spire, so I have lots and lots and lots of different things that I want to enter into a spreadsheet and analyze. Because with a game like this, the more that you know... Okay, at least a game like this with Slay the Spire's depth, the more that you know, the more there is to find out. And I'm getting to the point where it takes hundreds of hours to feel like I have done a good job of finding something out. So, that's a hefty investment of time.
What's something interesting you found out in recent months?
gosh. There are so many things. Just one?
I mean, anything.
It like all connects to everything else though.
You see the Matrix.
I made a Spire side chat this morning that'll probably go out in a while on the YouTube about why I don't upgrade Fission very much, which made me think about heuristics that people are using to think about games. Because one of the things that I'm interested in, it's not just about getting better at Slay the Spire myself, it's also about understanding how other people are thinking about Slay the Spire so that I can try to connect with them better, and help them think about the game in the best way for them. I'm not trying to say that my way of thinking about it is better than theirs. I'm just saying, like, in order to give somebody a good answer about, like, which card is the best card for Ironclad or something, you kind of have to understand how they're thinking to begin with so that your answer can make sense to them. And so I realized in talking about the Fission upgrade that a lot of people are thinking about the game in terms of just maximizing output without having great calibration on which output they should maximize. And more and more, I'm thinking about the game as 150 turns of Slay the Spire, where a lot of the turns are pretty similar, and you just want to get to a point where you're not taking run-ending damage on them so you can win, kinda. And yes, that is current. This is a very long answer, but that is currently what I'm like kind of fixated on. Is like, how do you communicate that to people? What does it even mean exactly? What are the consequences of it? Yeah.
That fission upgrade, because I think you mentioned it in a recent YouTube vid that went up or something. That was one of those where I was like, well, no, you need to, you got your orbs ready and you need to proc them, right? If you just get rid of all of your orbs that you just built up, you should probably upgrade that. Like, you explain it in the sense of like, well, drawing like 6 cards and having 6 mana is probably better, significantly better than like however much 24 damage that you do to something in like 6 block you get or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But then it is kind of complicated to understand why getting 24 damage and 6 block isn't good. Compared to like getting 1 more card drawn when you play cool-headed or something like that. I don't know what I upgraded instead, but it was probably something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is an entire thing. I think it's interesting the way that Slay the Spire runs are presented to us affects how we think about Slay the Spire runs. I think if your run history had a list of all of the turns that you played, people would think about the turns in Slay the Spire a lot more. If it had like, turn 62, you were attacked for 32 damage by slavers. Turn 63, you were attacked for 15 damage by slavers, And you could just scan through a list of your turns for the run, and maybe see some notes on what actions you took or something like that. Some sort of chess match history type of thing, but for Slay the Spire. I think that would gargantuanly change how most people thought about the game they were playing, which is really interesting for me to think about too. Like, the way that information is displayed to us decides how we synthesize it so heavily.
You think like people would like hyper focus on like, oh, on this turn you took 32 damage, like clearly you needed to do X, Y, and Z so that you didn't take 32 damage, rather than like, well, actually you took a card here instead of like taking this card.
Yeah, possibly. Like, instead of talking about like, well, should I take Spot Weakness or Carnage? Which one's better? You'd look at your run history and be like, gee, I drew really badly and took 40 this turn. How do I stop myself from drawing really badly and taking 40? Because that's kind of important. A lot of people, when Spire Logs was a thing, a lot of people would look at the average damage taken in a fight as sort of a heuristic for how good their deck was. And I think that's also kind of a testament to the dearth of information being presented to us about this, because I think if you were looking at a list of the turns that you actually played, you'd notice that like the average damage taken in a fight wasn't that big a deal, and also wasn't telling you anywhere near the full story of like what the structure of the deck was like. Because like, I don't know, there are lots of runs where you'll take lots of average damage in a fight, but you just sustain it or whatever. Or your deck is going to take a decent chunk of average damage, but it's not going to die. It's going to consistently get through the fight, taking 15 or something, and then you just rest with a Regal Pillow. And your deck's good at fighting bosses, so you win the run. And I think, yeah, using measurements which are too far abstracted from what is actually happening makes it really hard to draw sensible conclusions about the game.
So what about the statistics of all this? That really gets you going, right? Does that makes your brainwaves really get going, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way for you to like actually explain that in a way that us normies can understand, or is it just like, you know, how someone, like I was explaining earlier, like how someone can just like paint something and that's just how your brain works?
Like, explain how you could think about the statistics, or explain why I care about the statistics?
Yeah, like why it gets you going.
Why do I care about the statistics? I care about statistics primarily because they are used for eval all over the world. And I want people to be more statistically literate so that they can be like, hey, that thing you just said is bullshit. More often. That is the really short and sweet answer to that question.
You're telling me all these people on Twitter with blue check marks aren't using statistics appropriately?
Believe it or not, I don't think they are. Having your turn history tracked in Magic Gathering has been a really big deal for you, being able to go back and review a difficult decision outside the time context of playing the match. Yeah, it's like... There's a huge thing about the thing that we measure becoming the thing that we maximize without a sensible consideration period on whether it should be the thing that we maximize, and I think that that's just kind of always very true with statistics. I always want to play armaments first, whatever.
That's an interesting thing with like 2D platformers and Kaizo specifically, is there's like two elements of challenge. And Celeste works the same way, right? When you're first playing through Celeste, is like first thing you think of is, well, how what do I do? You know, okay, I need to get into this bubble, shoot up, then dash right, then go into this other bubble, dash right, you know, blah blah blah. And then there's like, how do I make my finger do that?
Mm-hmm.
And so like that's what makes Kaizo pretty tricky with SMW, is like you're trying to balance going fast and you know, hitting all the obstacles, but also trying to make your finger, the amount of like different inputs you can do. Like one of the main ones is like, if you're holding jump, Mario falls slower. Like that doesn't seem that crazy of a mechanic, but when you can do things that's like called a regrab, where like when you bounce on an enemy and you're not holding jump, you just, you know, you bounce real short and fall right next to it. But if you bounce on the enemy, don't hold jump, but then hit jump immediately afterwards, you gain a much longer jump that's still at like a minimum height. And then you have to compare that with like, so you're doing a lot of stuff like that. You're doing stuff with like shell jumps. You're doing different ways that you have to like activate different sprites and things like that. And so you're trying to balance that along with just learning what the hell you're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting watching some streamers, they'll do pause strats where they'll, if they're like getting somewhere new, they'll just pause the game and just so they can look and see what's going on and stuff like that.
Sure.
Kind of interesting. But it also, like, some people like to make levels where you do have to try and figure it out and it's more like a puzzle. And some people won't like that, obviously. And I don't know.
It is free, right?
Yeah, as long as you have a. Are you talking about like playing Mario or pausing?
Playing, like
Oh
downloading
yeah,
the level
yeah, yeah.
doesn't
As long
cost
as you,
you money.
yeah, as long as you have a legally obtained copy of Super Mario World ROM, which I won't tell you how to get or do. But yeah. And there's lots of beginner hacks out there. Like I've been saying, like how hard it is, but there are lots of beginner stuff out there that people have made that is super chill and fun. And you know, some people will say actually the best way to learn how to get good at Mario is just play base Super Mario World itself. What makes this like? Oh, go ahead.
You go.
What like makes Mario so interesting compared to like something like Celeste is like the ability to like pick up things, which like sounds kind of silly, but like there's so many different ways you can manipulate different things. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier with like different mechanics interacting with other mechanics. You know, if I jump on a Koopa, he jumps out of his shell. I can take that shell and then shoot it back to him. He's going to carry that shell and he'll either kick it back or I can jump on him and grab the shell, do a shell jump off of it, or you know, different ways you can kill sprites or you know, all that sort of stuff. Very fascinating. Yeah, item abuse as it's called. Different ways you can drop items, throw them up, interact with like different walls. So that becomes like the interesting part of designing a level is like how do I communicate that? And so a lot of it is like, well, I want this person to go here, so I'm gonna put death blocks, you know, along this way. So like the only way that they can only go is through here, and it's gonna look like, oh man, I'm making this big jump, or you know, I'm not sure where I need to go, but like, oh, the only way is this way, and stuff like that. Sometimes you have to give into like the indicator gods and put some coin trails and things like that if you're like really married to a setup or something.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's level design. You were doing level design. I'm sure you already knew this, but level design is wild.
I love watching videos. Like, that's kind of like where I got a lot of like my start in this is like watching, you know, video essays and stuff like that on that people made about, you know, why do Mario levels like work so well? You know, what is Nintendo doing psychologically that makes sense? And then you start to notice how badly other games do it.
Uh-huh. One of my favorite videos is about the drop shadow in Mario Mansion. Is that the one? I forget which one it was, but I think it's like the first time that a game implemented a drop shadow under the character when you're jumping, so that you can see where your character is relative to the three-dimensional space, relative to ground, while it's in the air.
Oh yeah.
And like, there are so many tiny things that go on like that in a game that, I mean, in Slay the Spire too, that really make or break a game. It's one of the reasons that I keep playing Slay the Spire, is that Slay the Spire does stuff like that better than most games. And when you play a lot of Slay the Spire, you start to notice that the other games are often not doing it as well.
That is true. Yeah, the like the playability of Slay the Spire is better than almost any game out there, just in terms of like clicking on things and making them work and things working in the way that you want them to, and it all makes sense.
And you can play it on your phone, and you can play it on your Switch. Yes, I will be a Slay the Spire fan forever and ever and ever until Megacrit releases their next game next year. Fingers crossed. At which point I will forget Slay the Spire and never play it again. No, that seems very unlikely.
Did he give I know you had the dev on recently. I haven't watched that video yet. Did he give any
I had
little
Casey
hints?
and Anthony on separately. Anthony said he was hoping that they'd be able to announce the game in 2024. He did not say that it would release in 2024. Absolutely not. Casey said he couldn't talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, they made that thing about like switching to Godot, right? Did they actually go through with that? I didn't.
Yeah, they did.
See the. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Good for them. That whole fucking debacle.
They went so fucking viral. I think my friend who has gone the most viral is Casey, who doesn't use social media. He kind of uses social media a little bit.
How do you even follow up Slay the Spire? How do you capture lightning in a bottle again? I mean, I guess theoretically they're smart enough to do it.
I don't think that that's the goal. I think they like making games and they want to make another game.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, you know, expecting it to be better or worse than Slay the Spire is not really what they would want. You just like judge it on the same merits as you judge any other game. Do I like it or not, etc.
Right.
Oh god, that's not a very good.
Do they do 25 or 35 at this Ascension?
I think 30, but I'm not sure. I guess you can mouse over it. 30. I'm very hungry right now. Tell me what you are excited about for next year. What you think people should take away from chatting with you. And we'll chat about that for a bit, and then I'm going to go get like a lot of food.
Sure. I think people should, if they are interested in something, they should just do it. They should not waste like any time. Not think, oh, should I do this? Should I? What if I'm bad at it? What if people don't like it? People should try stuff out, try new things out. You never know if you're gonna like something, if you're good at something, unless you at least try. And hopefully, if you can find a community for something that you're trying to do, and hopefully they're as lovely as the SMW community, and they can help you out, and you may find your new passion.
Just do it. Nike.
Shit, I guess they took it already. It's scary though, trying new things,
I think it's good to fail. That's one of the things I guess that is a bit unique about me in gaming, is that I really like losing. Because the thing that's guaranteed in a loss is that something at some point forced me to struggle a little bit. Okay, unless I like pressed end turn and died without potions in my hand because I was hallucinating or something like that. But like generally, something in that run must have been interesting in some way. And you don't have that guaranteed in a one. Sometimes on a win you just kind of like cruise through and win, and that's kind of it. And then you're done. And what did you get out of your hour and a half or 2 hours? So it's a bit harder when it's like real life than when it's a game
Yeah.
to be excited about struggling and failing, for sure. But I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of, at least.
Yeah, 100%. Especially as I'm getting older now, it's just like realizing just how much time you really do have. Like, I can 100% still do like a career change at this point if I wanted to, and still be completely okay. I mean, obviously depending on your personal circumstances and stuff like that, but there's always time in the world to learn something new, whether it's positive or negative, like from positive or negative experiences. Like, you got time.
Apparently Mega Crit got 100,000 likes.
Wow.
What if I got 100,000 likes in my entire life? Probably there's one person at home who likes me 100,000 times.
Thorgod asked me what my favorite ROM hack is. I'll throw out a recent ROM hack that came out this year called Mycelium by God, I can't remember his name. That was something where like I had just finished like my ROM hack, and then I watched someone play through this hack, and I was like spellbound by how well designed it was and how smart it was that it like immediately like forced me to start making again. It was by Schema Tuna. But yeah, that was like, it's like, man, god damn it. Like, people are so fucking good at this. Now I gotta get back in the ring.
Are you competitive?
Oh, I'm very competitive. But like, this is like a friendly competition in a way where
Sure,
it's like,
sure.
oh god, these guys are so fucking good. I want to create something cool too. Like, you know, I want to be. That's another weird thing is like how much of it is like, you know, do you want like the appreciation of players and viewers versus how much of it is, you know, self gratification and things like that. I think that's always an important thing to keep in mind is like, you should be doing this to fulfill whatever internal goals and things you have like that, and relying on if someone likes your hack or whatever is like, it's a dark road to go down.
Yeah. Competition, when it inspires you to like create and enjoy yourself, I think is pretty sweet.
There's a lot of competitions in SMW Central. They run lots of different competitions for, or like level design contests with different parameters and stuff like that. And there's also a lot of there's a thing called ROM hack races where every Saturday night, I think someone has submitted a level that no one has seen, and a bunch of streamers all get on and try and beat the level before anyone else.
It's like Track of the Day in Trackmania.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's super
cool.
fun to watch.
I love Track of the Day. So they're trying to beat the level. Oh, so
Before anyone else.
Like a blind playthrough of a difficult new hack.
Yeah, usually just a level.
Oh, just one. What other games are there that are like this? Would you compare it to like Guitar Hero at all? Does that comparison make sense to you?
A little bit, yeah. Like there's definitely, like people will say things like sight read, like, you know, if you get through a lot of a level just like playing it, like if you get through a lot of level on your first try or, you know, whatever, that's like, it's like you're sight reading a really tough Guitar Hero song or something. But it is like interesting, like considering what I've talked about, enjoying like game interactions being the most interesting part of games these days, of things interacting with other things and creating emergent stuff. It's like Kaizo is like the complete opposite of that. It's like if you get a shell, you have to use that shell for the exact same purpose. I don't know what that says about me or my brain. I think I just like watching like really cool stuff happen on screen in a platformer.
I have greatly enjoyed trying to work out how I work over the course of my life. Because once upon a time I had some pretty strong ideas, and then I increasingly found out I was wrong. So yeah, I can relate to that very much. I think it's okay to have an idea that you like something and then also like other things. Ooh, legal trouble from Nintendo is asked.
No, as long as you are using a quote-unquote legally, you know, obtained copy of a ROM. They went back. The legal trouble started way back in the day when Nintendo actually lost a lawsuit, I think, to Game Shark or Game Genie. And ever since then, as long as you have a legally obtained copy of the ROM, you know, whether you flash it from the card or whatever, Nintendo can't do anything about it as long as you don't sell it or distribute the ROMs. And so a lot of the times when people like SMW Central, when you're downloading a quote unquote ROM hack, you're downloading the patch that you then apply to the ROM.
And getting a legally acquired version of the ROM is a real thing. That's not just like code for I downloaded it, but I'm saying.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have a copy of SMW on SNES and you have the ability to like plug it into like a flash card or whatever on your computer, you can
Okay.
download that ROM.
Okay. That was not clear to me as someone who doesn't.
That's just what people say. That's one of like the most fascinating things is like I could theoretically put one of my ROM hacks onto an actual SNES ROM and put it into a Super Nintendo and play it. It's like feels like magic.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It also makes it extremely hard to make stuff work because I'm still dealing with, you know, however many kilobytes that they allow me to work with, and so if I have too many sprites on screen, it's going to get really angry and lag and stuff like that. Or
Oh, I didn't consider that. That would make it harder to make it run Doom, I assume.
and also like with music, like I can't just put in, you know, whatever Celeste song. Someone has to go in and make a version of that port using different samples. Sometimes people use like samples from like Donkey Kong Country or whatever to make interesting things. I don't know how people do the porting process for music. It is wizardry as far as I know.
There's kind of like some stuff that's already available in the like system memory, so it. Yeah, I don't understand either. Yeah.
Yeah, depending on
I'm
like
trying to understand and failing.
well, like some people will like create samples or like sample packs that a certain song will use. So like if I wanted to put in a Super Metroid song, someone will have probably made a pack of like all the different samples that the Super Metroid music uses, and then in the actual text file for whatever song it pulls from that pack saying, okay, we're going to use sample bongo 1, drum 2, and guitar 3, you know, at these different points. It's crazy.
You're not allowed to tell people where to get the ROM on the internet.
Yep.
Okay. Nintendo's so weird with that stuff.
It's annoying.
Do you follow
Almost-
Smash at all?
The most I followed Smash was when that Smash Brothers documentary series came out, and I got really into watching Melee around then.
Sure.
But I haven't followed too much of it now. I only have time for League of Legends esports as my esports thing.
I feel like somehow Nintendo games end up with really cool competitive communities around them, like pretty consistently. I wonder what it is. Maybe it's
Well,
just
for one,
the-
most people grew up with them.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Like there's such a huge number of people who like passionately have been playing them since they were kids.
And it's also like unintentionally they generally make weird games or games that push a different direction than most other mainstream games. It's like their fighting game is something that is a more of a platform fighter instead of just being like a rigid 2D thing, and instead of having to do a quarter circle punch, you just hit right and B or whatever. Like they always find like interesting avenues, different ways for play. Who the fuck is making a Pikmin style game right now, you know?
They made that XCOM game too, Mario v Rabbids or whatever. They do make strange games.
I think it was made by Ubisoft, but yeah.
It was with their IP and stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder about how like the generation that's growing up right now with like their games being like Spider-Man and like God of War and Uncharted and shit like that, like how much different that is compared to like Super Nintendo and Genesis and all that stuff.
There are kids. There are kids who will sit down to play a game and they will research how to beat the game before they start playing it. And then like they'll watch the YouTube tutorial for it or whatever. And then their experience of playing the game is just like pressing the buttons that the YouTuber pressed. This is me being an old man yelling at clouds.
No, I 100% agree. I had a coworker who does this very thing where he's like, "Oh yeah, I looked up, the best way to like farm to like get to this thing, and and the way to beat this boss." I'm like, the whole point of Elden Ring is that like you figure it out yourself, and like it's cool, and there's different ways to do stuff. Like, are you just looking up how to win? What's the point of playing? Can't be wrong, right? It's children.
There were those guidebooks back in the day that came with the game. That's true. That's true. I sometimes run into completionist problems with games where I will look up stuff online because I want to get it all, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's my gaming vice, as it were.
So I almost never complete nowadays.
Like,
In terms of like 100%.
sure. Like, you will finish your playthrough and then you're kind of done.
Like Super Mario Wonder was the last, like maybe like one of the only games this year that I did that.
I haven't 100%ed Slay the Spire yet, so but that's how I go with it.
How do you 100% slay the Spire?
Like, get all the achievements.
Uh,
I assume that's what it means. I don't really understand what 100%ing something is, I'm gonna be honest.
well, it
Means you
depends
get
on the game.
achievements, right?
Yeah, it could be that, or just like do all. If it's like an open world game, you do like all the side activities or whatever. Shit. I got really frustrated with playing Midnight Suns, Marvel's Midnight Suns. I downloaded that because it was on sale. And I was going on a trip, and I was like, oh, I can play this on my Steam Deck. And I think in the 30 hours that I played it, maybe 20 to 30 minutes of it was like actual like in battle, making interesting decisions and stuff. And like everything else was like cutscenes or tutorials or talking. That sort of stuff drives me nuts nowadays in games.
How dare you tell me a story?
Well, I mean, if the story's not good, or if
Yeah,
it's not
yeah, I
well
know what you
written,
mean. I want a game to be good at what it does, 100%. And there are
Yeah.
games where they're trying to do more than they need to and not pulling it off, and I get that feeling with those. I got that with Cultist Simulator. Cultist Simulator felt like it wanted to be a strategy game and a visual novel, and it could have been either. It also could have been both, but with the execution, it was just a bad version of both. I don't know if you have ever tried Cultist Simulator, but I have not sold it very well, so yeah, sorry about that. Who is
the idea of, like-
mysteriously recognizable yet familiar voice? Is your voice familiar?
I don't think my voice is familiar unless someone has found my rare podcasts I made a few years back that are absolutely atrocious.
What's your favorite thing that you made before you started doing Kaizo? Like, out of all of these weird things?
I made videos for Heroes of the Storm back in 2016, I think. I still play Heroes of the Storm, by the way. That's the absolute best MOBA ever made. I made some videos for that where we got like my friends and I got like matched up against Tempo Storm. Is Tempo Storm still a team? I don't even know.
I
but
also don't know. I think they were having budget issues. I don't know if it killed them or not.
But either way, we got matched up against Tempo Storm, who was like one of the best HOTS teams at the time. And we were like getting absolutely stomped, and then we made like this miraculous comeback. And I made a really fun video with it, and I was super proud of that.
I played Heroes of the Storm with a friend, and I don't remember who it was. Huh.
Yeah, it's like it has like the best, in my opinion, like the best like, because like I need like people that have like their cozy games or like games to like zone out to, and a lot of the times those kinds of games are like very like not stimulating, but HOTS is like stimulating enough and like fun enough that I can use my brain, but also I don't have to use it too hard because I've played like 1,000 hours of it at this point and know everything going on, and there's no rank or anything. I can just choose whatever hero I want to play and just kind of turn my brain off.
That's the game where they discontinued esports semi-recently, right?
Yeah, a few years back, and they kind of stopped doing development on it, and then randomly a couple of months ago they patched it for the first time in like 2 years, and now everyone's like coping in the community.
Ooh. Understandably.
Which thing, and maybe it might be a Steam release because Blizzard's been doing that, but also Blizzard just got bought by Microsoft, so everyone's like, oh my god, they're going to put Master Chief in it.
That'd be cool. They did a good job of kind of boiling it down, the MOBA experience for that game, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really play League much these days as much as I watch it.
What would your tips be for beating the ending with Watcher?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
100%.
That's the sad thing about me is like if I ever play Slay the Spire these days, I never play Watcher. I do not know all of the broken shit you can do with them. I don't know any. Like I don't watch. I'm sorry to admit this, George. I don't watch the Watcher videos you post. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Lots of people don't. I'm not offended.
Yeah, don't you just kind of just play all the broken cards? Play Vault. You play the thing that gives you like 8 plated armor for some reason, or it gives you like 1 billion gold every turn or whatever. Shit just always seems like the most broken stuff in the world.
That's roughly what it does, yeah. More or less. Oh.
Can't you go like Beta Omega maximize mode or something like that and you do like triple the amount of damage?
This is a lot like a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, is what it's sounding like to me.
You gotta play Jar of Greed.
I think the way to win as Watcher is to focus on stat swapping and focus on removing cards from your deck so that your stat swapping can be a large component of your deck. That is, I think, the succinct advice I would give. The alter ego for Riot Mordog? I don't think so.
I don't play TFT. I did until they started putting out like a new set every 3 months. It's like, well, I can't learn all this again.
That is the story of so many people.
I did really love the auto battler. Like I really got into was Legion TD2, which is like fairly not well known. I don't know. Have you played it at all?
It did some decent numbers in the community around me. Enough that I installed it and tried it and decided I didn't like it. I don't know if I played it on stream. Did I play it on stream? Anybody remember? I might have played it on stream.
Yeah, I got really into that. That game is super fun.
I just can't do the games where I have to learn a bunch of stuff and the game doesn't set itself up to teach me in a fun way.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
I just feel like the first thing I want to do playing a game like that is get into a spreadsheet, and that's not very much fun. I played it for an hour on October 26th, 2021. There you go. Played it for exactly 1 hour.
Yeah, I really liked it because it was co-op, essentially, like ranked as 2v2, and so my buddy and I would get on and play a couple every night.
Yes, I think that is why I got into it. Somebody was recommending that I might enjoy playing it with them, but I had to nope out. Are there any games in particular that we haven't talked about yet that you're excited about or enjoyed this year or anything like that?
Oh man, trying to think. You know, like a lot of people talk about this year being like incredible for games, but it was like kind of a year of like disappointing sequels. I feel like a lot of the times sequels play it too safe. So something like the Jedi Survivor, I just recently finished that up. It's a good game, but very safe. Diablo 4, pretty big disappointment. Good game, but like, you know, not what it needs to be in my mind. Stuff like that. I really there was a wild game back in January called Hi-Fi Rush. That
Yeah?
did you ever see that?
I still need to play it. It
That
looks
game is-
incredible.
It's an absolute joy. It's crazy.
Fire Rush. I'm slowly collecting a list of things that I need to do. I had a friend who, yeah, got really into it, like right on release, and was raving about it and everything, and I just never actually got around to trying it.
I want to get back into. I want to start playing Against the Storm now that it finally came out in 1.0. I finally have a reason now to check it out, and everyone seems to say that it's incredible.
Yeah, sorry, good. I recommend you try it. What advice would I give for Against the Storm? What I don't know about Against the Storm is like what it is after you've learned it. All of my playtime basically has been unlocking accounts. So, you know, working my way up to effectively Ascension 20. That game's version of it. I don't know what you do at the top, but it's like a very solid 100 hours of gaming just to get there to begin with. So I've always really enjoyed my time in it. I like unlocked an account, played one run at max difficulty or something, was like, oh yeah, this seems fine, and then uninstalled it, and then 1.0 came out, and I started again, and I'm up to like Prestige 12, I love 20 or something right now. Do you like 4X games like Civ?
I'm not huge on it, but I do like I've played my fair share of Civ 5 and Civ 6 and stuff like that. I'm not like an uber gamer at those types of things, but they are fun to play. My wife will also occasionally we'll play a Civ game together against the computer. That's nice and relaxing.
Multiplayer or like couch co-op?
Multiplayer. She's got her own computer.
I used to play Civ 2 with my uncle, and it was very stressful for me because I would be like, we are going to be at peace, right? And we will team up against the computers. And my uncle would always be really cagey about it. He'd be like, oh, we'll see. We'll see.
He threw you under the bus?
I mean, I was like 10 and he was in his early 20s. He never actually declared war on me or anything. But he always made me wonder if he was going to. That scoundrel of a man. A really good gaming memory, though.
We were just when I was with all my family this past few days, they were talking about Risk. I don't know if you ever played much Risk with family members or anything like that. But we would always get like 4 hours into a game or something, and then someone who was like clearly losing would ruin the game for everyone else by like flipping the board over.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a core memory.
That is the appropriate way to end a game of Risk, I think. It is what a game of Risk deserves. We had Risk. We would play it sometimes for a bit, but I don't come from a family of people who play games for like super long, or from a family of people who play games very quickly, and so would kind of like never finish a game. And my experience with Risk was like, I thought it was like a fun game to chill out with and just kind of vibe and do silly things. And then I played it against my friend whose family like actually really cared about min-maxing strategy games and playing them all the way through to the end every time and stuff like this, and just got demolished by him. Like he had an actual strategy and stuff like that, and I was just like, no, this isn't fun at all. I don't like this. That is my Risk memory.
It's like when you think you play Smash Bros against your friends and then you think you're the best, and then you go to college and you're like, oh, actually, I'm terrible.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit like that. Similar sort of feeling. There's a pretty substantial online community for Risk. I don't know if you've ever looked at that.
No.
There's a decent computer adaptation of the board game, which has like additional maps and rule sets and stuff like that. There's like a zombies mode where there's an AI faction which will spawn way more troops than you can keep up with. But if you're clever about punching through in the right places, you can get them under control and hopefully kill your opponents. But they play it with fog of war, so you don't know where your opponents even are, which can be really fun to watch.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of like trying to guess what your opponents would do, like which choke points they would try to hold against the zombies, and then like you get your first card trade in and get a bunch of troops and just go stomping around the board to try to kill someone and steal their cards.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. We have defeated the Spire. I said I was going to get to Ascension 20 or as close to it as I could get this week. Do you think Ascension 13 is close? Thanks for the $30 donation to Free2Luv, Croker.
I can donate straight through this this Twitch thing, right?
Oh yeah, it's really good. And they're partnered with PayPal Giving Fund, so there's no extra transactional fees or anything like that.
Ever
Really
since
nice setup.
I read your book, I now am charity
Apprehensive.
aware.
Yeah. Yes, good. I am glad. It is not so bad all the time, though. It's something that I am slowly coming around to. I tried doing charity streams a few times and had like massive misfires on the starts. Oh wow. Thank you so much for the $500 donation to support Free2Luv.
Yeah, of
Incredibly
course.
generous. Really appreciate having you on.
Yeah, I
wanna-
appreciate you having me on.
I had like one more thought.
Sorry,
Oh
I
my
just
God, where did
interrupted
it
it.
go? It's okay. You interrupted it with a $500 donation to the charity we're raising money for. That is completely fine. Oh, it's gone. What was I talking about? The Risk community? Ah!
Chat, help.
Oh, diplomacy. Someone in chat mentioned diplomacy. Did you ever play diplomacy?
No.
Do you know diplomacy? It's
No.
it's a bit similar to Risk, except that people will take turns simultaneously. So it's not as much about amassing troops and everything. It's more about you take time, you go talk to people in secret and stuff, and then you come back with your moves planned out, and you all reveal what your moves will be. And so like, and the fighting's like, well, you don't know what exactly you'll be fighting, I guess, because you don't know what moves the other person will make, but there isn't like a bunch of die rolling and luck. It's more about trying to position and outmaneuver your opponents. And because of the stress on like cooperating on your borders and everything like that, it ends a lot of friendships with the backstabbing involved. It's a game that is
Ooh.
entirely about backstabbing and everything. And my parents in college went out to a cabin in the woods to play a game, and one of their friends got left behind. Like everybody else drove off and just left the friend behind because everyone was so mad at him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So
Brutal.
that is another board gaming memory. Well, thank you so much for coming on and chatting about Kaizo. I have learned a lot.
Maybe one day I'll get you started on playing some Kaizo on stream, maybe.
Well, you're not allowed to tell me how to do it, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, yeah, thanks so much for having me on. This was super fun.
Yeah, I hope you have an awesome rest of your year.
Yeah, you too.
Happy New Year's Eve. You celebrating at all? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. That's fine. We were saying goodbye. I just kept talking. Oh. Ooh. My girlfriend sent me a present. I'll go see if it's stream appropriate. I need to stretch my legs and hit the bathroom. Anyway, I will be right back. And then we can play some Silent and chat with Nick. Who's in the new year? Some of y'all are in 2024 already. What's it like? Is 2024 divisible by... I was gonna say 2. Yes. I was gonna actually ask, is it an exponent of 2, but it is not. That's 2048. Right? 2048? I think so. The package might not be stream appropriate because it was addressed to my real name, Jacques Orblong. It was personalized moleskin notebooks, which were very, very sweet, but I'm not going to share them because they're personalized. In a way that is not intended to be for you. But it is a lovely gift. Why did my girlfriend get me a gift for New Year's Eve? She's a very good gift giver. Very thorough and enthusiastic gift giver. I was just like, oh yeah, of course, it's gift time of year. And then I was like, wait a second, it's New Year's Eve. That's not... Anyway. An hour and 15 minutes away, but you're thinking of going to bed? It'll be there in the morning. Honestly. Have I played the game 2048? I have. I have played the game 2048. It was pretty good. Let's play the game, Bomba. One more Spire? If I'm talking to people, I should play Spire. I'm not going to be able to play Bomba and talk to people at the same time. And I want to play 6 runs today, and so far I've played 4. Oh my god. I want to play 5 runs today, and so far I've played 4. We're adjusting expectations live. You spent your entire night last night playing Bomba with a friend. How far did you get? How many thousand or tens of thousands of things did you get done? Parasite? What the hell? Got up to triangles. Cool. I didn't even know there were triangles. That's pretty sweet. Did it give you the ability to make rules that were like n and n minus 1? That was the thing that I've been frustrated with it for. They often want to make a rule that says like n and n minus 1, you know? You unlocked X late last night? Oh shit. Alright, awesome. I'll stick to it then. I was really hoping that this shop would make me stronger in some way. It was like fine. I might buy Akabeko and Dagger Spray. Our next guest is Nick. Nick Critical Motion. Nick is the model for JORBS butter. That is a picture of Nick's face, but it's made out of butter. I could also just go Acrobatics Reflex YOLO. Also a possibility. I don't think those were the best upgrades. I would have liked Deadly Poison and Survivor. Oh well. Next question, why is Jorbs buttering emote? Nick really doesn't like butter, so I made his face out of butter for him. That's the best. It's the best explanation you're getting. You can post a clip, please do. Please do. Do you wait? We can tease it? Sure. You're in charge of the hype here, Nick. I am probably entering my like 60th hour of work this week, and it's 2:50 p.m. on a Sunday. So I'm abandoning all pretense of feeling obliged to be entertaining. I hope you all have been enjoying the week, though. I definitely have. Been a really fun way to spend the dead week between Christmas and New Year's. It's 7 a.m. for you? Oh my god. Oh my god, I apologize. I didn't mean to do that to you. Have you slept yet? You did. Alright, that's good at least. Enjoyed the week greatly. Been very interesting to hear discussions about so many different topics. It's like a little brain nutrition or something. It's given me so many things to think about. I don't know if this is why I've been waking up at 1 a.m. and then not being able to fall back asleep, but when I wake up at 1 a.m., my head has been full of so many things to think about, which is really fun. Hey, Vamirio. I'm getting up a bit earlier anyway. Look at you. Being a responsible adult or whatever it is they say. Nine minutes till 2024? Eight minutes? Whereabouts in the world is New Year's happening right now? Is that Eastern Europe? Like Germany or something? Oh, England! Happy New Year, Emma. Did you do anything fun? Germany is Eastern Europe, eh? It's further east than some parts of Europe. Don't even talk to an American about which things are where geographically. Have you looked at where the Midwest is in America? Oh my god. Look up where the South is in America if you ever want to get really upset. USA, the South map. Oh, that's so infuriating. What? 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 Chaos, I didn't know you were matching the entire rest of the world for the charity week. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can I turn this on? I have to restart the game. Let me turn on chat drafting. We do chat drafts every $5,000 raised. We now have 2 to do, so if you lose this one really quickly, which I wouldn't put past you, it's okay, we have another. Nick, come talk to me. I'll just call you on Discord. That's a mistake, surely. I don't think it was.
Hello.
Hey, Nick.
I don't know if I can follow that up.
Yeah, understandable. Is that getting matched, Chaos? That's like how much some like companies will match for you, right? I am just curious. It is? Holy shit! Thank you so much. That is gonna make some kids very happy. At some point, the game will capture, and then... Hi, Nick. How are you?
Hi, I'm awake.
Yeah. How's Pushkin?
I think he's asleep.
Aw.
I can talk about I got some new Pushkin lore.
Okay. What's...
Well, would you like that now? Or?
Yeah, let's go. I don't know. Shall I introduce you? This is Nick. Nick is a good friend of mine. I met you through Beagle Rush in the PUBG days, I think. Or it might have even been that me and Beagle Rush met you at the same time in the PUBG days or something.
Maybe through a raid.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds
And then I think you just watched
possible.
me a bit, right?
Yeah, I really liked your PUBG streams. Nick is a professional first-person shooter player turned full-time streamer. You're more of a full-time streamer now, yeah?
I would say it was kind of... I don't know if I would ever consider myself professional.
Oh. Well, I think when you traveled to Europe to compete in the World Championships as part of a professional esports team...
Yeah, but I did that in COD like 5-7 years before that.
Look, I'll be your hype man, and you can
I'm
be
very
my
humble.
hype man, okay?
Yeah. I mean, you just... I can't match the donation, huh?
Yeah, me neither, Nick.
I didn't win that tournament.
The COD tournament or the PUBG tournament? Or both?
Any of them.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have to talk about butter, I guess.
We do have to talk about butter. You did really well, though. You were never favored. The team from Australia was never going to be favored against the team from like China or whatever. I don't remember which country is like
really,
the best PUBG country or whatever. I don't know how it works.
I still like I never went to any of those tournaments expecting to win.
Right.
Like it's such an uphill battle from Australia. But I will never think I did well enough.
You did well enough.
I know. The thing is, I guess I know everything that happened, right?
Sure. And you
sure,
looked
everyone.
at all the mistakes and the things that could have gone better.
Yeah.
And
introduction to me, though, I'm extremely competitive, but I think most of it's against myself. So I'm extremely harsh on myself. But I will still think about those tournaments, because I went to 3 international ones.
Chat, you can vote, by the way. I turned on voting because we've done the thing. You went to 3 international ones. Did you go to PUBG Worlds twice, or was it 2 CODs?
Yeah.
PUBG Worlds twice.
PUBG
2 years in a
twice.
row?
No. But...
Did you go to one that I didn't know about?
Okay, so I went to a Call of Duty Championship.
Okay.
In 2012, 13.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. and did terribly. But that was like back then. Australia was even further behind in esports.
Hmm.
Like the practice we could have here was nothing, and then we flew over there, and we were treated really well by like the COD people, but we were just not prepared. We took our like Xboxes to practice. We didn't even know, like we were too young and silly. Didn't even know we needed a converter for the power supply.
Yeah.
So we spent like a day hunting for that, and
How
I
old
don't
were
think
you
we ever
then?
found any. I wasn't that young. I was the oldest, I think. I guess I was 21,
That's
maybe.
pretty young, yeah.
I'm very bad at numbers. But I'd never traveled before. Nearly all the travel in my life is esports.
So, you went there, you lost. I remember, like, people getting pretty hype about you when you were
You'll
there
remember
for
the
PUBG
Berlin
Worlds,
one.
though. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
were, like,
That
putting
was
up
a-
really
that
good
feels like a
kill
different-
numbers and stuff.
Call of Duty feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
It feels like a different life to me. Because
Mhm.
then I entered PUBG. I started playing PUBG for fun and accidentally started playing competitively. Yeah, I did alright, but never good enough.
For you.
That
to-
tournament
to
was a bit of a
specify.
nightmare. The
Never good
Berlin
enough
one.
for you.
But I love, like, I can still think back. After each night, I'd watch the VOD and I'd see a lot of like people from chat in the chat
Hmm.
spamming my emotes. That's like a really good memory for me.
Happy New
But,
Year to Central Europe. See you in
Yeah.
Central Europe. Oh, you're already in 2024.
I am in 2024.
How's it going?
This is the it's a bit warm.
Hmm.
18 degrees
Oh, that's
Celsius.
the world is very different there.
Celsius
Yeah.
at 7 a.m.
Mhm.
This is the first time I've slept through the new year, like the 12 a.m.
Huh.
since that I remember in my life.
Yeah.
I went to sleep at like 10. That's
Were
crazy for me.
you like trying to stay up, or did you just have no interest at all?
No. I had no plans.
Okay.
I was meant to do a big stream yesterday, but I got off. I had a ear issue.
Hmm. And do you think Archer thinks the $50 donation to support Free2Luv? Happy New Year, Europeans. Yeah, that's rough. I get anxious about stuff that I have scheduled because streaming is so
I'm really, yeah.
like, if you're not feeling great on a day that you have scheduled to stream, what are you gonna do, you know?
See, I can't function with a schedule really.
Yeah.
It's really hard for me. You've had to try and in the past like plan something with me, like a while ago now. I'm not very good at it.
You're here?
Oh yeah, I would.
You seem fine.
I'm much better operating with no expectations, no plans.
Oh yes, I have no expectations of you. Whatever. We're just
Oh
here to
no,
vibe.
no. I'm just like talking about streaming, I guess. Like,
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't have a schedule. I never really have.
Yeah.
Which is probably a bad thing for my stream. But the daunting feeling of having a schedule is for me, like, kind of very bad. I can't function properly.
So, you started getting into PUBG, and you got to play PUBG with famous streamers like me. That
Yes.
must have been pretty cool for you.
I remember your car 9 shots.
I wasn't that bad with the car 9.
I wasn't being sarcastic.
Yeah.
I have, for some reason, I have really vivid memories of certain gaming moments. Like, I can think of us playing. We only played like a couple of times, right? I don't think we played that many times.
I think more than 2, but less
I
than
can
10.
think of like moments in our gameplay.
I can remember there was one time that we won where we both had sniper rifles and we lined up the shot on the guy hiding behind the rock
Yes.
and both shot him at the same time. Remember that? I remember a time that
Yes.
you got downed and I had my like automatic close combat weapon, but I hadn't reloaded it, and so I had to switch to my sniper rifle, and I scoped in and shot the other guy in the head like over the box we were standing on either sides of.
Wow.
What else do I remember? I remember one Car9 shot against someone up a hill where you were like, that was a pretty good shot. I don't remember
Yeah,
exactly what you said,
that's what
but-
I remember too. And I remember finding you car 9s and giving you car 9s because it excited you,
Yes. Yes, I liked the
which
Car9.
is great.
Chat, you vote for the boss relic as well. Let's go.
I think it's kind of a universal feeling of using a bolt action in PUBG back in those days. If you played, you know what I mean. It's just such a good feeling.
I think one thing that I liked about it was that I couldn't tell how much damage I was doing with the other weapons. And so it was really
Yeah.
relaxing to know, like, well, this only shoots once, and if I hit them in the head, they will be
They
downed.
die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of the
It's a nice
stress out
feeling.
of it somehow.
Yeah. Less RNG as well, I guess.
Although I could never work out the zeroing very well. I would aim like
Well,
at their upper chest in order to hit them in the head when they were closer than 100 meters and just kind
that
of
makes it.
hope that it worked. But sometimes the bullet would go over their head and I'd be like standing 50 meters from them with my Car9 out and they'd like turn and look at me and be like, did you just... No, they'd shoot me and I'd die.
I never use zeroing in the game, like the function.
Uh-huh.
I think a lot of new like FPS players think, oh, I have to use the zeroing. But I always just prefer to use the tracer, like react to it.
Sure.
I think I use the zeroing maybe like less than 20 times ever.
Happy New Year,
satisfying.
Nikolai Wasted.
When you pull it off.
The zeroing or the not zeroing?
Yeah, if you do it and it works, it's satisfying. 'cause
yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
oh yeah, I calculated this and it worked.
Uh-huh.
But I'm really
Mathed it
bad
out.
at numbers, and that was a rare moment for me.
Do you remember the game you watched me play on stream where I was in the final 7 and I did a backflip on the motorbike to get into
On
the
Miramar?
shed
On
on
the
Miramar?
desert?
Yep.
Yes.
And then like everybody else died and I ran up the hill in the blue and the last person was in front of me and I shot them and hit their pan like 5 times and eventually killed them.
I wonder if there's a clip.
I don't know.
I remember I can see you like on the side of the hill and then watching you like in my head I can see you going to get on the motorbike and be like, how is he getting away with this? And I know exactly, like if I had a map up right now I could show you exactly where you were.
Yeah. It's really cool how I think part of why I remember things from PUBG in particular is the way that it was on a map that you got to know. Because I'll
Yeah.
have like memories of like things that happened at different buildings and stuff like that. And it's using the part of your brain that remembers things about places, which is a different sort of memory from like what you use for a card game, for example.
I think that's one of the strengths of that game was this is Erangel, the map we played the most. It's such a memorable map. So many locations on the map. I can think of like events that happened,
Mhm.
and it becomes like its own like story.
It always...
That I think it's kind of also one of the downfalls of the game is when they started to add too many maps.
Sure,
They
yeah.
were never as special.
It always felt a bit to me like going on a road trip and eventually you would shoot at someone. So basically just
Yeah.
the American experience. Yeah.
PUBG though, like those older Erangel days. That kind of is it. Like you didn't have to try to do anything and something would happen on Erangel.
Hmm.
I think that's why. I think that's why it like kind of took off. It was kind of like a hyper concentrated version of DayZ, which was huge or was huge before. It's like you're forced to have some action though. You don't actually just walk through the forest. Nothing happens.
So now you're playing Tarkov, yeah?
Yeah.
Or should
mainly,
we
yeah.
talk about? Let's talk about the Europe thing.
Oh, we can go. We can do chronological.
Yeah. So you
Yes, I can
you
do a quick
started
summary of my
streaming
esports.
PUBG first, right? And then you got into actually playing it professionally.
Yeah. Wait, I'll do a quick recap first. I played Call of Duty for 10 years on console, competitively, but also played a bit on PC. But I preferred PC because I like mouse and keyboard. But my PC sucked. It was so bad. And then I surprisingly, console was bigger anyway. So I stayed on console because I got to go more events and stuff. I got to start, I think in 2011, I got to start going over east. I'm from Western Australia. So I started to get to go over east. So that's like when I started traveling for the first time. Yeah, and I was pretty good in COD. We were like always the top 1 or 2 team in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Until I kind of fell off a bit, and then I
What
kept
was
playing
your
COD.
What was your team name?
The longest team name was Mindfreak, which is still an Australian org. It's kind of there when they were made the first time.
I've heard of Mindfreak. I've seen them in some sort of
Yeah,
tournament.
they have some teams in different games still. And then I slowly burn out on COD, and then you fast forward to 2017 and PUBG came out. And I always wanted to stream. My whole, like, literally from like 2008 or something ridiculous. But when it was like still barely a thing. But Australian internet is not good.
Yeah.
I started streaming in June 2017, which is the first time I ever had internet that could stream. And I just started with PUBG because it was what had just come out.
Yeah, and I was doing
And,
XCOM back then.
Yeah.
So I got into PUBG because of Beagle Rush, because he was super into PUBG. And then, yeah, I must have found you from one of his raids. And then we played a bunch.
Yeah, I remember you being in my chat when you were still JORBS.
JORBS.
JORBS. And I remember going and watching your stream because back then, because a lot of people in chat won't know, I guess, you had like, I don't know, you were like a 50, 80 viewer streamer? Maybe?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
I was not always Jorbs. Once I was JORBS.
JORBS. I probably had a moment trying to say your name when you first came in.
Well, yeah, I don't really know how it's pronounced, even as the
Yeah.
person who chose it and was called it. So, it wasn't a very good name. But that's okay, it tried its best. Joel Nerbs.
Oh, I guess I should continue.
Yes.
Yeah, I played PUBG for fun, and there was leaderboards, and that was really fun. Because PUBG is a super RNG game, so every time you drop into this, you drop into the chaos, and you just try to minimize the RNG, basically.
You
Which
think
back then was actually really boring, but it was also really intense.
it's
You would
occurred to
try to
me?
avoid people as much as possible.
It's occurred to me that people might not actually know what PUBG is.
Yeah?
Yeah, like
I'm not surprised.
we're no longer in the moment of history where PUBG is what everybody
Yeah, I
knows
know.
about. PUBG is like the
It's-
Hunger Games, kind of. Is that fair?
It's
How
like,
would you describe it?
I would say it's like Fortnite, but real.
Oh,
Everyone
it
knows
is
Fortnite.
like Fortnite, but real. Yeah,
Everyone.
Fortnite very much tapped into the same sort of energy that PUBG had.
And way more accessible.
Yeah, they did a much better job of making the game like playable, which helped. PUBG was riddled with bugs for the entire time that it was a relevant game, even when it was like being played competitively, right? Cars would
But it
just
was
randomly glitch and fly
yeah.
into the air and
Oh,
explode.
up
And
even now in playing, if you compete in PUBG, you will get screwed by bugs.
Mhm.
A lot less though. But it's funny now. I look back on it, and obviously not in my competing, but I miss some of those bugs. Like when I'm playing normal, playing for fun. It's kind of just part of the experience.
Mhm.
I remember, I will never forget. I think it's my second most viewed clip on Twitch. I was like on a 13 win streak or something, a solo play, which is a lot back then. That's crazy.
And by win you mean first place, right?
Yes, first place. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
wild.
back then I cared a lot because it was, oh, the leaderboards. I'm going up the leaderboard. And because I was often quite like top 5 in OC, Australia, or ANZ for PUBG. And I was like super addicted to it. It was fun. And I was on a 13 streak and I just drove my UAZ into a bunker and it exploded for no reason. I have the clip if you want to watch it. But
Was your reaction worth seeing?
I don't know. I need to watch it myself. Let me have a look. Oh my god, my stream looks so funny. My camera. I'll post the clip in your chat, if that's okay.
Hell yes. I want to see this.
It says I'm playing Black Mesa.
Oh, you're so young.
That's not
So
true.
small. I remember this clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. Your reaction. The thing is that you just don't look that surprised.
You can't be back then.
Yeah.
Cars are a death trap in PUBG. Back then, if you got out at slightly too fast, you would die. If you got out, like you just couldn't. There were so many things back then you couldn't do, and now you can like go 200 miles into a wall and jump out at the same time, and you don't die. The game's too easy now, you know.
Kids these days, they like just, you know, jump out of the plane on their little glider thing in Fortnite. They don't know how it was for us gamers back in the day.
Absolutely.
With
But
their
I also
Lego
think it's, like-
games and their Guitar Hero.
It's a bit of like sometimes I miss those bugs and stuff. Like it was kind of part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't just battling everyone else.
Yeah,
You're trying to
you were
survive
also-
the game.
Yeah. I don't remember any of the bugs really, like happening to me. I mean,
Yeah.
which is strange because I
There was
played
so
a
many.
decent amount of it and watched a lot of it, but I just like don't remember.
There was probably just a lot that you
much.
wouldn't notice are bugs. You just think it's probably part of the game, I guess.
That's probably true. Yeah.
A lot of annoying thing, and we're glad they fixed those ones. We've probably forgotten about all those ones. But I don't know. There was back then just you just sometimes pick up a bike and it would throw you. Like your motorcycle, you'd try to pick it up and it would throw you across the map and kill you.
Probably also I played multiplayer with you mostly, so when I died to something ludicrous, you could just get me up. So
Yeah.
it didn't like end the game. That probably made a difference in order, in terms of me remembering the bugs. Because they just wouldn't
I
have
think-
mattered that much.
You probably notice the bugs a lot more too when you take it too seriously, like me.
Mhm.
For sure. I'm so glad I still have all my PUBG clips. There's some great, like, just the game. It's not me. It's just the game is some of the random things that happened in that game are insane.
Have you played Slay the Spire yet?
I don't know. I played.
You did.
Hang on, let me check for the real. Let me get the real number.
Okay. This
I
looks
played for 2.9 hours. That's more than I thought.
okay. That is probably more than my average playtime for a game in my Steam library.
I didn't have any
Or-
problems with it. It's so daunting.
Yeah.
I'm
Not
really
average
bad with my
playtime.
time.
Medium playtime. You're really
Yeah.
bad with your time.
Yeah, so I can't like. I know that if I like it, like, when am I gonna play it?
Uh-huh.
And then it's dangerous. I don't know. I never, but it's also not really. I guess it's not really my exact type of game. But it's not my type of game. I don't know.
The Spire is such a unique game because, well, okay, it used to be such a unique game, and now a
That's
billion
true.
people have made a game that's just like it. But when it came out, it was like, what single player card game is there that you play for like an hour or two and then you're done? And it's really difficult and complicated. But
I guess
single
you'd think
player-
of before Slay the Spire. I'm sure there were others, but I would think of card games as all multiplayer.
Mhm. Yeah,
Mostly?
exactly.
Except, obviously, yeah. Someone in the chat says free cell, solitaire. I mean, like this kind of card game. How do you describe the difference?
I mean, this isn't not solitaire.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like solitaire.
I guess I just think about Magic the Gathering.
It definitely has a lot of shared player base with Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
100%.
I think that is probably a reason I think that it's not for me at first. I don't think that now, but I probably would have not tried it. You know.
Now that you've
The
played
old card
your 2.9 hours of it, you're like, oh yeah, this game's actually sweet.
Oh man, I could definitely play more, but I think I'm intimidated, and I know I will. This is I play FPS games,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty good at them.
You are.
When I play a game,
you are among the best people in the world. And to clarify,
I'm alright. I am usually really humble. I need to give you the facts though. I'm pretty decent at FPS games. But
hashtag
when I
humble
play-
streamer.
when
What was the
ego
meme?
streamer-
What was ego streamer? That's the
ego
one.
streamer? Yeah.
Hashtag ego streamer.
When I play a game like Slay the Spire, I know how hard it is, right? And I'm gonna be bad, and I kind of struggle with that.
Mhm.
That I'm gonna be so bad.
You have to learn to accept that you might fail, Nick. That is what we have been talking about
No.
today on the
Yeah,
channel.
I had a little bit.
Yeah.
I need to fail more. I definitely haven't failed enough.
Yeah.
I think I'd enjoy the getting better at it and stuff. It's time. I think.
Yeah.
Is my scary bit.
I'm really enjoying talking to you because, like, the time that I was like playing PUBG with you and stuff like that was such a creative time of my streaming career.
You did a lot
just-
more different things.
Yeah, I did. You remember the day that, like, I don't remember why. Maybe I'd been watching you and then I went to start my stream or something. I don't remember how this happened, but like I had your stream up while I was streaming and was watching you
Yes.
and like commentating on you, and then you got a like I had you muted though so people on
Oh,
my
that-
stream couldn't hear you, and then you
Yeah,
made
yeah.
a text
Yeah.
saying Steve is a giant ego streamer or something.
Does the clip exist still?
I hope so.
It was a clip.
Exclamation mark ego
don't know.
streamer.
I don't
Much
know
of
where
this
it would
stuff
be.
is lost to the world.
I bet it's probably on my hard drive somewhere as well.
Well, it would be in Advent Skynet too, which is a dead bot. I should get it back. We should get back Advent Skynet, chat. That can be my New Year's resolution.
I'm trying to think how I'd find it. I bet I have it.
suspect that I do as well.
I do have another great clip of us.
Oh, I
though.
take too long. What's your clip of us?
We were playing that prison game.
I know
What was it called?
I know exactly what you're about to share.
What was that game called?
Something like Way Out, I think.
A
but-
Way Out.
A Way Out? A
Yeah.
Way Out. Okay, there you go.
And it was great. There was a clip that had heaps of views, but it got deleted when Twitch deleted all their clips.
Oh.
So I had to remake it.
Oh, you remade it.
Yeah, because I saved the VOD, so we still have it.
Okay.
But this is the definitely. I'll post it in chat. This is one of my. I love this. This is. When I think of you, I think of this. And this is me and Steve playing A Way Out together. Co-op game. Where you escape prison, right?
I'm gonna play this one on stream. It was your complete stoicness that did it for me.
Sometimes you just have to know. You just know you have to do something. I just didn't press space.
Yeah.
That game was very not unmemorable. Besides the playing with your friend.
I remember quite a few things about that stream. There were
Oh,
a
yeah,
bunch
they're
of
like, we
mini
had a good time.
games. There were a bunch
Yeah.
of mini games where you had to just spam the A button, and I made a
Yes.
macro.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you were really upset with me because I was cheating.
I'm still upset. I'm very competitive, and you beat me in our co-op game.
Yeah. Well,
At the very end of the game, can we spoil the game? Does anyone care?
I think we can spoil the game.
I'm going to spoil A Way Out. Wait, at the end of the game, you have to shoot each other, right?
Yeah, which was so weird because it's like a co-op game. You're team
Yeah, and it's
building.
like the
You're getting
journey,
along
yeah.
with your friend. You're like really learning to trust each other. And then at the end of the game, it's like, and by the way,
Yeah.
now it's PvP.
At the end of the game, you have to shoot each other, and it is done by tapping A as fast as possible. I think.
There was also, you had to aim as well.
I don't think the aim part was very important.
That's why you think I beat you?
Yeah. Steve used a macro. And I at first didn't realize. And I was like, why am I losing? I can't be losing to the strategy streamer in a shooter part of the game.
You know,
And
I
just
wish I
died.
could say that I was sorry, but I have no regrets.
No, I think it's great. I will never forget it. I think what I remember a lot about that game though is this game was meant to be like, at the time it was hyped up as like, oh, it's a real story. It's so well written. I don't know if you know that. And I just remember it being absolutely terrible. Like the writing and everything that happens is so silly.
I remember it was like,
But
it was
a good
kind of
time.
like a bad version of It Takes Two, right?
I haven't played It Takes Two.
I think It Takes Two is like what that game was trying to. Well, it was trying to be like a grittier It Takes Two, I think. By the same devs? It is the
Same
same
guy.
devs.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the
Well,
crazy
maybe
guy
It
who-
Takes Two also has bad writing. I don't know. I haven't played that one.
It was like it's like a really bad like police show, but worse. and some of the things that happened in it was so silly. But I just remember it being everyone being like, "Oh, this is amazing." But I get really invested in people think things are like writing is good, but it's not.
It was kind of a novel concept,
No, it was about the gameplay experience.
right?
Like
The
you get to
gameplay was
play
not
with your
great.
friend. I get to have the moments like where I do betray you, you know. And you get to macro in like a weightlifting competition.
That's like, I'm hearing a lot of cope from you still.
I wonder how early in the playthrough you got the macro out.
Let me tell you, I wasn't using it when I beat you in the weightlifting competition, Nick.
Okay.
I
think I
probably
have the whole
was,
VOD.
actually.
I can go back and
probably,
analyze it.
I was probably using it. I, like, the game was just like, and here are the mini games. We have made a mechanism for you to get carpal tunnel syndrome. And I
Yeah.
was like, no? And then I made a macro. Because I had one of those sweet gamer keyboards. I feel like people don't have the gamer
Ooh.
keyboards with the macro keys as much anymore. They're kind of out of style.
They exist, but I also think like kind of macroing is looked down on a lot.
Mm.
But then also everyone who's into gaming now is obsessed with like we went from like gimmicky features to I need like the smallest keyboard
Uh-huh.
with the best keys
Yes.
or the lightest mouse with the least keys if you're an FPS player like me.
No, you need a vertical mouse. Well, I'm not
Oh,
an FPS.
is that what you've got?
I wouldn't recommend a vertical mouse for an FPS player. That's like
There's
the one place
a
I don't
mouse
use
on
it.
there's a mouse that's shaped like a gun. People try to
Huh?
sell on TikTok. They try to sell it on TikTok. Sorry, it's
Hmm.
random thought. But see, I'm obsessed with my lightweight light. Well, not too, I don't like it too light. Like I have a really light mouse. But then I guess if you're not an FPS gamer, you probably still want more buttons. Like people love their. Someone in my Discord bought, what was it? The Razer mouse that has buttons all over it.
Uh-huh. That's for
They
more
still play
like World of
MMOs.
Warcraft stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
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 That makes sense.
So they're more marketed
for that
towards
game.
MMOs though now. And then all the like mainstream mice are like so simple.
My keyboard is a Happy Hackers keyboard, and I love it very much.
Mhm.
It's really funny when people come over and like try to look something up on my computer or something, because I have a vertical mouse, and they can never work out how to like hold it. And then my keyboard looks like this. It has no number pad. It has no backspace button. It has no arrow keys. Control and shift are in the wrong places.
So it's like a 60%, but weird.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have F keys?
It does have F keys, but not. It has a function button that will turn your digits into F keys. Is how it works.
Oh.
Do I touch type with it? I do. Look at me, I am typing. Wow. Bro, number things in 74 months. Nice to see you. Don't need backspace if you never make a typo. The way you backspace is you press function and delete at the same time. And actually, I've found that it makes me a more thoughtful writer. I think that I get things closer to correct on the first try nowadays, now that backspace takes work. I got it when I was writing my book, though, because I wasn't getting like carpal tunnel. What I was getting was I was actually getting like impact pain in my fingers from typing so many buttons so fast on a keyboard with like pretty energetic springs. So the button would like bounce back into my finger. And I had used that keyboard for like years and had absolutely no problem. And then when I wrote 20,000 words in 3 days, I guess that was a lot more using the keyboard than I was used to. And all of a sudden my hands really hurt. So that's why I got it. It just worked great for me.
Do you know what your old keyboard was?
It was the Logitech G15 or something, one of those.
So it probably had like blue switches or something.
Yes, I do not believe it had the cherry reds that everybody
what-
says
what
I should
does-
get.
Oh, so what's in this one?
I have no idea.
I was wondering if is a keyboard, like, we all love mechanical keyboards in this world, but is a keyboard that is actually good for typing a lot of words mechanical?
It's
Or
really
is it better
soft.
to be
Like the
soft?
key presses are very soft.
Mm.
They're not super loud, which I appreciate as a streamer as well. You know, nowadays it doesn't feel that soft to me because it's like normal. But when I first got it, it was like, oh my gosh, it's like typing on jelly.
I'm trying to find the opposite right now. I want a keyboard that's harder to press, so that when
Is this how you're going to get physical exercise in the new year? This is like your, I don't really
Yes.
want to go to the gym. I'm
Well-
just gonna get exercise that way.
Oh, I'm talking about another recent investment. You'll love this. I have a gamer sleeve now.
A gamer sleeve.
Yeah,
Like a
I'll show
tattoo?
you a link. No, no, no.
Okay.
Although that's probably a more common use of that.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant.
Of those two words is talking about tattoos.
Yep.
No. I need to link you the exact one I have. It's purple.
I'm still looking for, like, I just cannot. I'm assuming that this is like a sleeve
You
of
still
your
don't-
shirt, and you plug
You
it
still
in
don't know what I'm
somewhere.
talking about. No, that's good.
You
That's good.
plug it into your like your USB port that you have in your chest as a real gamer, and
Yes.
then it does RGB lights flashing. That's what I assume. Yo, this is 10 max HP with Sacred Bark.
Wait, why are all these
Way to go,
photos
Chad.
so bad?
Why are all these photos so bad? I don't know. I'm not your like social media manager.
I actually needed to
Don't-
take a photo
don't-
before this.
Don't
That's
come
not
at
my
me,
photo.
Nick.
I'm trying to show you a good photo of a gamer sleeve.
Oh, you're trying to show me other people's. I see. Let me see.
Okay, all it is a compression sleeve on your arm.
For like arm pain from moving your mouse a lot? 'Cause
No,
you...
no. We'll get there.
No?
We'll get there.
Okay.
Hey,
alright.
I'll link this picture in chat. It's safe. I promise.
Sure. Yeah.
And mine's purple.
Okay.
It makes me an absolute gamer.
It's just because
I
you
bought it
want
as a
to be a
joke.
gamer.
I bought it as a joke, but I
You
like
really
it.
like it? Yeah. Of course
So
you do. It looks sweet.
FPS gamers like me, we play on really low sensitivity
Mm-hmm.
on giant mouse pads.
Oh, does it make it so there's no friction between your arm and the
Yes,
mouse pad?
yes.
Oh, that is
So-
kind of nerdy. That
So
is-
I have the
it is-
compression arm
it
on
is
my
a-
mouse arm.
It is a little bit cringe.
Oh, absolutely. But then you use it and you're like, oh, hang on a minute.
Mm-hmm. No, I get
There's
it.
more to it. There's more to it. I thought it was a joke. And then I used it. I was like, hang on a minute. This is an actual thing. And now I can't not use it. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So it creates a more consistent friction on your arm when you're. It sounds stupid. I play on really low sense, so I swing my arm around like heaps on the mouse pad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's always the same feeling. Instead of like, if I start gaming now without it, I'm like, hang on a minute, my arm's getting stuck. Or also when it's humid, my mouse pad. In Australia, when it's humid, your mouse pad gets really like there's too much control on the mouse pad. It's like really hard to move your mouth.
This
So
makes like
and your arm as well. It gets stuck a
absolutely
lot.
perfect sense to me for what
Yeah.
it's worth.
So the arm sleeve stops that.
Because I wanted to be good at PUBG. Not like you, but just like not terrible.
Decent. Yeah.
And so I tried to do some of the things that you were doing, like lowering my
Oh, no.
sensitivity a lot.
Yep.
And like that way you can aim better or something was what I thought. But then what actually happened for me was I just like got my hand stuck on my mouse pad all
Yeah.
the time basically because of the difference between static and kinetic friction.
Oh,
If we can talk physics.
you can. I'll listen.
Oh well, friction is Friction is often higher before you start moving, but then once you start moving, it becomes lower
Mm.
because of weird stuff with surface tension. I don't really remember. I just remember that
So when
that's
you
true.
have the gamer sleeve on, you might maintain lower friction overall.
Yeah, it would lower your static friction, I imagine, and probably also your kinetic friction, for that matter. Yes. It
Did you
seems
have
like
a
a good
really-
product. Maybe I should get a sponsorship. I feel like I'm selling it well.
It is. It's legit. There's a lot of people who use them now, like pro gamers, real pro gamers.
There are dozens of us. Yeah.
But I think I feel like I remember you played on a really small mouse pad or something though as well.
At first, I wasn't using a mouse pad. That's what you
Yeah.
remember.
Oh, that's an offense.
Yeah, I was just playing straight on my wooden desk, and to be honest, it was completely fine. It's a really
It is
high
fine
quality
until you realize
desk.
it's not.
It's a really high quality desk. I ended up buying a big mouse pad because you made fun of me enough or something.
Yep.
And
Yep.
you know that it's fine. It's a big mouse pad. I am not fully
Wait.
convinced it's actually better than just running it on the desk.
Wait, are we ending this story? You're back on the wooden desk.
No. I used the mouse pad. I had a big mouse pad merch line even. Did you know about
Oh
that?
yeah, no, I've seen it. I know it.
Okay. So you converted me. Someone reached out and they were like, hey, we could make you a big mouse for merch. And I was like, I know exactly what a big mouse is.
Yeah.
That's totally my thing. Or a mouse pad, rather. 100% my thing. And then we did that.
It probably is fine not to have one if you're just playing
Nick, I'm
RTS.
I'm telling
never
you.
mind. I'm lying.
I'm telling you right now that my mouse works fine on my desk, and maybe your desk just isn't very good. Maybe that's
Yeah?
actually what's going on. Yeah,
Do you want to 1v1 me?
in
PUBG?
having a desk. Nick, you're a
Wait,
you're a
hang on,
professional first-person shooter player. I'm not going to beat you at PUBG.
Hang on. I have a good next thing though. I have a gamer desk as well.
You have a gamer desk as well. What's
But
your
not
gamer
because
desk
it's a gamer
like?
desk. I need to find a photo of this too.
Does it move up
It's
and down?
black. It doesn't. It's useless.
Does it
It
have
just
a
looks nice.
treadmill underneath?
It has RGB
Oh.
that I wish it didn't have because it's annoying and ugly.
Okay, well, why did you buy it?
No, the rest of the desk is great.
Okay.
Also, no, I didn't get ripped off. It was a good price at the time.
So far,
I was in the market for desks.
so far, my understanding of what you have is a desk that's completely normal, except it has RGB lights, which you hate,
It's black.
and you sit at it,
That's a drink
probably
holder.
looking like Mr. Bean.
Hang on. Wait, I can just send you a photo of my setup. That's even better. It's just a black desk. There's nothing. I'm sending a photo of my setup.
I would 1v1 you at chess. We could 1v1 at like CS:GO
can I-
and chess. That would be a
Can I have a champion?
champion? That's not even a chess
Like someone
piece.
else who plays for me.
That isn't a 1v1. This is not complicated.
Chess scares me.
I think I
Look at
scare
my-
you. I think
Look-
let's,
do you look
let's
at my
be
gamer desk?
honest. Oh, your gamer desk. I'm sorry.
It's black.
It
And
looks
that's
like
about-
a regular desk,
Yeah, it's a regular desk.
but it has RGB lights that you don't like.
Yep. Don't laugh at my gamer desk. Look at it. It's so nice. It's a really nice texture. You probably can't see it in the photo.
Okay.
Trust me.
And it has RGB lights that you don't.
On the sides, you see the raised bit on the left? They've never been turned on besides the day I got it.
I actually don't see the raised bit on the left.
It's like behind the arm, the mic arm.
Oh yeah, there it is.
It's,
You should
each
turn them
side has
on.
that. It's
They
really
seem
annoying. 'cause
sweet.
I'd rather just have a flat.
You
desk.
should get them purple to match your gamer.
I could make them
sleeve.
purple.
To match your
I'm
sleeve.
not very RGB though. I don't really like.
Well,
I mean, I
You
do
would
have like,
be.
lights on behind me.
you could become RGB.
I like nothing. Darkness.
It's kind of depressing.
This is from Officeworks. It is. It was on sale.
If you get it for half price, it's a bargain.
Yep. You have to buy it too. If something's on sale,
Mm-hmm.
it has to be bought.
I recently rewatched The Castle.
Oh, yeah.
In order to introduce my new girlfriend to New Zealand culture, which I appreciate. It's a movie about Australians, but
Same.
I feel like it does about the right job all the same.
Mm-hmm. I don't know when I last watched that. Maybe when I was like 10.
It's worth watching again, I think. It's not a bad one.
I really struggle with Australian stuff.
You just
It always seems
don't
so like gimmicky.
Yeah, that's its charm. That's what everybody loves.
Yeah, if you're not Australian.
That's maybe fair, yeah.
I find most of it really cringe. I'm not The Castle. I'm not saying The Castle. The Castle's like more real.
Well, it literally is.
But I mean all like modern Australian stuff. But there is one show that I love.
Tell me.
It's called Mr. In Between.
Okay.
And it's about a hitman.
I have,
And it's kind of, I don't know, have you heard of Barry?
yes.
It's kind of like Australian Barry,
Okay. I remember you
But
liking
better.
Barry too.
but better.
Has Carly Rae
And I
Jepsen
highly-
released new music this year?
She has.
I just remembered that you're my go-to for Carly Rae Jepsen news.
She has. And it was okay.
Is
But
it
she'll
about the
never
same
top
relationship still?
emotion. I don't know. I don't. No, it's about like moving on and
So it
being
is.
happy.
So it is still about the
No!
same relationship.
No.
Nick once sent me a 130-page manifesto about how every song that Carly Rae Jepsen has ever released is about the same relationship, which she keeps on traumatically living over and over again. It was a fascinating, piece of writing, which I did not read all of.
I didn't read it all. I just wanted to look at you. Look, she released an album in 2022 called The Loneliest Time, right?
Uh-huh.
So clearly she's still getting over it. But the newest album is The Loveliest Time.
The loveliest time. The loneliest time to the loveliest time.
Yeah.
It does sound better.
She's doing well.
Good. Good for her.
But I do love like more I'm really into music and I normally like very not popular stuff. I'm a bit of a hipster. But I love Carly Rae Jepsen.
What's not to love?
And everyone always thinks I'm joking.
It's good music.
Yeah, but they just think of Call Me Maybe, right?
That's also good music.
I mean, technically, it literally is because it's a well-written pop banger that everyone knows.
Exactly.
But it's like one of her worst songs.
Well, I don't know about that.
And people think of it as a joke. Like, people think of it as like a joke meme song. And then you have the entire Emotion album, which is like one of my favorite albums ever. And I like really weird stuff, generally.
Have you heard, what are they called? Twitch chat, what are they called?
Ah, yes.
MS Paint. Do you know MS Paint?
MS Paint. No, it's a good name, though. Wait, hang on. Before you tell me anything about them, are they like kind of throwback, punky? I don't know. Like it sounds like they're from 2006, but modern.
I have no idea. I've never listened to a single
Oh,
other
what
song.
the? I thought you were gonna say like you're a big fan or something.
No. They're on my list of people to listen to in the new year, and I thought maybe you had
Okay.
already listened to them.
I was
because-
just going by the name. It's such a like. There's a lot of names like that are like names of random things from the early internet, and it always ends up being like the kind of band I described.
Well, you might be right, but I don't know
I
because I
need to look
haven't
them up.
listened. Anyway, I am recommending them to you based mostly on the name and what I've heard without having actually listened to their music, and I'm trusting that you will listen to them and then tell me whether it's good or not.
I will. Wait. Wait. Have I listened to them?
It seems like you would have.
I might have.
Yeah, it seems like you would have.
I'm adding it to my my list.
Nice.
I put it somewhere I'll see it and then I'll do it. You know?
Yeah,
That's how I work.
that is sensible. I've gotten better at that. I organize things on Discord now. I make myself threads for things that I have to do, and then
Just for you, yeah.
yeah, I have like a Discord server that nobody else is in.
Yeah. That's good.
Thanks.
I have channels
Channels.
in my Discord that only I can see.
Ooh, I don't trust that. What if someone got
Yeah,
accesses
I get
somehow?
hacked one day.
Yeah.
Oh well. They might find my shopping list from 2020 when I moved out.
The life of a streamer isn't that
Yeah.
scandalous, really, is it?
Oh, I don't know actually. No, it's let's move on. Cut that.
Alright, that's fine. We'll fix that on post.
We're really tangenting, aren't we?
Yeah, I haven't made the "we'll fix that on post" joke for like 5 years. That's a good one.
Well, there we go. I brought it back.
Yeah, thank you. So you went to Germany and played in a PUBG tournament. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we did. We did okay. We did better than we probably should have, but it was also really bad because the tournament rules sucked. But I don't know how to talk about this without like going on like a 3-hour rant.
Yeah, we do not have 3 hours.
No, but think about like how a game developer makes esports, and then they don't understand the rules they're doing, and they try to like they have their own vision, even though, and they don't listen to their players, and then yeah.
I'm sure that they were also, at that level of tournament, at least, they were probably thinking about how it looked, like,
Yes.
to an audience.
They wanted more teams from more places in the world, and they sacrificed competitive integrity to have more teams.
Mm-hmm.
If you know anything about PUBG, it's a game where you drop onto a map, 16 teams normally, and you work for control of areas as the circle shrinks, and you fight when you have to. You don't really want to, unless you want the kills for points. Back then, kills didn't matter as much in the point system. Anyway, for this tournament, they added 4 more teams. So you had 20. And there's just no space on the map. It's like a minesweeper instead of actually being able to use strategy.
Yeah, you just had to try not to run into another team with no room to
Yeah, but
maneuver.
you just
right?
would. You just would. So it made the tournament really RNG. And a lot of people, like the qualifiers for the tournament were 16 teams and only became 20 at the end, I think, at the World Championship. And we got a lot of support, but also a lot of hate from like our competitive community for not doing good enough. I was like, you didn't play. You don't have no idea what we just played. Like it was insane. Like you couldn't play normally.
I remember you doing fancy like streamer events too with like variety content creators, and you were like big news. They were mentioning you on the broadcast. Critical Motion.
Oh, like an
Yeah.
Australian one?
No, the main one.
Oh, you mean
Motion.
at Berlin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I killed Dr. Disrespect.
You killed Dr. Disrespect. I remember that. Yeah.
I guess you killed me.
But then Shroud got you. It was
yeah.
Shroud and Dr. Disrespect. Yeah.
But
And your
in my
team,
defense,
your team didn't have your back.
I mean,
I
yeah,
blame
not,
your
not
teammates.
throwing them under the bus, but I had 2 people who'd never played PUBG on my team.
Yep.
And Dr. Disrespect and Shroud had 2 pros from the tournament on their team.
Good grief.
But at least I knocked Doc and I flushed him before he could be rezzed.
That must have pissed
pretty
him off
sure.
so much. I'm so proud of you.
So he probably got really angry, and that makes me happy.
Do people know who Dr. Disrespect is anymore? Which chat, do you know who Dr. Disrespect
feel
is?
like maybe.
Of course, Tim the Tatman's friend. Speed, violence, momentum. The Shungite
Seems like
guy.
people know. The
I don't
Shungite
know.
guy, yeah.
I didn't know he got divorced. It's
There's,
understandable, but too bad.
When I don't know, I don't want to like you. I think one of your things, I don't know. I'm gonna say this. I don't think you mind. You would prefer me not to disparage people.
That was in your brief for being a
Yeah,
guest on
yeah,
the
that was in my
stream. Yeah,
brief,
it's
to not
okay. It's
disparage
okay.
people or anything.
All the rules are
So-
done. It's like
I was just
it's
yeah.
4 p.m. on a
we are
Sunday,
there.
Nick. Just
I was gonna say just in light of that, maybe we should move on, but
no, just try not to get me banned. Oh, yeah, that guy. Oh well. So yeah, that was cool. I remember being really hyped for that.
The best
I
thing
watched
about
all of that
tournament?
live and everything.
No, it was great. Like besides the actual tournament,
Besides the gameplay, the game
we
was
were
really
this PUBG was still PUBG. People still thought PUBG was going to be really good then, and the stadium was full of fans. But this is the only time I've been to Europe. Went to Berlin, and it was like Berlin's worst heat wave in forever. And they like don't have functioning aircon, and the stadium was like 40 degrees while we're playing.
You are not the only traveler to Europe recently who has experienced a terrible heat wave with
Yeah.
less AC than they're used to. Yeah. There was a big Magic the Gathering event last year that had the same problem.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's a weird, actually really weird. Actually, like you leave Australia and you go to Berlin for something, and it was still the same weather, but they are not equipped for it at all.
Yeah.
I remember like the feeling of I don't know a feeling for an Australian is you walk into a shopping center here, and it's cold. It's like really well air conditioned, no matter the weather. But you walk into a shopping center when it's like 40 degrees in Berlin and it's hot. It's really hot.
In Germany, they just tank it, apparently.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just tank it.
But it's a weird feeling you don't think about. I
You
really liked
needed-
Berlin though.
You needed more gamer sleeves.
I did. Cold one, wet ones. Replace them mid-match. Fill them with ice.
Heat when you are trying to game is not my favorite thing. Yeah.
Oh no, it was really bad. Like we had to sign a waiver that we wouldn't touch the lights behind us because they would burn us. Yeah.
Oh no.
It's one of the first things we had to do when we sat down inside the booth.
I am very happy that I stream from a basement now. That has been my present to myself.
Oh, you're in a basement?
Yeah, I'm in the basement of
I didn't know
my
that.
house. Well, I used to stream from a 3rd floor apartment, and that was not it.
Heat rises.
Yeah.
So smart.
And also it was directly exposed to the ceiling of the building, so also the heat was coming in through the ceiling all day.
Yeah. I
Not
have
good at
a
all.
split system in this room, or I would not be able to stream.
It's funny to listen to Nick talk about PUBG like it's done and dusted, because it's still by far my most played game, and I play it in a casual competitive league.
It's
Nah.
a very complicated subject to talk about with full context. PUBG's not dead. But in Australia it is.
Oh yeah, they changed stuff with the
and I
queues,
have-
so you can't like even get a game now, right?
No, you can. You play at peak times now. They killed it here for like 2 years, so everyone quit, because why would you play a
Yeah.
game you can't play?
Yeah, that was rough.
And they didn't listen to us. We spent like a year having Americans tell us that we had no players and that's why our queues didn't work. And now that's what's happening to them. So it's a bit of, you know. I'm not petty at all. No, we had like people like notable people in the scene like saying, "Stop complaining. You just don't have any players." I was like, "No, the queue system is broke. It died in 24 hours. You're telling me the whole country quit in 24 hours? I was playing yesterday."
Yeah.
So this is a very big thing for me.
Yeah, that was rough. Because they like released the new maps, and they also had third-person mode and first-person mode, and so
Yeah, too many queues, too many maps.
it was like
It's
8
PUBG
queues at
story.
once instead of 1 or something.
Yeah. I still think like PUBG's a great game. You go back to it now and you can have some fun. It's like still pretty unique. One of the things I always say is, why did no one just like they made Fortnite and all these other battle royales. No one made a PUBG, you know what I mean?
Well, the PUBG
Like,
people
similar
made a PUBG.
feeling. They made PUBG Mobile,
Yeah, I
which
guess
is huge.
I haven't played anything that feels... I haven't seen anything that feels
No,
the
see,
same as PUBG.
Warzone and Apex and all that. They're battle royales, but they're not like PUBG.
No, like
They're
the
not the
movement
same
is
vibe,
completely
feeling,
different. The
yeah.
pacing is completely different.
Yes, I don't
The
want to use the word
gunplay is
hardcore.
completely different.
Yeah.
You have ultimate abilities, right? That's like...
Hmm?
You have
Oh,
ultimate
in Apex?
abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like very much not how PUBG works.
There were a couple of clones, but they were very small. Yeah, it kind of is like how Tarkov is. People keep trying to copy it, but they don't actually copy it, and then it dies.
Yeah, I think-
There was a really fun game called The Cycle that I really enjoyed, which was like Tarkov in space. But they just made it too niche, and they were too caught between making a casual game and a competitive game, I think. And that died this year.
For me, the magical thing about PUBG that I've never seen a game replicate is it was fun to play as someone who is very bad at shooting a gun, even though it was an FPS.
Yeah, well, you can get through like a lot of the game just by avoiding people,
Uh-huh.
and then you might have that one confrontation, you kill them.
Yep.
And it's really intense. Even if you're like, you know, it wasn't like the craziest kill or anything. You might have been like prone in a bush.
Do you
But-
remember my Groza spray transfer? And you were in chat and you said, "Nice, that spray transfer."
Is there a clip?
No, I don't think
Aw.
so. I mean, maybe. Probably not.
Was it actually a nice spray transfer?
I think so. I think it was okay. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. So you went to Germany. You played
We're
in
just
this
giving
thing.
up.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting through the story. We started chronologically, right? We have to. What have been your highlights of this year? Let's skip
Of
to
this year.
Yeah,
Let's just
talk
skip.
about
Yeah,
this
we don't
year.
need the PUBG story. Again. The highlights of this year. Gaming?
Gaming, online communities. What is?
I read a list.
Oh, came prepared.
I will start. This year, I got.
I don't
to
know.
go to
I don't
IEM
know if
Sydney.
anybody else came with a list.
No, I'm
This is
just
wonderful.
intimidated by, like, I have. I just wanted to make sure I had something to say.
Perfect.
Anyway, I got to go to an esports event in Australia called IEM Sydney, which is awesome. We don't get many. Like, COVID cancelled them all. We had an IEM Sydney in like 2019. It was awesome. And then we're meant to be another one each year, and then COVID happened.
Yeah.
But we finally got another one this year. And it's like a huge CS:GO tournament. Or well, it was actually the first CS2 tournament in history, LAN.
In Sydney.
In Sydney, yeah.
Oh, cool.
In a huge stadium with a lot of people, like a packed stadium. And
What does IAM stand for?
Intel Extreme Masters.
Oh,
That was just
cool.
branding.
Cool.
And Australians are just like the best crowd for some reason. It's just our energy. Everyone agrees too in CS. And we it's just an amazing experience.
Did you get to play at all, or
No. I'm
just there to
watching
vibe.
CS2, watching. And I got to go with my big group of friends, like 6-7 people. That's not that big, but pretty big for me. And it was really cool because it was I have a bunch of old teammates from Call of Duty that I'm still friends with,
Mhm.
who I started meeting in like 2006 or 5. And it was a lot of those guys, and some of them I hadn't even met before, and it's been that long. And I also one of my school friends went as well, because two of my school friends are now friends with my Call of Duty friends, which is weird.
Sure.
And they play
Just
games together more than I
coincidentally.
do because I'm busy streaming.
That's cool.
But
Did
that's
they
cool to me.
meet
I
each
like
other
that.
like through you, or
Me?
just?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I just brought them together. Like these are the people I play games with. May as well all play together.
Yeah.
We
Ah,
actually
gaming.
yeah. Anyway, it was really cool to like have everyone together for the first time. There were a few people missing, but I got to see a lot of the COD guys over the years going to LAN events. But it's been a while since that's happened. So it was kind of like a reunion almost, even though I hadn't met some of them.
It's really nice.
That's kind of crazy. Like my friend who came, my school friend, not really like not into esports, FPS, or CS at all. Didn't really have any idea beforehand, but he loved it. He got really into it because it's just an amazing atmosphere and vibe. The crowd is so funny as well. It's mostly in good spirit. Sometimes it's a bit too far.
Mostly.
But everyone gets really drunk as well. Like, it's very Australian. And there's some, it was just a very amazing experience, really. And the games were great. The grand final was really good. And I recommend, like, if you can go to like a CS tournament, I'd recommend it to anyone, I think.
I don't know if I've been to I went to some of the MLGs way back
Yeah.
forever ago because my sister played StarCraft at them.
Yeah.
And so I went to like an MLG Anaheim. Might have only got
That's
to
probably
one.
more old school vibe.
What I remember from it is
Oh, no.
there were these people off to the side of the like arena or convention center or whatever who were just losing their mind nonstop at some like really goofy cartoony looking game that I had never heard of before, and it was League of Legends. So that was the first time I ever saw League of Legends anywhere. That would have been like literally season 1, I think. MLG Anaheim? I don't know, we could look it up.
I
MLG Anaheim.
I went to DreamHack last year too in Melbourne, and there was League of Legends because I'm in part of Bliss and we have a league team. And I got to watch them play the final for the Oceania region. But I had no idea what's going on because I'm a Dota player.
It was in 2013. I don't know what season that was. Apparently, Complexity Gaming beat FX Open Esports.
Oh, I remember FX Open. They had a bunch of Australian players in StarCraft. Because I think the owner was Australian.
Huh. Their league team was exclusively American, pretty much. Bishu was a sub for them. Isn't he a StarCraft?
I know that name.
He was a StarCraft
I think so.
god, wasn't he?
I think
No,
he became one
not.
later, maybe?
Well, the wiki just says League of Legends.
Oh no, it's not the same person I'm thinking of. I looked it up.
Ex Nidalee main. Yeah. Yeah, similar
Different
name but
Ishu.
different. Ishu was a Protoss player or something.
Yuck.
Or maybe
Protoss
not.
players,
Maybe
am
it
I
was
right?
somebody else. Protoss players, am I right?
Yeah, am I right?
I didn't play enough StarCraft to actually
I'm
know if you're
hoping there's
right
one
or
person
not.
in chat who thinks who agrees.
Uh-huh. Oh, Bisu.
I
Yeah, that sounds probably right.
I had my StarCraft 2 arc. It was really fun watching that back in the early day.
Yeah, that was like kind of the
Which was
beginning
kinda when
of
esports became
it
real.
all. Yeah, exactly.
In the West, at least. It was already real in Korea,
Uh-huh.
but it was like
But, I
exposing
mean, it
to
was
the world.
real in Korea because of StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, StarCraft 1. Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. Yes. Yes.
Steps of War, Pog. That's funny.
Yeah, I used to stay up until the wee hours of the morning to watch StarCraft tournaments on the GOM TV.
I was about to say,
player. Yeah.
on the GOM player.
Uh-huh. Ugly orange
Yep.
box.
I think for us, it was on at like a good time because Korea's similar time zone.
Makes sense.
So the one time in esports where something's at a good time. I went to a barcraft once.
Cool.
That's
Was it
where
sweet?
you watch StarCraft at a bar.
Yeah, I worked that out.
Yeah, so
All
maybe
by
someone else
myself?
didn't.
Okay,
Maybe
okay,
someone
fair
else
enough, fair enough.
I remember that. I bought a Team Liquid hoodie.
Okay. Was it as
and
cool
wore it
as
there.
your
I
gamer
wore
sleeve?
it to barcraft. No, it's not. Not much is, though.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's funny because years later I would verse Team Liquid
Uh-huh.
in PUBG.
They have an Australian team, or was that at like internationals?
No, the Worlds.
Yeah.
Get to hang out with some of their players and stuff too.
That's really cool. Did you find that the like other players were super into chilling and hanging out, like it was a
No.
kind of vibe?
Ah, I don't want to disparage anyone.
You're really running with that word. No disparagement.
A lot of esports players are not. You have to breach the wall to make them chill.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of them are content creators too, right? And with content creators,
And
sometimes
I think
it's like
I was the same.
Yeah.
I was the same.
Yeah.
But then I became a streamer though, I guess, and I opened up a bit.
Oh, okay, that's good. Sometimes with streamers, like my first response I get from them is like, "Who are you? Oh God, strange new person." And then like you talk for like 2 minutes, and they're like, "Oh, you're like chill and get it," and then it's okay.
I don't
There's,
know.
like,
I
a
always
moment
worry
first.
like I got to hang out and chill with some of them, and there were some standout people who actually would like just normal. Like that sounds weird, but like they just talk to you like a normal person, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And because there's a lot of people who are very standoffish
I
in
have,
esports.
I have met
find.
some really cool people in esports who are just the most down-to-earth possible human beings.
And it was super cool to talk to. Like I hang out with the Team Liquid guys a bit, who are like pretty big in the PUBG world. But I always worry like, am I like being an annoying fan? or Something.
Nick.
Even though I'm a fellow competitor.
Nick, you're Nick Critical Motion.
I'm an annoying fan. I'm not.
No.
I'm not very fanny.
No, you're not an annoying fan.
I do follow Dota Esports for the person who asked.
I told Nick a couple of other requests. Obviously, no disparaging or trash talking other people. Not what the event is about. Please use they them pronouns for unknown audience members. You've been doing a pretty good job, Nick. I think it's.
Can I
more fun.
slightly disparage?
Yeah.
I was gonna say for some reason the North American esports players were not friendly.
Oh, I thought you were gonna disparage me.
No.
No, you can't disparage. No, you're only allowed to disparage me.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Everyone was lovely and I had no problems. No one's ever been mean in esports.
Yeah.
It is a I can't. No, I can't joke about it. It's not. It's not a nice place. The Europeans are so chill. It's right, or quiet. Anyone who watches my streams I'm always going on about how Americans have easy game servers.
Wow. Do you think that's why I beat you at A Way Out?
Yep. You had to cheat.
I didn't have to cheat. I just did. I just didn't want carpal tunnel syndrome.
How did you have any carpal tunnel?
No, because I don't smash the same button as fast as I can on my keyboard for 4
I feel like
hours.
I need
Nick.
to. I had a few streams this year where I started by watching this gamer guy on YouTube do gamer stretches.
Oh, did you like when you followed along? Did you do like thumb under
But
the fingers thing and everything?
Thumb under the fingers thing.
Yeah, you know. The
Oh
thumb under
yeah,
the fingers
yeah,
thing?
yeah, 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 yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
But I only did it a few times, and I really should keep doing it.
I do agree. I think it would be a good idea to keep doing that.
Getting old.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Oh, hang on. Wait, did I finish my IM Sydney? I think I did. It was awesome. See, the modern CS2 tournament in a stadium is really fun. But I also might be overrating it because the Australia audience is amazing.
I
Because we're just a bunch of drunk idiots.
I watch them online pretty regularly, and I like the vibe. Generally seems like a good time.
Oh, I can talk about my favorite. I have a lot of actually. This was okay. Not surprising to anyone, but this was a great year of games.
Yup. What have you been playing?
What do you think my game of the year is? Do you know?
I have no idea. What do you get up to?
I don't play Baldur's Gate. Sorry.
What do
I
you
know
get up to
everyone-
when you're
everyone's
not
game of the year.
playing like Escape from Tarkov or whatever?
What was the question?
What do you get up to when you're not playing Escape from
Oh.
Tarkov?
Well, this year I played the entirety of Resident Evil 4 Remake,
Ah,
which was awesome.
okay.
A lot of remakes, but I'm kind of at the point where I don't mind anymore if they're good.
Sure.
I used to be really like, oh, who cares? Remake. Resident Evil 4 Remake was amazing. And I never played it before, the old one. So that was really cool. And I really liked it because it's just fun. Like they're not trying to try too hard back then.
hmm
They just made a fun game with a silly plot. You know?
I think Casey mentioned really liking Resident Evil 4 as well. Maybe I should play Resident Evil 4.
It's just a good game. Like the game is good, like the gameplay. And then the story is the vessel for it and it's not too serious and it's kind of silly and
Is it like laugh out
I
loud
appreciate it.
silly sometimes?
a little. Like it's kind of like so bad it's good, you know?
Uh-huh.
But in a way it's self-aware. Like I think it is.
You hope it is.
I think it is. I think it is.
It would be
I pretend
awkward if it
is.
wasn't.
Well, I think a lot of things back then, like, I don't know. It's just really like they're having more fun.
hmm
Like, so I played Resident Evil Village, or is it 8? I don't know. I really hated that game. In comparison. They like took it was too like I don't know. It wasn't as fun. I played the entirety of a game called Lies of P. Have you heard about Lies of P?
I have heard of Lies of P.
The Pinocchio Souls-like.
The Pinocchio Souls-like. I don't know anything about it.
Maybe the weirdest like thing, like genre thing in the world. Pinocchio Souls-like. I think that Lies of P is my game of the year. I absolutely love it.
Huh.
And it's kind of a bit of a hot take, I think, in the gamer world.
I streamed over 100 games this year, and I have played like 0 of the games that people say are their game of the year. Which, like,
I don't think
kinda
you will have
wild.
played. I think you won't have played any of the games that I was going to mention. I have a few more.
Okay, I
will
want to
say
hear him.
Lies of
I
P
want to
is
hear him.
like Dark Souls, but Pinocchio, and made by a Korean company. And I think a lot of people didn't get past the start. I just want to gush a little bit about it. I absolutely adore the game. I think it's amazing, and I don't think it really works fully until you get far enough. Like the story actually comes together, and you realize that a lot of stuff was important.
Mm-hmm.
And I really appreciate it having an actual story. Sorry, Dark Souls fans, I don't want to have to go to a wiki after I finish the game to understand the 6,000 things that happened. Which
Obviously,
I
no
appreciate.
disparaging or trash
I'm not
talking.
disparaging.
Other...
I really like Dark Souls,
Okay.
but sometimes it's kind of nice for the game story to be in the game, right? I don't know. I don't know. I feel crazy sometimes.
No,
I really like Dark Souls. I
That is
love
a-
Sekiro.
It is a common criticism.
I like
You are
Sekiro
not
the most.
alone.
But I also have a theory that FPS players like the blocking, parrying playstyle more,
Sure.
which is what Lies of P is.
Hmm.
But I absolutely love Lies of P, and I highly recommend it. And they made it a lot easier if you struggled when it first came out. A lot of people complained about it being too hard. It's my recommendation.
What's next? What's the next game?
Alan Wake 2.
Alan Wake 2. Yeah, didn't play that either.
It would be my game of the year.
If
Hey,
the
you
other
won?
games weren't better than it, it would be.
You won?
I did win.
Like to think that was me.
Well done. Is that your first one?
I'm in the chat list, so I did.
Did you vote for the cards?
I didn't.
Well, shit! I was really going out there on a limb for you, Nick.
I was here though.
I tried hard. I
was
to
here.
give it to you. You were here. Couldn't have done it alone.
Alan Wake 2. It's kind of like not a video game. That's why it's not my game of the year.
It's like a visual novel more, or
No, it's a video game.
Okay.
The gameplay is just the worst part, I guess, of the game.
okay.
I just think it is the best story, best writing in a video game, awesome presentation.
You are
Yeah,
saying this
very cool stuff.
in a year that Baldur's Gate 3 was released. Best
Yes.
writing.
Yeah. Do you want me to make everyone mad?
Do you have a 130
disparaging.
page manifesto to try to prove this?
I don't know. I talked to a lot of people. I haven't played it, so I can't comment really. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is probably insane, like awesome. But I feel like you make your story yourself more, right? I don't know. Like
No, it's more like you walk through.
uh,
It's no, absolutely not. You're fucking
I
wrong.
talk to people. I talk
You're
to people I
fucking
trust.
wrong.
I talk to people I trust a lot, and
Okay.
they don't think the writing's that good.
Oh my god.
Like not the.
I had
writing,
one of the
like, it's
original
right- no,
writers on the
game is
channel
amazing.
earlier this week, and now you're
Oh no, I'm
disparaging
leaving.
her.
Bye.
Disparagement.
No, like the writing's amazing, as in like the gameplay part.
He's
like,
lost the
how do
will
I-
of the people.
No, I don't know how to put this into words. I'm saying the actual story of the world is not amazing.
I think it's
Like
the
the plot.
characters that people get really.
It's the
really into.
characters and the dialogue
Yeah.
and the experience you get to have more
think
than
that
the
is fair.
actual plot.
I think that is fair. Although I haven't finished the game yet, so I don't actually know what the end is. The plot was like
I'm
fine.
wrong. All right. Anyway, my point.
I
I'm not
agree
wrong,
with
I'm right.
Nick.
I'm right. Alan
Cat,
Wake
we
2
agree now.
is just better.
Well, no, that's
if
too
you,
far.
and that's
That-
why it
I
won
can't-
story writing
I
awards.
can't follow you there. Sorry. Oh, it won awards. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's right. Awards.
Well, yeah.
Everyone
Baldur's
cares
Gate
about
3
those awards.
didn't do any of that.
No.
Best
win any.
writing award games.
No.
2023.
Awards are lame. No one cares. Lies of P didn't win any.
Nebula Award for Best Game Writing. winners. I'm sorry, Elden Ring won? Okay, never mind. This is all bullshit.
See, awards are a mistake. Elden Ring shouldn't win. Elden Ring? I'm going to upset more people. Elden Ring, one of the most overrated games ever made.
Alan Wake 2 wins Best Narrative at the Game Awards 2023. Holy shit.
It is amazing. But you need to understand everything that's happening.
It was nominated for Game of the Year. Man, I don't
Yeah.
know anything. What the fuck? It won Best Game Direction, Best Narrative, Best
yeah.
Art Direction?
Yep.
Wow. All right. Fine.
I
Maybe
think
I'll check it
I
out.
don't know. I don't know if you would enjoy playing it, but I think you'd appreciate all this stuff if you understood it and saw it.
Well, apparently Baldur's Gate 3 is just kind of shit. It's only won like 3
No,
awards.
no.
At this one. 4 awards. Ooh, Best Esports Athlete Faker. Hell yeah.
Wait till you hear my hot take about Fake It. No, I don't have one.
Raranok, thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv. Really appreciate it.
Wait, so was chat on my side about Elden Ring or not?
I think 6, maybe 6 awards. Was chat on your side about Elden Ring that it's overrated? I think they've stopped.
Still a
listening
really
to
good game
you.
I enjoy playing, but man,
I think they've just like muted the stream. At
they've
this
muted.
point.
I've ruined your stream.
Yeah.
Unfollowed, unsubbed.
You can't unfollow me after doing this to me. You'll leave me lonely and destitute. You're my only viewer now.
No, they're unfollowing and unsubbing. I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, you're here to the end. Loyal fan. If Jorbs has 10,000 fans, I am one of them.
I'm really like, I exaggerate everything I say, not on purpose. Elden Ring's a good game.
Uh-huh.
It's just not that good.
You plug this guy's Twitter so I can block it.
I don't. It's more fun to argue than to disagree.